Welcome to BGIS 2026 Round 2 Day 4. I'm going to be your host of Krafton Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is IC Baby 1-2. And yes, final 6 games separate from us to concluding the Round 2 itself. And as I mentioned, Group 3 and Group 4 are also going to be the team that are going to be duking it out and playing their remaining 3 games. Now today it's going to be Group 4 to kick things off, which also means they're going to get their hands on the Rondo, which also means we might see some major comebacks in the overall standings.
Well, it's going to be very, very important as well for some of these teams actually pull a big one as well, considering that we are starting to see a huge vacuum of points being absorbed by Alive Again Esports and also Pure Esports in general here. And again, there's only one team so far from Group 4 that is pretty much secured for Round 3, but everybody else is going to be fighting for their dear lives.
Exactly. Of course, lives are going to be on the line for a lot of these teams, since we know a lot of these names will be eliminated as well today. Only the top 7 from the group actually stands a chance to move on and qualify towards the Round 3 itself. And I see so far, yes, a few names from Group 4 itself have been doing pretty good. Alive Again Esports, a name that came in out of nowhere. None of us saw this coming from their side, and they have been dominating games pretty well.
Now, this highlight clip moment here in the first time that we've seen coming from this group in Erangel as well, this is where things get a little bit spicy as well, because I started to notice that Alive Again Esports, they are actually very, very terrain aware. And what I mean by terrain aware is that they use every single nook and cranny to their advantage to survive towards the last game. Yes, they didn't get the chicken dinner, it was pure the security based on position, but over then, as the game drags on as well, Alive Again Esports has been very, very decisive in taking fights before they actually close out the game, which resulted in them getting back-to-back chicken dinners in this match.
Exactly. Alive Again Esports was just popping off on a different level. Yes, we did see Phoenix Esports as well do pretty good in one of the maps of Miramar, but still the performance was a little bit lackluster. Phoenix Esports, it's not the real them that we've been seeing throughout the entirety of the grind. In the final game as well, we saw Alive Again Esports once again just on a rampage. For Royal Emperor Esports, you can't say the consistency is being maintained pretty well.
Exactly, and with that being said as well, we do see Royal Emperor in the final game making a little bit of bounce back as well. They were in the top 2 position, and they are currently sitting on the top 3 here with 28 points, but still they are very, very far from the potential cutoff here. And again, for all these teams, the goal is to be at the top 7 by the end of today, so that they will be qualifying in towards Round 3. And currently Phoenix is on the borderline of it with 17 points, which again can be shattered pretty easily in these next 3 games.
Not something you expect from a banner like Phoenix Esports. You always want to see them around the top 3. You always want to see them dominate a group, since the amount of consistency and since the amount of brilliance they've showcased in the grind. But now looking at the entirety of Phoenix Esports, yeah, definitely it seems like it's not the same team anymore. They're struggling quite a bit on the 7th spot with 17 points. And then you look at the latter half of the board as well. As I mentioned, keep this thing in mind. This group is also going to play the map of Rondo. All it takes is one big game, even for the latter half of the board, to make that comeback.
Now, this is going to be a little bit of comparison of head-to-head here between Alive Again Esports and also Phoenix Esports here. And interesting enough, Phoenix Esports did came in from the grind stages, and they had a spectacular dominating performance during their group run. But the comparison in this match here, 34 finishes to 12 finishes, which is kind of weird if you think about it here. It feels like it should be on the other side, on the flip side here, where Phoenix Esports should get 34 finishes. But again, when it comes to BGIS, expecting unexpected, the undergods do rise up to the challenge, and this time Alive Again Esports have proven themselves to be a top tier team, because yesterday the 3 games that they have played has shown us that they should be able to compete against the T1 teams.
Even Pure Esports was able to secure a decent game on the first game itself. That's how you see 2 of the players from the side of Pure Esports in the top 5 players list. You will see Knuckle and Danger OP from Pure. Now, once again, they're going to be kicking things off on the map Rondo, so maybe Pure Esports can start things off on a dominating spree. And Alive Again Esports, they just have been dominating through and through. You can look at the top 5 players, and 3 of them are literally filled with Alive Again Esports.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, they have proven themselves that they can play Erangel and also Miramar. I'm not exactly sure about how well they play in Rondo, which again, they are going to be kicking things off for today itself. We're going to be starting things with Rondo, and then followed by Erangel, and then ending it with Erangel for Group 4 in match number 6. The 3rd match for today. But after that, the remaining 3 matches here is going to be concluding Group 3's matches instead, and it's going to be Erangel, Miramar, and then Miramar. So based on this as well, I know for a fact that Alive Again Esports, dominate or not dominate, they are in a very, very comfortable position where they've already gotten their enough points to pretty much qualify in round 3, just 3 matches.
Exactly. The conversation's not even going to be around them. The conversation is going to be around teams like Prism Esports, Phoenix Esports, the teams that are right there in the mid-pack. And to be honest, we have seen the cutoff as well just rise automatically higher, around 40 points as well. Right now, the cutoff is sitting around 17 points for this particular group. And the last time when we saw Group 1 and 2 duke it out, the cutoff went all the way up to 44 points. That was the maximum. So one thing is for sure, today as well, we're going to see that surge of points in the overall standings. So teams like Phoenix Esports, they have to pop off no matter what. You look at the predictions as well. A lot of us have went with Phoenix Esports, and it makes a lot of sense. But I personally went with RCB. Want to see a new face on the block.
Okay, fair enough. But at the same time, Raider actually went for Alive Again Esports, which isn't really fair here.
Yeah, like, I know, right?
Them doing well today or bad doesn't really matter because regardless, we are going to be seeing them in round 3 based on their current point standings overall. But again, yeah, I think Phoenix is a very logical example as well. We've seen them dominate group stages as well. These are 4 players that are really, really experienced. And technically, the way that they lost yesterday, was it really their fault? Personally, in my opinion, in Erangel and Miramar, them getting drop clashed was one thing. Them somehow getting out of that so-called drop clash from Opposo, managing to get themselves in the top 5 of the game itself was really impressive. But again, I want to see whether or not are they going to switch their drop location today itself? Because Erangel, they might get drop clashes again. Who knows?
Yeah. In Erangel, it's definitely going to happen. Yesterday, we did see another team that was in the close proximity of Pochinki. And luckily enough for Phoenix Esports, that fight was actually started off with the advantage since the opponent team only had 3 players in the roster. That's why Phoenix Esports easily came out on top. Then later on, Royal Emperor came through and third party that. That's a whole different thing. But hey, for now, it's time for us to move on towards the first team of the day. The plane's going to be in the skies once again, and this time on the map of Rondo for Group 4. As we know, Rondo is supposed to bring in a surge of points in the overall standings. That one big performance is what everyone's looking for on the latter half of the board. Looking at the plane flat path as well, starting all the way from Meiran towards Ringjing. And in my opinion, this plane flat path, once again, tilted down south. This is a chance that we might see a lot of drop fights now.
Now, this is going to be our first time seeing each and every single team playing in the map. Rondo as well, so obviously when it comes to homework as well, there's not really much to do about here, except for the fact that Phoenix Esports has switched their drop locations here and there based on the grind performance. But even then, aside from Phoenix Esports that we know their drop location, everybody else is in the gray area. And obviously when it comes to strategies as well, are we going to see the 3-1 strategy? Are we going to see that maybe a 2-2 splits or maybe just 4-man trying to survive right from the get-go instead of abusing the fact that the recall towers does give you a little bit of a second chance in life trying to farm those finish points. But seems to me Neox Factory, we are going to be expecting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams potentially dropping into his test track and Neox Factory to duke it out right from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many teams actually around Neox Factory. 7MG, then you've also got a few more teams like SK around the block. Even Pure Esports is dropping towards test track. So yeah, one thing is for sure, we're going to see a lot of those recalls being triggered instantly. Also, a bit of that cluster of teams around the side of AE as well. Alive Again Esports starting things off with an aggressive stance. And looking at the boys of Prism, Warren, the man's taken down a barely any sort of HP. Still the man surviving though, so that's a really good thing. Prism, something needs to be done. Warren's backing away to safety, which makes a lot of sense as well. Warren's barely standing with any sort of HP. There is a bit of that cover fire from Blake. And that's actually going to secure Vern a decent spot in that house.
Well, the problem here is that they do have third parties afar as well, so they have to be a little bit careful in that vicinity. But inside the Neox Factory, No Rules Extreme. Seems like they may have messed up a little bit here as they lose out on a couple of fights here. And right from the get-go, seems like even 7 Majestic Gods also going to be falling here. But interesting enough here, Necro, what happened? This is barely 2 minutes game. One team has already been officially eliminated.
Wow, what just happened there? Did they forget to send one man towards the recall? Miscommunication or something like that happening, I guess. SPGR, that's definitely going to hurt them quite a bit. 0 points accumulated from this game. That's going to give them a big tumble in the overall standings. Royal Emperor on the screen too. That's another big banner. That can definitely rack up a lot of points. Royal Emperor already doing decent in the overall standings. The moment you cross that 45 points marker, in my opinion, you will be safe. Well, and that's what a lot of these teams are also going to be aiming for.
Well, speaking of aiming for points here, Duke Esports, this is a team that is really good in macroly as well. Seems like they are having a little bit of an idea on how to actually win some fights themselves, as they are taking every single nook and cranny bit by bit. But the problem is, against Royal Emperor, it is going to be very, very tricky. The pre-fires coming from Goose does connect a few shots through, but Duke Esports, they're still 3 points ahead. And right now, the flush coming from Royal Emperor is going to force Duke Esports to push up as well, as the rest of Royal Emperor still hasn't been able to find any kind of finishes yet. And so it's going to be a little bit of a tough spot here, considering that Neox Factory is just occupied by just too many people, if you think about it.
Look at Duke Esports. On the opposite side, the man was holding the window. Phantom now knows there's someone wrapping up from the back. RCB, even they're nearby. So Duke Esports Phantom needs to be a little bit more careful. What was that nade? In the sky, just blows up. Interesting. Oh, this side of the map, TG. Oh, they're being surrounded by the foes. A man on top of the roof is definitely not going to be feeling too good on this terrace. And soon, Gust IGL is going to get pushed on as well. But he's just holding that angle, not even moving a single muscle.
Yeah, but again, Prism Esports and also Alive Again is still at a stalemate on the other side, while Team Ghouls and also On God is still at a stalemate with each other, just because of the fact that they're so afraid of starting the fight and then the third party comes through. So they are trying to take advantage and capitalize on the situation as much as they can. But my biggest problem is, if this thing takes too long, they're just going to be hard to actually regroup here. But as soon as I say this, Team Ghouls, they lose one player. Cover fire from Shriyash is not going to be able to do too much, and it seems like he is going to abandon ship and try to make a run for it now.
Indeed. Team Ghouls. You can look at this man, Shriyash. Just backing away from the spot. Not even sure what exactly the game plan's going to be for them, but Ghouls, they do have all the 4 recalls available. If the man wanted, he could have stayed there. And now look at SK. Another man down. It's not looking too good for them. Red Smile. They definitely do seem like they're on the path for vengeance, but eventually Tahaka falls down as well. The floor's lava, the Molotov's doing a lot of damage. Frenzy, he wanted to save the day for his teammate, but unfortunately he burns to death. And now SK, they find themselves in a real tricky spot. Frenzy, the only person standing who wants to hand out that revival as well. He needs to be careful. His team can be eliminated from the game as well.
I think this is going to be fine as well. Shakti Krita, they still have recalls available, so technically they should be fine. But at the same time, what a start for them as well. 6 finishes right from the get-go. Stage 1 is already there, and guess what? They're already center of the zone, so there's no reason to actually leave the current position here. Even though Shakti Krita, they have one guy far south all the way down to his Tinglong Garden, but even then, better safe than sorry. But speaking of which here, the fight between Prism and On God now going to be happening as well, as I think Alive Again Esports actually lost 2 of the players to Prism Esports. So that's going to be a little bit of awkward sport. Final showdown in this compound. And it seems like Prism Esports is going to go on aggression here. And oh, Blake John may have messed up, gets clipped on the sides, but the return fire from Varun will trade him off. So nicely done from them.
Blake's down. Now look at Horizon. Spray, and the shots were taken. On God. You can hear those footsteps as well. There's still that man on top. And for some reason, Tiz, he doesn't exactly know what to do. Tizano is just waiting for the opponents to make that first move, or maybe the mistake. And there we go. The man on the opposite side is spotted as well. He's not going to be showcasing himself just yet. The nade actually bounced off the person itself. Oh no, Blake, that was the opportunity. He could have actually shut down Tizano, but he whips it. And because of that, now problems. I'm pretty sure they're going to follow up as well. Prism Esports, they've at least managed to acquire 4 frags.
Yeah, but at the same time, seems like Prism Esports may have just lost Trix. And in this case, Trix was the solo player from Prism Esports that has on a recall position. And because he got taken out, now this entire team from Prism cannot afford to lose this fight at all.
Oh no, On God. Look at the utilities being tossed against Tiz. The man is still just stuck in the corner. The opponent looking to toss a nade. This one has to be perfectly cooked, actually. It was just a smoke. Wanted to bait that person out. Tizano once again repositioning himself. Prism Esports waiting for the opponents to make some sort of mistake. Managing to secure 4 frag is definitely going to be something that might just give them the leeway The mindset might be stronger, but at the end of the day, it's all going to be up to the fight itself. They want to win it.
Oh no, Prism, they have no choice but to win it as well. If they want to survive this, they lost their backup plan, and now they are the backup plan. The current plan here is to win the fight. Tizano still holding the window, but again, very difficult to push this as well. The shorties are spamming, but it seems like Prism is going to be considering to go from the low ground push instead, and Maroon actually finds one pick, and that's going to be huge. Depot's down, and On Guard now down towards a 2 versus 3 instead.
Such an awkward fight. And Tizano now the only person left standing, and yeah, the shotgun, it's not going to find the proper click. It's Prism. Varn is the person who's really leading the pack and getting all those frags secured as well. Prism Esports, solid stuff. With this sort of performance, they actually do kick out Phoenix Esports from the top 7. And that's going to sting the boys of Phoenix a little bit more. Red Smile on the block, and looking at Red Smile, Elise Zonks, he's able to win that fight. Shutting down the first man who tried to make that pounce against him. 8 bullets in the magazine. Now he needs to be precise as ever before, and these shots, they will find the connection. Beast is taken down as well. Red Smile, now they're definitely going to have those evil smirks.
Oh my goodness, Zarns is an absolute monster here with the shorties as well. He was the one that shut down Phoenix yesterday, and now he's going to be shutting down the members from the other team as well. This is just a big clutch coming from Red Smile, but again, they still need more games here. It seems like the circle is starting to transition into the mid-game now, shifting all the way towards the northeast corner. And Prism, they were able to get out their last player just now, who was picked off by Alive Again Esports down towards the west side of Test Track. So for now, Prism, they're going to be looking to try to push into the zone now, which again, a lot of them are still kind of occupied with a couple of skirmishes. But I think the initial fight rounds are pretty much done for now, at least for every single team except for the teams inside New York's factory.
Looking at Long Hua Xing, that recall tower is completely empty. No one's contesting it. And there are still a few teams who haven't really utilized the recalls fully yet. Looking at Red Smile and their entire drop clash against the team in the front. For Red Smile, definitely things started off pretty bad, but then Zarks, he was there to save the day, eliminating the foes just all by himself. Shotgun really finding those proper clicks as well. So yeah, for Zargs, definitely those 2 elimination points, they're going to be the lifesaver. The circle, the way it's forming out now, definitely, it's going to force a lot of those teams out of their comfort zones. RCB as well is going to be one of those. And for RCB, I'm not a big fan of that split they've got in the circle.
Yeah, for now, seems like Roy Emperor has found himself a couple of finishes on the finish feed. And the fight in New York's factory is still just fully extended here. They need to find a way to get out as well. New York's factory, not exactly in zone. Well, actually, it is in zone, but it's not exactly center control. And Duke Esports, they love their macro gameplay, and they want to start punishing rotations midway. But in order to do that, they need to disengage from this fight. And it's going to be very, very tricky here, as Royal Emperor caught them in a stalemate for the longest time. They were the 2 teams that survived the entire fiasco rather early. And right now, they need more. 5 finishes from both teams. And they cannot afford to try and go for the recall right now as well, especially this late into the game.
They'd been cooked by Vision. He still does not know where exactly the opponents are. He does hear those footsteps. That's why he's constantly cooking that nade. But he does not know where exactly the opponents are. Now maybe he's going to reveal himself to the foes. Duke Esports. This drop clash, it's been happening for a while. Needs to be concluded.
Yeah, it's just taking too long as well. And even the zone is shifting even further northeast as well. The only 2 teams that is going to be controlling the northern region here is going to be Alive Gain Esports and Phoenix. And that's going to be 2 very, very crucial teams to watch out for, because every single team hasn't exactly found their footing as well. So they need to be able to hold on for their dear lives. Meanwhile, inside Neo's factory, it's now or never. Like, if this doesn't conclude anytime soon, they're going to be caught out in a huge fiasco of teams trying to migrate into the zone later on and be caught in the crossfire.
For all Emperor as well, they cannot afford to lose out in the fight at all. This late in the game, going for the recall gets even tougher. And yeah, Draxi was able to find one, but instantly gets traded out as well. Raw Emperor losing out on the big man, and this time even Nox is taking too much damage. From the back, gets knocked out as well. Duke Esports, what a proper coordination that is. Taking those shots, they've surrounded the foes from all the different angles. And yeah, Royal Emperor just does not even stand a chance to not even know where the opponents were placed. So well played from them.
Yeah, nicely done though. But at the same time, Royal Emperor, they still have 2 players outside the zone, so that means they have to recall. But at the same time, it is going to take a longer duration for them to actually push through the zone here. Stage 4 is about to begin. They got the recall in, but they need to figure out how to push into the zone right now and stock up. So they are going to be a little bit later than Duke Esports. But Duke Esports, they do not have vehicles. But they need to also figure out how to push in the zone because teams are starting to surround around New York's factory to try to gatekeep them. Meanwhile, on the screen here, we have Phoenix Esports and also after Alive Again Esports, who is going to try and play a little bit safe from the north side. But look at this. Alive Again Esports, this widespread here. Rush actually thinking about going for an off-angle flank to find an opener for them to actually make a pounce on this.
Alive Again Esports with these 2 frags. Definitely now starting to feel the game. They have been the silent ones, definitely. Silent assassins. In the final few moments, that's when they start to strike. Positioning has been impeccable from them every time. And even right now, you can see that positioning. They control a decent bit of area. For Phoenix Esports playing this passive, not a big fan of it. Phoenix Esports has a lot of firepower. I think they should utilize it.
I don't think they should actually push aggressive, just because of the fact that they might get third party from afar. And right now, Alive Again Esports, they are out in the open. So technically, if a third party comes first, that's where Phoenix Esports is going to strike as well. So it's going to be a little bit tricky, but it seems like Season 8, they are going to be pouncing in from the east side. So the next circle shift is going to force them into his Lo Hua Sing, which, again, Phoenix Esports has to disengage as well. So, again, I'm very surprised there's just not enough teams actually third-partying this. But no, actually the circle shifts to the west side. So Phoenix is barely at the edge of the zone.
Still not a good position to be in, right? For Phoenix Esports, they would need to leave that comfort zone anytime soon. Looking at the boys in the front, though, No Rules Extreme. They've really got a team pinned down. Utilities tossed out as well, and SK this time, I don't think they're going to be standing a lot of chances. The man's out in the open, another man cut off. Heads on the swivel, SK, they're making a lot of rookie mistakes. 2 points down already. This game, it's been real bad for SKE. Yes, they did get 6 frags, but that's not going to be enough. That too on such a massive map like Rondo. You're supposed to have big games. SKE being cut off such early. As long as they're inside of the top 7, it's all good in the hood, but soon they might just move out.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well, but No Rooks Extreme also looking to try to go for the qualification mark, and they have 7 finished in this game as well, so this is a huge game here from NRX. But for now, let's talk about Royal Emperor. They actually found a way to actually push it inside the zone, so this is actually good for Royal Emperor, but the question here is, can they get those frags? This is the question as well. Pakus spots out a couple of members here from On Guard, but no connection, no knocks so far, so they are going to be a little bit of a stalemate. You can see the hesitancy coming from Royal Emperor because they were lacking in terms of meds as well because of that very, very extended fight in Neox Factory. And this is going to be a tricky spot to be in here as they need to actually move out this vehicle. And it seems like they actually put their entire car inside the compound. And I'm surprised they actually took the time to squeeze through the door to kind of figure it out. But that is going to take some time to disengage as well.
Yeah, to take it out, it's definitely going to take some time, but hold on. What just happened here, Season 8? Oh, they find themselves in a bit of that scuffle. Somraj caught off guard from Phoenix Esports. All of that for what? Rookie mistake from Phoenix. They cannot afford to lose out in this game, I see. If Phoenix loses this game, it's done. This is the only game that can actually bring them back in the race as well. Smoker's out in the open. What is this mistake? Season 8 also being held by the boys of RCB from the side. Phoenix Esports is making too many mistakes. Another man down, Phoenix Esports. This is random move, but still Wiper. He saves the day, but he was barely surviving. Alive Again Esports, they third-party that fight, and Phoenix eliminated from the game with only 3 frags. Mistakes are being made. Another grind team making the same mistakes as the previous ones.
Oh my goodness, that was just very, very unfortunate as well. Wrong call indeed, but guess what? Duke Esports now, they find themselves a freebie, and that is going to be No Rules eliminated just like that. That is very, very unfortunate here because No Rules Extreme, they weren't expecting Vision to be pushing out open, slams the wrong direction, looking in the wrong direction, gets completely sprayed down by Vision.
Look at the bright side though, No Rules Extreme still got away with 9 points in total, so that's not bad.
But Duke Esports this game, 12 finishes in the bag. That should pretty much be enough to get themselves a decent spot here. A couple of position points wouldn't hurt, but even then, they're going to be playing from the southeast corner of this zone, and Alive Again Esports will be the victors of the north. But question is, the next zone is about to close completely on 10 seconds left as well. And Pure Esports, they are stuck around the cove area of Lo Hua Sin. And that is going to be a little bit of death trap as well. RCB has the perfect line of sight, and the circle actually shifts away. And Pure, they're pretty much stuck in a rock and a hard place as the spray continues. RCB gonna pepper shots after shots. And Pure Esports, they have smokes, but they need to get the heck out of there as well. They need some sort of cover. And it is going to be tough here, as RCB is expecting to make the pounce as well before they actually leave for the zone. Oh my goodness. The shots keep going. I think the vehicle is done for as well. Pure Esports, they're stuck.
Look at Alive again. Zargs from Red Smiles was knocked out. Man gets confirmed. There's still Drax OG alive. And Drax is now going to try to keep his position anonymous. That's pretty much the game plan. Be quiet. You see Royal Emperor in the front. Royal Emperor, once again, all the 4 players in that same building really bringing in that passive nature. Just want to stay alive. Alive again, Esports on the opposite side of the spectrum. They've got something else cooking up. Red Smile, Drax spotted. And what is that? He's inside of the vehicle. He was just scouting out the moment the shots were taken against him. Now he's just driving around that fray. Call's given to his teammate that there is someone right around this ridge, and that's why you see the boys closing up as well. Footsteps are being heard, and Zyro, he wants to chase down that person. Shots were taken, but then realizes it too late that he should have pulled out the AR first.
Okay, seems like they are going to go for the chase as well. Seems like Alive Again Esports. Interesting bait coming from Rush, I like that. Even Sami as well. This is driving in very quickly as well to try and provide assistance. But now this zone is going to be out in the open. They need those vehicles more than ever. But Pure Esports, they seems to be able to actually push into the center control. And Jan is able to find a small little ditch here to try and buy a little bit more time as well. But it was scouted out by RCB. One good nade is going to be good. It seems like it is going to be a little bit short there. Ooh, just barely on the frame of the door, on the car itself. It's not going to be okay, but Alive Again Esports, they're going for a crash against Royal Emperor now.
I'm loving this from the side of Alive Again Esports. Aggression to its maximum limits, and Alive Again Esports, they're on the verge of winning the fight as well. Wow. They've got 2 more men standing, man advantage in their hands. Royal Emperor on the verge of being cracked open. But is that really going to happen? One last man, Nox was alive, but not anymore. Alive Again Esports. Oh, they really bring the aggression by a notch. And this time they come out on top as well against that fight. What a way to shut down your biggest foe. That is the team that could have really been a big thorn. But Alive Again Esports, they realized it, and they took a fight against it.
I asked this question yesterday, and I'm going to ask it again. Who are these guys? Why are they not signed yet? They've dominated Erangel, they've dominated Miramar, they've now dominating Rondo again with 12 finishes. Who are these guys?
I know, right? Doing really good. Playing really phenomenal. And look at this from Phoenix Esports. Yeah, he was able to find those 2 knocks just by a quick drift, but where are the teammates? That's the question. Why are they arriving so late? And then just getting mowed down like that, to be honest, yeah, this one man from the side of Season 8 was really the day saver. But still, he was not able to stay alive in the final few moments, and then a third party happened. Phoenix Esports getting eliminated with barely any sort of points. Just 3 eliminations secured. It's not going to make them feel too good. Alive Again Esports. For them, 1 man is knocked out in the open. But it's fine. The revival's still going to be there. It's not a concern. Look at RCB. Shots are taken against the man at the front, and still the man's going to be fine.
Yep. But speaking of fine here as well, Alive Again Esports, again, they've cleaned out everyone for their north side, so they have a lot of space, and they still have a decent amount of vehicles to work with. And even for Duke Esports, who is doing good, but this time they have to be in the aggression here, but they are forced to actually push in the zone. And guess what? They might have just found it opener. That's going to be the knockout prism. And they may consider actually using it as an entry point to actually push in, but it seems like Vision scouts out a different team, and there's also Pure Esports is going to be zoning them out. So this is going to be a tough task as well, as Duke Esports needs to decide, do they push south or do they push directly? Regardless of whatever they do, they are pinned and marked by at least 4 teams right now. One from Pure, 1 from Prism, and 1 from Team Ghouls.
This group is literally just dominated by Alive Again Esports, Pure, and Duke. And it just consistently keeps on happening. Right now as well, Prism, you can look at this man, Horizon. He's being surrounded by the boys of TG. Backs off a little bit, lets the course of the action take over. The opponents as well starting to feel a little bit confident. Horizon waiting for that exact instance. And yes, the first mistake was made. Team Cools, now with just one man standing. I highly doubt he can really be the day saver or the difference maker indeed. And eventually Prism will be the one to come out on top. But an instant third party as well comes into the picture. Alive Again Esports, they're not even scared of anyone. Without even thinking twice, they make that pound. And they actually do come out on top as well. It's Sami, up close and personal, leading the pack like the spearhead.
Where is this confidence coming from here? Insane playstyles coming from Alive Again Esports, but it seems like Zyro may have overextended there as he tries to go in for the save, but gets sprayed through, and just like that, Blake John finds another one as well. And Alive Again Esports, they may have just got a little bit too overconfident there, may have just lost 2 players from this. And Blake John will be the one to shut them down, but they do still have 1 player left. Meanwhile, on the other side as well, Duke Esports finds an entry point. They push in, but it is going to be them cleaning out on, I think, Prism Esports gets cleaned out.
Yeah. Hold on, at least as of now, Alive Again Esports, they're really starting to face the brunt. 2 players knocked out. It's just 1 man standing for Alive Again Esports. Yeah, I got a little too ahead of themselves, but to be honest, they've already done the job. They've already got a lot of elimination points secured. So I'm pretty sure for Alive Again Esports, it's going to be a difference maker.
I corrected myself. It seems like Duke Esports was not actually clean out pure Esports, who had 2 players, losing 2 players as well. But RCB, what a shot. Last player from Alive Again Esports getting taken down, and Rax OG is done for this game.
I see you were asking me, why did I pick RCB?
Really? 4 finishes?
There you go.
Really?
Hey, look, a chicken dinner's a chicken dinner, right? Okay. They're still going to have 14 points if they get away with these 4 frags.
Fair
so
enough.
That's still a decent performance, more than enough to actually make that comeback in the top 7 as well.
Well, 4v2v2 situation is not over until it's truly over. But as of yet, like you said, RCB, they will make a pound on towards the center control. And even Prism will make a bail out of it as well. But Vision gets spotted out by Horizon, so that is going to be a 4v1v2 situation now in favor of RCB. But Duke Esports, they are going to reset this and try to pick him up, but they're still barely at the edge of the zone. And on Far Horizon as well, I think RCB, they're sending Hash on the sides to go in for the flank here, and I don't think Duke Esports realizes that they are getting flanked by a solo player on the right. But emergency deploy covers is going to be set up in case to try and get some sort of a cover to work with. It's a little bit too far off to connect to this, though, for Duke Esports, I would say.
Let's see, though. You never know. RCB still in the far fray. On the opposite side. 14 frags already accumulated. For Prism as well, getting 12. That's been really impressive. RCB has been bringing in that passive playstyle. Understandable. But you never know. In the final few moments, they might just be aiming to claim all the elimination points that lie in the front. Sashi is able to find that knock as well. Now wants to hand out the death blow too. Gets the confirmation. Or at least on the verge of getting the confirmation. Simpin is down low. All it's going to take is just 1 bullet towards Simpin, and the confirmation will follow up as well. The Blues on the move. It's going to force the boys of Duke Esports to move out in the open. Not a lot of options will be given to them. The man out in the open spotted too once again. Prism is going for those shots. Horizon, he wants to get the confirmation, but still Vision. Now the backpack spotted. A few more shots taken. That's going to be the chip damage, but still Vision is fine. Horizon is really desperate to find that frag.
Exactly, and Prism's able to spot out one of the members from RCB here. It looks like they might try and stash it away as well. The sprays come through, and it seems like RCB is going to be able to pick up their fallen comrade as Blake Jock continues to try and disable those vehicles away. And Prism, once again, going to try and take advantage of this. And guess what? They get the re-knock again from Blake Jock, just suppressing the way through. RCB may have just lost 2 players like that.
Yeah, mistakes after mistakes. 1 man lost out. He's knocked out, though. Not lost completely yet. Revival can still be there, but Blake, these constant shots, they're really deadly. And RCB is now playing it too passive, in my opinion. They should start asserting some dominance, since they know they've got the man advantage in the scenario. But still playing it this passive, it's not going to give them the edge.
Yeah, at the same time, Vision, he can't really move as well. Prism has got him completely locked down. And maybe Prism may consider letting Vision survive this, trying to pressure on towards RCB if they want to try and make a little bit of a pact here. But again, I don't think they are going to do that as well as Prism. Still going to be waiting on Vision to make the move here. RCB finally going to be pushing up as well. They've got a 2-2 split, but Horizon gets spotted out. Vision takes a couple shots through. And even RCB, they're already setting up shop for a crossfire from the left and the right. Praveen going to be sending here with the vehicles, but Vision eventually goes down, and Prism will probably end things in top 2 here with 13 finishes.
Indeed. RCB, all the 4 players still standing, by the way. 5 finishes on the board. If they manage to get the final 2, that's going to be 17 points in total. With the chicken dinner, of course. But Prism, they still stand a chance to win the game as well. If they do dismantle the boys of RCB systematically, they can still make a bounce back. And yes, it begins now. First man's already caught. Getting that revival is going to be next to impossible. Curse God, he needs to thread the needle.
Oh no.
He's got the off angle as well to play with another man from the side of RCB. Drops dead. Oh no, Prism, they're actually doing it. They might just secure this game.
Oh my goodness, it's a 2 versus 2. They are going to be playing for a pickup as well. Blake John is pretty much pinned on the rock as well. Curse God's got him marked, but he does have only an UMP to work with, so not really that great. And even Blake as well is out of meds to work with. Now he is going to try and bait the shot here, and guess what? He was distracted, and Horizon goes in for the bounce and take down 3. Prism Esports might be able to snatch the chicken dinner right here, right now. They get those confirmations. That's 2 down. It is now a 2v2, and the re-knock comes in. Now a 2v1, and Prism might have pulled one of the sickest comebacks ever.
I know, right? Just want to take down the last man before they can bite and chew on that cake. And it seems like Prism Esports, they're not going to be too far away. What a comeback that was in the fight. A 2-on-4 converted systematically, and that's what you call a systematic dismantle. Prism Esports, what a way to claim that chicken dinner. But RCB, what a big bomb that was. They should not have let that game go in such a way. They were not able to assert that dominance.
Yeah, but at the same time, kudos was Blake John as well, because he was able to get pixel perfect catches from afar. Getting 1 knock, 2 knocks is fine. Bleeding out utilities is another. But him single-handedly holding down that tree, that small little trunk with not enough space, taking out 2 players, and then baiting for his teammate on the far horizon as well for that push, and then coming out on top. That was a very, very aggressive play, but a well-needed one if they needed a chicken dinner.
To be honest, everyone from the side of Prism Esports really played well. And of course, the final 2 players, nothing taken away from them. They were like the main heroes to secure that chicken dinner. It was the icing on top of the game that was missing from Prism Esports, and they actually do get it as well. Looking at Horizon 2, the position the man had, he was able to do a lot of damage. Then from the sidelines, able to secure those 2 frags, and then Blake Shot was activated, and he was easily able to shut down that last man as well. Once again, for RCB, they need to understand one thing. You cannot keep on playing that passive, especially when you know you've got the man advantage. You're supposed to assert that dominance. When you let the opponents take too much space, they get confident and they can wipe you out, and this is the prime example of it.
Exactly. Prism definitely showing us why they were one of the best teams here in this group, and what a bounce back as well, because they were in 8th position at the start of the day, but with this winner with the chicken dinner, they 26. Should propel themselves in towards the top 4, I believe.
They've got 26 points out of this game. They're going to be on the 2nd spot. Prism Esports, that was a massive game. It was a nuclear performance. Yeah, for Prism, definitely a date with destiny. For RCB, I'm pretty sure dropping the ball like that, now the mindset's not going to be too clear. They're not going to be feeling too great. Speaking of Phoenix Esports, a big name, bombing another game once again, just getting 3 frags on the board. That's not going to cut it. But even for Duke Esports, they were able to secure a lot of points just based off of the eliminations.
I think arguably in all the 4 groups that we've watched on screen here for round 2, Group 4 is arguably the most stacked lobby. In my honest opinion as well. Prism did really well. Duke Esports did really well as well.
Alive
again. Also going to be doing a lot of macro gameplay, which was very, very insane. You don't really see a lot of these teams being dealt unless you are in the T1 lobby. But these 3 teams has made this lobby their playing ground right now.
I know, right?
It's just insane to watch.
To be honest, Alive Again Esports making that push against Royal Emperor, that takes a lot of guts.
Oh, yeah.
And the way they made that pounce on Royal Emperor, even though they had the compound, I love that ruthless aggression. I love that confidence. And that was one of the main reasons why Alive Again Esports got 18 points points out of this game as well. For RCB, it should have been much better. They should have been able to accumulate a few more elimination points, but they messed up. Just getting 11 points out of this game, potentially what could have been a big bomb. Now looking at Prism, just getting 26 points. Of course, it's a big performance coming through. Duke getting 19 points as well for Duke. Once again, now they're going to be in a real comfortable spot in the overall standings. And I guess my calculations were wrong. They're going to be on the 4th spot. Prism getting 14 points. Now really safe. They just need 5 more points in 2 games.
Exactly, but Duke Esports also pushes up from this game as well. No chicken dinner, but in top 2 with 42 points in total. 31 finishes in the total. But again, this vacuum is starting to show as well, because Alive Again Esports is starting to kind of pull away all these finish points as well, which is going to be a big problem for teams trying to maintain the top 7. Meanwhile, Phoenix was on the gatekeeper on 7th position, has been kicked down to the 9th position. Now they're 8 points away from Shakti Krita as of yet, and that's going to be an awkward spot to be in as well, because 2 more games might just decide the fate of Phoenix Esports right now, because in this next game, if they do well, they're done.
Imagine, right? Phoenix Esports getting eliminated from the round 2. That sounds like a big highlight right there. No one's going to be able to believe that, but definitely a possibility right now, because Somraj is not able to play that well. The entirety of Phoenix Esports is not able to play that well. If you look at the roster of Phoenix Esports, it's stacked. You've got players like Viper, you've got players like Simp in the process, and you're still not able to pop off well. That is honestly really concerning. I want them to play well in the upcoming 2 games. We know they've got the potential. It should not be tough.
Well, it might be an over of a new era here if things don't go true for these 2 matches as well. Very important moment for this game. But before that, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we will be back with more action coming for Group 4. And 2 more games remain for them. See you guys right after this. Hello again and welcome back to BGIS 2026, and guess what? We've got a new special guest on the panel here, and we've brought back Salty on the English broadcast for this game. And Salty, on the last day of this round 2 stages, we've seen 1 team from the grind already eliminated on screen, and now Phoenix Esports possibly might be eliminated as well. Do you think they're going to be making a bounce back here? 2 more games remain.
See, I am the one with a lot of cursed energy inside me. Okay. Every time I see a name about a team, that team usually never really fares well. So I'm going to say nothing about Phoenix Esports.
You just mentioned their name.
No, it's not about mentioning their name. It's saying that they are going to come back or saying good things about them. But I don't understand where's the form that we saw inside of the grind? Where's their performance? This is supposed to be an easy round. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, to make your games more easy and of course looking beautiful, you've got the Royal Pass inside of the game. Just look at this Rebel Rogue Fox as well as the DP28. Make sure you check your Royal Passes inside of your game, and it is a one-time investment, because if you complete all your missions, you get the UC back, which you can reinvest and get more Royal Passes, more cosmetics inside of the game as well. But again, coming back to the equation, Phoenix Esports' last 2 games remain. I can't watch players from last year's winning roster get eliminated in round 2. That is not in my 2026 bingo list.
See, that's the thing, right? I kind of agree as well, because this is Simp, who had one of the most insane runs in 2024 and even in last year's BGIS.
Yeah.
Right? And now we have also Somraj, who won BGIS as well. Last minute comeback out of nowhere, decides to win it. And then we also have Viper, who's one of the potential stars during BGIS last year as well, one of the most dominating star players here. But eventually, I was hoping that he was going to win Player of the Year, but Levi actually won. But again, Levi did pretty well.
Yeah, he certainly did pretty well. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like there's a little bit of a switcheroo coming in from Pure Esports. It is Index77 who actually comes in place of Clutch Boy. You know, it is going to be an interesting substitute. Pure Esports, I think I see they've kind of impressed me so far with their macros and with the way they move about. But then that one team that I was watching out for, that is Duke Esports, I really love their aggression.
Okay, you know, Duke Esports has been playing really macroly as well, and it makes a lot of sense as well. Like I said as well, I think this is the most stacked lobby just because of the things that they do, the macro decisions, how they zone control and everything. You only see these mostly in T1 lobbies, and Duke Esports, Alive Again Esports, and also, I wouldn't say Pure, but more like Royal Emperor and NRX, they are in the same position that they love zoning people off. But Duke Esports takes a little bit of a higher level of risk, in my opinion, and they somehow got away with it. So I want to see how they handle Erengil once more. Rondo was a complete flop, not really their fault, just because they were caught too long inside Neox Factory, but even then they still won their fights. They got out to the final end game zone.
You know, I think one of the reasons why Phoenix hasn't really been able to adapt inside of this lobby is because of the difference in play. I feel like when they were playing inside of the grind, they had more familiar names inside of the lobby as well. They understood how their rotations function. We saw that little bit of rotation on the map of Rondo as well. It seemed like Phoenix had no idea, no information on where the team was positioned. It was just straight up a blind slam into that position and try and get it away. Some fights actually get in your favor in that aspect, in that style, but not everyone. But with last 2 more games remaining, 8 points away from that 7th position, I highly doubt that Phoenix Esports are making it.
Now, to give you guys a little bit of context as well, Phoenix Esports had one of the roughest Miramar games yesterday. First game, they were drop clashed by multiple teams. Couldn't really get a lot of loots, that's number 1. Number 2, second time it happened, they actually found a way to maneuver out and made it towards the endgame zone, which is great. But the Erengil match that they played, they would drop clash right from the get-go. They won that fight, but as soon as they won that fight and got out, they were actually gatekept by a different team who coincidentally rotated in, and that was pretty much Royal Emperor in the play. So again, Phoenix Esports has not had a great time at all, not just because they did not get contested or what, they're just getting obstacles after obstacles, layers after layers, and it's going to be a problem for them. And hopefully this time they are going to be able to get out their usual drop spots and rotate their way through here, because Rondo, they did pretty okay, but endgame, ooh, that was rough. That was a mistake. That was a clear, apparent mistake.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's not just a run form as well. You look at the way Viper was playing inside of the grind, he was one of the players to watch out for, was in that top 5 players list. Where is he right now? That impact is not there anymore. It's not just about maps, it's not just about the playstyle. I feel like last 2 maps, Somraj is going to be hoping for a miracle that he has done over the course of years. Of course, it is round 2 of BGIS. We're supposed to be talking about the new names, but it still does not hit my stomach right now that Phoenix Esports, they are on the brink of death. But enough about this team. I think there are a couple of new names I want to understand from you. Alive Again Esports, what is wrong with this team and how are they playing so well?
See, that's the thing, right? I asked this the second time now, and this is going to be the third time me asking about this team. Why are they not signed yet? This team is playing absolutely crazy. Their game sense is spot on. Their decision making is spot on. Their cover fire is great. Their macro is great. Everything has been spot on to the wall. One thing I really don't like is the aggression. But again, they get away with it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, these are kind of the things that you get punished in a T1 lobby. But knowing that this is just a round 3 lobby and them being demonstrating their confidence, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But again, if I'm already having like 50 over points and there's like 2 more matches again, you know what? I'll just do whatever heck I want. And guess what? They sucked up all the points for everybody else who is desperately needing these points to make it a top 7.
You should be doing that as well. And I think they've gauged the strength of the lobby so far. They've understood the majority of the firefights they can take. They might just be winning it. I feel like these are extremely 4 young, confident lads who are just playing in from the comfort of their homes right now. They understand that, alright, fine, boys, we're going to win every fight. Let's just decide how do we want to dance inside of the lobby instead. And they certainly are doing it phenomenally. Now, with Alive Again Esports doing so well, you've got Pure Esports being very consistent. Your Prism again coming back into the mix of things. I feel like there aren't really a lot of spaces inside the top 7 for you to actually qualify.
Agreed. Prism has been very, very consistent yesterday as well, but that chicken dinner was a huge clutch coming from Blake Jord as well. I think this kind of shows how difficult it is to actually play against teams that you don't really know about as well. And again, 4 teams already wowed our minds here in this particular group, and these 4 teams are the ones that, who the heck are these guys? That's number 1. Okay. And number 2, another team that I want to talk about is going to be Shakti Krida as well. They have been consistently getting points in yesterday's game, and even just now, yes, they bowed out a little bit early, but they still got like 4 to 5, 6 finishes before they actually close out as well. So that's going to be something that I think Shakti Krida, they are lacking in terms of macro rotation and timings. They're a little bit off in terms of timings on when to rotate, circle what, but in terms of gunplay and basics and foundation, they are still a very, very solid team, which again, I think Phoenix Esports may consider just sticking back to basics right now because they're overthinking a lot of decisions and they may have made mistakes that may look like a rookie mistake from Necro's perspective, where he said like, why is Phoenix doing this kind of plays? But from a high T1 lobby, no one in their right minds would be camping on this corner out in the open with 3 guys and with Somraj running over and realizing that, why are there 3 guys here out in the open? And yeah, he lost that fight, but still, why would you be there?
I mean, that is the unpredictability, ladies and gentlemen, and that is what we vouched for inside of BGIS as well. You've got to be prepared, and it seems like Phoenix Esports, they are falling a little short. We'll find out the last 2 games, this one on the map of Irang.
The second map for today is on its way, and it is going to be map 5 here for Group 4 itself. It is going to be the map of Erangel, and we've seen only 1 game of Erangel from them yesterday itself, and things were a little bit spicy. And this map is going to be a day of comebacks for some of these teams trying to secure their spots in towards the top 7 to qualify for round 3. It is now or never for a lot of these teams. And of course, now the flight path going to be coming in from the center of Stauber and then ending towards the outskirts of Quarry, a pretty northwestern shift. And right from the get-go, we do see a couple of teams already dropping in, and SKE has already made their drop. Season 8 as well is going to be heading towards the Povka. But interesting enough, are we going to see a Pachinki drop clash? Because we did see Special Grade drop there and contest Phoenix Esports. But it seems like, I think that Live Again Esports may consider dropping to Pachinki this time. Or are they going towards the boatyard?
We'll find out.
Okay, that is not looking good.
I am completely on the same page with you. I see my eyes are gunned on that position of Pachinki. Which are the teams trying to actually get that spot for themselves? If Phoenix Esports are also looking to contest it, because you've got a little bit of a widespread towards your sniper, and you've got 3 teams out there already. Casualties happening. What on earth, ladies and gentlemen? You've just got 2 more opportunities to make it inside round 3. Seems like teams want to take a strong start. Now, I see mathematically speaking, 28 is what the barrier stands at the 7th position. It's still not impossible for even the 16th position team. 2 chicken dinners they might actually be in. But to get that momentum going, you've got to start strong. You've got to start early on. And this game serves as a little bit of a platform. Have a look at this. Once again, you've got SG versus Phoenix Esports, who are looking to duke it out, but Simp is too much into the enemy territory, and I'm not liking it, I see.
Now, based on the point standings on the right as well, Special Grade has gotten 0 points, so technically this should be 3 points for Phoenix Esports, but this actually hurts Phoenix Esports because of the fact that, number 1, they have to take their own sweet time to clear this out, and then even to win the fight, provided they don't take casualties, it's going to burn down a lot of the time. And while this is actually happening as well, look at the far horizon. We've got Alive Again Esports outside as well, looking to try and third-party this. I don't know what's up, but for some reason, Phoenix Esports, this entire 5 games has been hard targeted by the undergods. Like, I don't know if this is fair or what, but it's just, this is not nice.
It is fair, man. It is a battle royal at the end of the day. You can choose to, you know, wake up with violence. You can choose to be the Kingslayers, and that is what these undergods are planning to do. But I think Phoenix Esports have understood what the situation was growing up to be over there. They are looking to fall back, but on the other side, it seems like a little bit of a battle going on. 7 Majestic Gods. A player caught out in the open. It was Spray, who has been completely finished off. Team No Way get off the mark with that first finish.
Yep. That is, well, No Way, I would say, is going to be in a situation where for them to make a bounce back, they need a chicken dinner, at least for this game, if they want to stand a chance to actually try and qualify, which I think, I don't really want to count them out, but I think they're pretty much done for, at least for round 2. Considering that they've just lost one guy, nothing much can do. They've only got 8 points. Same can be said for Special Grade, same can be said for Season 8 as well, has only got 8 points. Yeah, Red Smiles will also pretty much be done for as well, unless they, like, what, get back-to-back chicken dinners with 10 finishes. That's the mathematical sound play, but reality-wise, I don't think they are capable of. But seems like Phoenix, they may have just lost one player as Alive Again Esports goes in for the drop clash, and this is the second time that Alive Again Esports has collided with Phoenix Esports, and right from the get-go, Phoenix losing one player. This might be it. This just might be the end of Phoenix Esports.
Potentially. I can see it halfway there already, but you know what I see? Very interesting movement coming in from Alive Again. Just giving in that breathing room to Phoenix so that they feel like, alright, fine, it seems like the threat isn't really there. And as soon as the guard is down, Phoenix Esports are struck like thunder. Alive Again Esports, what a beautiful split they have. It's almost as if they've got complete control of this entire Pochinki region. And of course, there's reasons behind why they've got 76 points inside of the lobby. I'm looking at the disparity. Look at that 76 on the first position, and then you've got 42 direct. This is an insane level of domination that we've seen from this team so far, and Somi now wants to double down on it, taking down Phoenix Esports in the process. Does have the PP Bison, but this time the shotgun strike. Sim finds the first one on board. Can he reply back in kind, I see?
Yeah, that's huge as well. Sit down, get the heck out of my lobby as well, get out of my town. That's going to be Phoenix Esports' game plan here. We spoke it down, they have to continue the journey here, but can they find more? But Sim, he loses his life here, Rex. OG was able to trade him off, but now Viper, he needs to clutch things big time, and he will get the refrag as well. So they are going to be in this stalemate, but little did they know, Special Grade is coming in to try and say hello as well. As will this points be gobbled up, or will Phoenix Esports actually lose out on this trade-off as well, because they are on an uphill battle for Phoenix Esports.
Yeah, it's actually so unfortunate knowing Somraj hates giving away his drop spots, especially whenever there's a collision. He'll always try and challenge you. But it seems like this round 2 did not really serve quite well to him. Every time dropping in on Pochinki and facing teams like Alive Again as well as the other one. It's always going to be difficult. And now, and also imagine this, I mean, being a tier 1 side, being a championship winning roster, does it really suit you to give up your drop location to just mere no-namers, undergods?
Whoa. Well,
that is a mindset which all of these athletes go through, and I feel like that is also one of the reasons why they fall.
Well, at the same time, they've got to fight right now, but Somraj finds the opener here. That's going to be 3 points here. For Phoenix Esports, they are going to be able to come up with top, but they need more than this, and they need to wrap this up as quickly as they can here. Because as of yet, Phoenix Esports, yes, they're winning this fight. Yes, they are still somehow able to defend this. And unfortunately, they've lost Smoker, but circle-wise, they need to get out. They don't have vehicles, they need to stock up. They're just wasting so much time in this stalemate. And weirdly enough, Zone is somewhat including Pochinki, but it's going to shift down south. So getting out this late in the game, 6 minutes has passed. Normally in the tier 1 lobby, we are going to see major rotations right from the get-go. So this is taking too long here for Phoenix Esports. And Alive Again Esports, like I said, they are here to play the spoil sports.
I think I was expecting this pace of play, especially when I knew that all the teams, there's massive disparity. Alive Again Esports just being on the aggressive front. Meanwhile, Phoenix Esports just trying to keep their position alive. But you mentioned correctly, I think had it been a tier 1 lobby, majority of these teams, they would have been sweating bullets by now. They would have completely gotten into a state of panic, because I guess with the circle being a rather hybrid circle, having half of it on top of military base, half of it on the mainland, it's always going to be difficult for you to find where is it going to be ending. But we'll find out if Phoenix Esports can wrap up this fight quick. As Alive Again, they're still holding on the edges. I love the fact that they're not charging in, but they're also not giving up the exit. Like, we might die, but we're going to take you down with us.
Yeah, that's exactly the game plan, right? Look at this. No meds, no utilities, no nothing. Rex OG is just like, you know what? If I get one confirmation, I'm good. I'm just going to ruin the game for the Phoenix Esports, which, again, it is going to happen. But it seems like Rex OG actually backs off. He doesn't want to really overcommit to this. But Phoenix, they're still stuck. They know there's still people around as well. Special Grade still leaving with one player kind of lurking around. And I think Viper did spot out Rex OG in the far horizon. So He is going to try and capitalize on this, but Rex OG, he is pretty much stuck as well. All he needs to do is just wait. And in this case, Viper, that small little pixel is all he needs. And he should be able to get the confirmation, but as of yet, he's going to back off. And Zone is about to close in as well. This is going to waste a little bit more time. Phoenix Esports says, you know what, let's just not commit to that because they need to get out of Zone, and the Zone actually shifts in towards Gatka Quarry region. So it is pretty open here. And I think the teams in Pochinki, they're done for.
Potentially. At least one team is going to survive, I think, in my opinion. Depends on whether or not they make it out of this fight quite healthy, or do they also suffer casualties in the process. You've got Special Grade who have suffered majority of it. 3 of their players are down already. It's just one man who is still up. But I think brilliant call coming in from the IGL to just not make a move, try and get that passivity going on. If you do find the opportunity, make sure you strike. But then other than that, there's no reason to break this fight open. Special Grade, they're taking things slow. But on the other side, Phoenix Esports, I think now all of a sudden the panic is going to come through, IC, because you can see from the movements, they are palpitating. They want to finish off this fight as quickly as possible and go on their rotation. But it seems like that is going to be a story for another day.
Oh boy. Speaking of a story here, again, Phoenix Esports is stuck. There's just no way out. Like, if they got onto the finish on Veggie right here, they should be able to get out, considering that, you know, Alive Again Esports has got the west side completely locked out. At least coming from the east side, they have some sort of disengage point. But the problem here remains, where are those vehicles? There's only, like, what, 2-3 vehicles on the sides?
Yeah.
The workbench is on towards the garage is on the west side, and near the Harry Potter has got about, what, 1 vehicle there. Aside from those 2, it is going to be far south. So, again, Phoenix Esports, 10 minutes, not found a single vehicle, still clearing all these compounds, needs a way to get out. They probably need to tank zone onto zone 3 before they can actually get out, but even then, Mets is going to be on all-time low.
This is like one of my friends.
Did he just
kamikaze
himself?
I think he's actually going for it.
Wow, Reggie, really, Reggie? Wow, okay. Okay.
Funny stuff, man. Let it rip. I love this already. Prism Esports on the other side, they are going to be in the midst of battle. It is going to be lads from Royal Emperor who are going on their merry rotation. But what a fight did we witness inside of Pochinki. He's kind of like one of my friends. Veggie over there. Every time 3 of us would get knocked out or something would used to happen, he's like, alright, fine, I'm give up. I'm not even going to try.
Speaking of trying here, Royal Emperor, they're going to be taking shots onto his Prism, who just found themselves a small little warehouse to work with. But for now, this is just brutal to watch here. At least for Royal Emperor, you know, they've got a little bit of patience to work with, but they're just not having enough meds, which is weird, considering that they were uncontested. But I guess now I can see why. Center control, pretty much safe and sound. Don't really want to fight anyone. You
know, I want to go back to Pochinki and once again find out if Team Alive again are chasing down Phoenix Esports at this point. Because Phoenix Esports, I think they have been looking at the finish speed. They understand that, alright, fine, at least one threat from that Pochinki lobby is completely gone. It's done and dusted. But one more still remains. But from the outskirts of the circle, it is Team Red Smile who are coming in, acting like scavengers. They did pick off that one finish point right at the get-go itself. Chasing down yet another shots taken. But they don't really connect as of now. Stark trying his best to once again get a little bit of connection over there. But it seems like Red Smile, they're going to be happy with just one elimination point. Need to also find their way inside the circle. Now the circle, I see, is completely out in the open. You have to struggle if you want to build yourself covers and actually want your end game to be in your favor.
Well, speaking of end game to being in favor right now, you know what's not favoring Phoenix right now? Getting mocked by every single one here. That's just so sad. But speaking of which, your Team Ghost might be expecting a little bit of company here as Red Smiles is going to be looking to push up, but I don't think they realize that Sparky is there. And of course, for these guys watching at home, Discovery Island is available. The more you play, the more you will fuel the BGIS 2026 prize pool. So that means we'll increase the prize pool. Simple, right? Pretty straightforward, right? The more you play, the more you increase.
It is very simple, but it is also very crucial as well. I think I would love to see my BGIS prize pool amp up by almost double. You know, it's going to be interesting. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you can actually do that. Sitting at your home, playing classic matches like these, enjoying the game as well. No investment needed, by the way. You win rewards while taking part in the Discovery Island matches. So it is a win-win condition for you. And so is the case for Red Smile as they get their second finish off the block. I love the fact that Red Smile are taking things extremely calm, extremely passive. But going back to this fight, I love the way Alive again made their presence felt. Yes, for sure, they could not convert these close-range encounters, I see. But, you know, the way they were holding the exits, I was like, alright, fine. This team knows how to actually deal with the top dogs.
Yeah, and Veggie here, I don't know what I was thinking as well, because him denying the point is one thing, but this is just so weird.
I think he had a major washroom break. He needed a washroom break.
Probably, but fortunately for Phoenix, they do manage to somehow get out, which is a good sign, but they're still under-looted as well. You can look at this. Viper's only got 6 bandages. That's going to be a little bit of a problem for them. Meanwhile, No Rules Extreme going to be playing from the west side, as they are going to keep 7 Majestic Gods on the cusp here. As Sprays comes in, looking to try and deny some of those vehicles. But they are getting zoned now. The circle actually shifts into the middle here, but 7 Majestic God, they actually find one of the players outside. Interesting.
This is actually very interesting, but I'm not really sure if the position is going to be of good use for them elsewhere. Of course, it is going to be 2 more teams duking it out. Season 8 holding on to their lives by a little thread by now. Retro Live gets yet another knock. 2 more players remain. Does get a little bit of time to go in for that reeve, while it seems like the other team, they are closing in the distance. Cavalry does arrive, the backup in time, of course, but will the revival complete or the nades flush in? Big question, I see.
Very, very big question. Zyrus, he's stuck. He needs to go up, but they're blocked. They're body blocked by the knocked man, and just like that, On God gets the flush through, and Season 8 goes down just like that. What a blunder. And On God will be able to come on top here. Small little victories go a long way, but again, chicken dinner is what they need if they want to stand a chance to qualify for top 7. Meanwhile, Duke Esports, look at this. They've gone alive again. Esports completely pinned. You blow up the hovercraft and you're done for. What a death trap. Vision, he's okay, but he's got 2 guys stuck in and they're stuck. No way out. The perfect death trap. The nades comes through the cracks and they get completely shut down. What a disgusting way of taking out the opponent here, Duke Esports.
It's almost 200 IQ to actually trap your opponents down and watch them burn in hell. That is exactly what they tried to do. I love it, Duke Esports. You've got some swagger, but elsewhere, RCB from the backlines, they try to pull up a little bit of that amplified aggression. It seems like it's been brought down once again. Duke Esports on the fly. Vision gets taken down. A little bit of a trade back coming through as well. Entro does have the arm with him, the Arctic Warfare Magnum. It's been a while I've seen this weapon in competitive play, but here it come from the backlines. Phoenix Esports out of nowhere. Now all of a sudden a winning position against Duke Esports. It's just one man standing, I see.
Yeah, they need all these points as well. Phoenix Esports, they desperately need all this as well. Phantom going to be out in the open. The sprays come through. Connection is good, and Phoenix Esports cleans them all out. And they do get 2 points out of this as well. What a timing from Phoenix Esports. They finally got out. And it seems like the grind teams are a grind team for a reason. Despite the obstacles being laid on towards them, they found the perfect timing to restock, and this is exactly what they need to bounce back.
This was a pretty big climb, by the way. Look at the overall standings. They took down their closest competitors. RCB has been pushed down on that 9th spot. Phoenix Esports at least build a platform for themselves. If they do manage to get a few more points from this one and maybe potentially from the next one as well, Phoenix Esports, they are going to be through. But that also means teams like Shakti Krida, for them, risks are going to get amplified a lot. Phoenix Esports, they're playing it from the edges, like we talked about IC during the pre-show as well. Go back to your basics, try and fix it out. Do not take those early battles. And that is exactly what Phoenix did.
I'm glad that they're doing this as well. Like, ignore macro gameplay, just stick to basics, and they're doing fantastically well. Meanwhile, let's take a little bit of replay here on how Season 8 actually may have dropped this ball here. Retro Life may have found the opener, but his teammate was blocking the stairs as well. He was able to get a couple trades in, but look at this. They're all clumped up the corner. They can't really move up or down. They're just body blocking each other, and because of that, they just get completely flush. Very, very unfortunate.
You know, I think the rule of competitive play is always to not get hunkered down in one corner. That is the first, or rather the most important thing that is being taught whenever you try and enter your competitive play. Majority of the coaches will tell you, you know, the nades can take you out, the shotguns can take you out. It's a wide range of targets that becomes quite easy for the opponents to actually strike. Similar things happen in front of us as well, but these trivial mistakes do happen, especially during the earlier rounds of BGIS. Majority of them are playing their first ever official match, or rather their first ever official tournament, so understandably so experience not really there. But look at this, Tizano. This man was flying high in the last game. I did spot a little bit of a brilliance coming in from him. This match yet to trouble the scorers that well. 4 finishes on the block, 4 team on board already, but this time Norway have actually caught them from the back. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, seems like they might find another one as well, because 7 Majestic Gods, they crumble from the sides. Legends able to find 2. Mayang is down, and Smokey is going to be running out in the open here, maybe caught by a different angle. But as of yet, the zone actually shifts all the way towards the north side as well, and Prism, they themselves are at the center of the zone, sharing it with going to be Pure Esports on the northwest corner. 2 compounds separating this entire circle, and everybody needs to push around them as well. That's going to be a tricky spot to be in.
Talking about a tricky spot, look at this, Shakti Krida. All of a sudden, out in the open, we almost thought that this man, Prime Carl, was about to get taken down, about to get run over, but he finally managed to survive. Good nade coming in, gets the re-knock as well. The revive might just be there. But is Shakti Krida aware of the fact that Phoenix Esports have been lurking in their backlines for a while? Carl could not dodge that nade. Brilliant stuff coming in from Draxor as well. He is trying to bury the land, try and buy time for his comrade to get back up, but it seems to be a lot more difficult. What just happened? Shakti Krida's vision just comes in with this buggy and runs him over.
Nicely done here, coming from Vision. Wasn't expecting that, but okay, nice little cleanup. But 7 teams remaining, and that's going to be 23 left alive in this game. Shakti Krida, in this case, Vision's got a lot of heavy lifting to do here. He's all by himself. There's only so much he can do. He is getting a lot of space here in the zone, which is a good sign. But for now, let's talk about the 2 big bosses in this game. And these 2 teams, which is Pure and Prism, as you can see on the view on this map as well, from the drone view, you can see that every single team needs to push into them. And it is pretty much out in the open as well. Center control is going to be somewhere in between Prism and Pure.
Yeah.
Probably based on the circle shift, but even then, they should be able to work together to take out everybody else before going towards the endgame zone.
You know, I like NRX and their position as well, I see, because from the backlines, they can actually go round the circle and find their clearer spots more towards the southern side of the circle. Gets pretty interesting on where does the circle end up. This is, of course, going to be the 6th stage, ladies and gentlemen, and it does end up on top of Pure and Prism once again. Now, this is interesting. You've got compounds, you've got hard cover, you've got brilliant numbers on your behalf. Can these 2 teams make the most out of it? You've got a lot of threats as well, I see, in this situation. You've got Team No Rules Extreme, who are coming in from the back lines. Pure has always to be aware about their presence. You've got Phoenix Esports, who can strike and anytime take away those compounds away from you. And along with them, you've also got Royal Emperor.
Yeah, but at the same time here, talking about Royal Emperor, yeah, I agree as well. They are going to be part of the bosses to actually kind of figure out where they're going to be. Are they going to be pushed in or not, considering they do have a decent compound from northeast corner. So Phoenix, now they have to make a call here. Seems like instead of going for a triple car push, they are going to be looking for a 1-2, using Viper as a bait, probably for the bait and switch here. I think it does give them a little bit of a fair shot to actually push wherever they want, but the question here is, we're still waiting for noise, and by this endgame zone, surprise enough, there's only 7 teams, so I don't think Phoenix Esports is going to be able to find a perfect third party, especially from what we are seeing on this peripheral vision, or what we know. And they are going to go for a mad dash as well. Prism is going to be the ones that actually fired up, but it seems like they are going to go for the slam instead, and here they come. Prism, Maroon may have missed every single shot, and Phoenix, they are coming in. The jump shot comes through, and they take one out. And just like that, Phoenix Esports, they take a compound for themselves, and Prism could not shut them down. The counter nades are there, but are they going to connect is going to be the question. No, they will not. And Phoenix, they get a successful push in.
You know, they get the compound for themselves, bring down the numbers, and now it's a 3v3. For Prism, yes, last game they were absolutely phenomenal, but to repeat that same performance here again, it's going to be a little difficult for them. Especially up against when you've got Titans in the form of Phoenix Esports. You saw the way they are looking confidence. Yes, there were initial jitters, but it seems like those jitters have been shook away. They are doing pretty well, but to stack up on those problems from the back lines, NRX, No Rules Extreme, they are taking these shots, which does amp up questions in my mind. Are Prism going to be able to take that fight clean? Because I don't think so. There are too many players, there are too many angles, and I don't think they're checking every single one of them.
Well, it is... That's the thing, right? Like, for them to check, there's only so much. They already messed up with the initial push. Right now, they can work together to shut down teams on the outside.
Yeah.
But it all comes down to this zone right now, which in 30 seconds here is going to probably be close in between Pure and Prism once more. Which again is going to be a tough spot here because Prism, they are going to be expecting another company because No Way is coming through. And it seems like shots are fired as well from Pure to try and chime in to help them out. And just like that, Prism Esports going to be caught in crossfire. And Phoenix may look to try and challenge this. But guess what? Action pushing into his Phoenix, not realizing there is another team. And he gets taken out. And Phoenix now needs to go in for the reset here. They can't really third party this. Prism is down a player, and Legend from No Way is on the hunt to try and deny them as well. He takes 1 point out, and that's going to be Prism losing a player, but he will still come up on top.
And Team No Way, they actually just came in and spoiled the games for both these two teams and just went out. That was weird, to be honest. The push against Prism and against Phoenix Esports, it was separated. Their players and their firepower was distributed this time. Once again, Blake Jord finds a little bit of connection on top of Simp. And I guess now Somraj has been brought back up, but will be tasked to get this fallen comrade back again. And he falls. Prism Esports on a roll this time as Trix OG wants to cover in the distance. From the backlines, there are going to be shots coming through, but he still survives. Another need being cooked up. It might actually connect. Will it be the end for Phoenix Esports? Big question to be found, but no, wait! This is once again Viper, and with the shotgun, he survives. 6 eliminations for this lad. Phoenix Esports with 9. They certainly are doing pretty good right now, I see.
What a clutch. What a clutch. That was a very, very insane clutch as well. But now they need to get out as well because Pure is going to be slammed in from the north side as well. No Rule is going to be chiming in. And there is a lot of smokes on towards Pure Esports. So they are pretty blind from the north side right now. And Phoenix may be looking to try and capitalize on this as well, as Pure is not marking them. But little do they know, Royal Emperor from the east side is going to be the ones that actually try and take shots here to try and potentially snatch away the chicken dinner. So No Rules, if they find an opener, they might go in for the slam in. So it is going to be a battle between 4 teams. And it is going to be a very crucial one here. Right now, disadvantage on Phoenix and also Royal Emperor here based on this zone.
But I see, have a look up top. I love the fact that No Rules Extreme, they're not directly participating in these fights, but they are observing extremely closely. And now, looking at Royal Emperor, looking at Pure, especially when either one of these teams do take a fall, I guess it is going to be No Rules Extreme to snatch away the position away from them. I love the way they are being patient, and this time, it is going to be Royal Emperor who find the opening. Viper has been knocked off. Phoenix, they do have time to go in for the reset, but no ambush yet. As No Rules Extreme, they keep on knocking on the doors of Royal Emperor. Nades after nades. They are getting tossed, but no connections being found, I see.
Yeah, just right now, patience needs to be very, very crucial here for Phoenix, at least if they want to push out, because Royal Emperor's got the mark, No Rules Extreme's got this 2 compounds mark. And the question here is, No Rules Extreme, they also need those chicken dinners if they want to secure the top 7 qualification here. So it is the stakes are pretty high for at least these 4 teams. Not so much for Pure, but all these 4 teams, they need to defend the top 7. And as of yet, 28 seconds left before the circle actually starts to move, and they are forced to push inside Pure. Phoenix Esports still has some sort of a little bit of cover here on the southeast corner, so they may consider just waiting things out here and wait for maybe No Rules or Royal Emperor to make a move first before they make a pounce. Which in this case is about to happen in 8 seconds, but Phoenix Esports, they're already preemptively smoking here.
Yeah.
To get in.
To be honest, I feel like Phoenix Esports, they are also getting a hint of what I am getting as well. I feel like all of a sudden situations have changed. Now they are in a position where they can get the chicken dinner potentially if Pure and their hard covers get absolutely exploited. From the backlines, of course, Royal Emperor, they're trying to make a move. No, wait. I thought they were trying to make that push No, they are actually playing in from the ridge, which can be extremely risky. Somraj with the nade wants to connect one. It was brilliant. A little bit of HP chipped away, but it seems like Royal Emperor, they are going to be fine. But how do you counter this Hellfire that is coming through? You've got the rest of the cavalry coming in. Few more nades tossed up. Phoenix Esports versus Royal Emperor, and the first man falls.
This is huge. This is huge as well. They needed that small little shack as well. The corner to work with. Phoenix, they may have just completely dismantled Royal Emperor here. They all trapped in the corner. Somraj needs to go for the push. Goes for the pre-fire, and they go down as well. That's 3 down for Royal Emperor. And Phoenix Esports, they hold on, and they've got them completely boxed in. And Phoenix, they've just lost Sim. Attention's on them. Now, Orcas looking to go for the counter nade here, to go for the reset as well. But Phoenix, they need to push out those compounds. It's not exactly in zone. And now stage 9 is about to begin. And the circle is going to close in on towards Pure. Phoenix, they're in the corner. But the nades from Viper gets the knock through. And just like that, Royal Emperor, they're skirming. They're swarmed, and they are cornered, and they are completely out of the game.
You know, when chances are almost dead, that is when the Phoenix do rise. And certainly this time as well, they rise from the ashes. Pure Esports, they're still trying to hold down to their fortress, but it seems like they've taken a massive hit as 2 players have been taken down. 1 more has been knocked. It's all down to Syndex, who confirms yet another finish. Just an inch of space to actually work with the No Rules Extreme from the backlines. They've been finished off as well. Phoenix Esports, they charge in. It's a 2v1 situation, and Viper looking in top form. 8 finishes already for this lad. The shotgun strike, and Phoenix Esports, they get themselves a chicken dinner. Something which was so unprecedented, but they still find a way to survive.
Oh my god, Phoenix Esports, you shouldn't have won this, but well done. What a hold, what a defense, and guess what? Phoenix Esports got themselves one of the biggest comebacks from this game. Just like, I thought they were done for. Like, they were gatecapped by Alive Gain Esports, they were messed up by Duke Esports, they were messed up by Special Grade, but for some reason, they got all those timings down to the T. The push was perfect on towards Prism. Like Royal Emperor, from their perspective, why would they push Phoenix? Was because of the fact that in that endgame zone, there's this small little corner which gives them a little bit of safety nets against the teams that is shooting from inside.
Yeah.
But the moment he took that spot first, Phoenix just got them in a complete corner there and just bombarded them as well. That was just so smart, but patience. Just, again, the key word here from Phoenix was patience paid off.
Yeah, you know, I think the only thing which Royal Emperor could have potentially done differently was, instead of just going in for the dip, they should have just pushed up on Phoenix Esports themselves. They had the numbers advantage going. Maybe due to some positive trades, they could have won that fight and potentially the chicken dinner, but that does not really matter. We'll move on to the final blow, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, it was just an absolute masterclass from Phoenix Esports right at the end. And not just Phoenix Esports, I think majority of the credit has to be given to Viper, because man accumulated 9 eliminations from that game and saved Phoenix Esports and their lives multiple times during the course of that game.
What a comeback though, really, just what a comeback. Pure Esports, they had a little bit of an idea on how to zone everybody out as well, but as soon as No Rules was pushing in, they were smoked off, and all the smokes surrounding this actually gave Phoenix Esports a free path to actually sneak up to them, because of the fact that they're trying to play for position points, which again, Pure Esports did make it to the top 2.
Absolutely, they don't really care much as well, because they might just have crossed on that cutoff mark. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about stats from that chicken dinner, it seems like Phoenix Esports frenzy of finishes over there. 15 eliminations racked up. Viper with 1169 points of damage. Somraj with 4 himself. Smoker this time falling a little short, but it's still going to be fine. Is it a little bit of a welcome back for Phoenix Esports, I say, because we certainly had seen them on a negative trend before this, but I did mention I have a curse and I did not want to speak positively about Phoenix Esports. Now you see the result. Yeah.
Okay. But still, again, with this much points in this chicken dinner here, it does give them a little bit of a shot here to hold the top 7. But the next game that they play, they need at least 4 to 5 points at least if they want to stand a chance to actually qualify for round 3 here. But again, this one was one of the toughest comebacks that Phoenix Esports need to pull, despite the obstacles into its Pochinki, despite the crashes as well. A lot of things could have gone wrong, but sticking to the basics is what I'm looking for, and I'm really glad this actually happened. MVP for Viper.
Yeah, actually the switch do from that fight in Pochinki to the rest of the game was actually pretty brilliant. We'll talk about that, but before, of course, you've got Viper right at the tippity top. 9 eliminations, nobody even close to him. And a survival time of almost 30 minutes. You've got 1169 points of damage. You've got Somraj on the second position up the ladder. 4 finishes for this man. You've got Legend with 3, INOP with 3, as well as Syndex from Pure Esports with 3 as well. Not a very high finish number coming in from Pure, but still a very consistent performance. 13 points accumulated. Phoenix Esports 25, NRX. Now, this is where the gap really begins. No Rules Extreme, 9 points. No such movements on the overall standing. Same goes for Royal Emperor as well. 6 points, no such movement. Prism were already decent. No Way as well could not really find a way.
I think, based on this game from Phoenix Esports, they're qualified for round 3.
Yeah, potentially.
I think they're pretty much qualified here with this one game as well. So this is really, really impressive because there's just one more game to go. But let's take a look at the overall standings. And yes, Phoenix is on the 5th position with 45 points. The highest points on cutoff from Group 1 and 2 was 44 points. So technically, Phoenix, they're not exactly in the clear area yet because, you know, there is a potential of RCB, you know, NW, Red Smile, and maybe On God pulls a big game in the last game here to kick them down. But even then, I think they're safe.
You know, I think only Shakti Krida, they're the only team who are in that position where they can actually come back 32 points and 41 points. Just a difference of 9 points in between them. But other than that, I mean, RCB and No Way, they seem to be too far away from that qualification barrier. Of course, it's still mathematically possible. You need to find 16 points from one game with a chicken dinner and bank on the fact that the team at the 7th position, they just bombs the game. But knowing Phoenix Esports, once they have found the groove, I think they are not really going to suffer.
Yeah, it took them 5 games. It took them 5 games to pull a game like that, and I'm like, okay, you know, call us biased or not, again, that was really impressive because technically, like, I was a little bit mad that why is everybody targeting Phoenix? Miramar has happened, Erangel has happened, Rondo didn't really happen that much. They messed up, but this game, oof, I'm glad. I'm happy, but I'm impressed. I'm really impressed.
Now the question remains, will No Rules Extreme retain their positions at the top 7? Because just one more game remains. And of course, there are so many teams chasing out. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back with the last game of Group 4. But that happens after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Round 2 Group 4 has been nothing short of a thunderstorm so far. 5 matches, we've crossed the 41-point barrier, and just one game begins, or rather remains, to actually decide the fate of so many teams who are still battling for their dreams, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, joining alongside with me is going to be the Necro Man back on the desk. Of course, after a comeback from Phoenix Esports, I want to know your thoughts. Do you think Phoenix Esports can retain their slot?
To be honest, yes, there's a big chance now that they've also got the win of the sales. There's definitely a chance they might just run away with that momentum. But looking at the cutoff as well, man, there's still one more game remaining, and it's already up to 41 points. There's a big chance it might just go around 50 as well.
There's a very big chance it can actually go up till 50 points. But ladies and gentlemen, do you know that it's not the cutoff that can actually go up higher? You can actually amp up the prize pool of BGIS 2026 as well. All you've got to do is go inside of your game, play your matches through Discovery Island, and while you do so, you are going to get points for yourself, and those points get accumulated and get added to the BGIS prize pool. And if I am not mistaken, you can actually push it up much higher than the 2CR plus that has been announced already. While doing that, you also get yourself rewards, so it is a win-win condition for every single one of you. So make sure you go inside of your game and play your matches inside of the Discovery Island. But coming back to our island off the map of Erangel. Now, I was not expecting Phoenix Esports to come out from a position where they were once again being drop clashed inside of Pochinki, but you know, Necro, Phoenix Esports, I knew them already. The rest of the faces, they were new names on the block, and I certainly am impressed by Alive Again. I want to see them in the further rounds.
I'm pretty sure Alive Again is, of course, going to be there in the further rounds. It's not even a question. Currently sitting at the top of the charts as well, with the most amount of points accumulated in the overall standings. Speaking of Phoenix Esports a little bit, though, Alive Again Esports, that was a nice try. They tried to target Phoenix Esports in Pochinki. They really wanted to kick him out, but then Alive Again Esports realized, all right, we're burning through too much time. It's better to just make it inside of the circle first. And even that's what Phoenix Esports thought of. Even you saw Phoenix Esports just backing away from the sidelines, moving inside of the circle later on. But I still love that aggression coming through from Phoenix Esports. Not really getting suppressed by the pace of the lobby. Instead, still just out there taking those fights.
You know, I feel like their second approach to actually not really pushing in against any team, coming in from the edges, trying to actually take care of their backlines, taking care of their risks, and then moving forward. I think that is something which worked. And then again, we saw Viper in top form. Man was just clutching in day and day out. Games like this isn't really going to happen against Phoenix Esports, but what does bring me to my mind is, can Phoenix Esports adapt quickly to the lobby inside of round 3? Because now, even if they qualify, I'm not really sure if they can adapt well against the younger teams.
Yeah, definitely there's going to be a lot of question marks, but that's for the later, right? Speaking of Viper right now, Viper had to cover for himself and even Smoker, because Smoker got knocked out and finished off the rip in that Pochinki Island, and we all knew the moment that happened, of course, problems were going to start to stack up. For Phoenix Esports, there could have been a potential chance that this could have been another flop game, but then Viper just pops off like a brilliant man, secures so many frags. He had to cover for himself and even Smoker.
Absolutely.
And those 9 frags on the board, that has been the main reason why Phoenix Esports got that chicken dinner. It was just a straight-up Viper masterclass.
And me and Icy had a discussion about this as well, that Viper was the man to actually watch out for entirety of the grind we saw inside of Group D as well. He was one of the top fraggers. So I was wondering, where did that form go? How come Phoenix Esports are struggling inside of this group? But then again, I think Viper, it was just about getting himself paced up to the lobby. They've done that already, and I think they are certainly 45 points. Just a couple of more points on the block, I guess they are going to be pushing through. Question remains on No Rules Extreme, because this is a rather more passive outfit, and now at the edge, I'm not really sure if they can hold on.
So once again, sticking to the statistical data that I've known from the past couple of groups, the last time when we saw Group 1 and 2 play, in the last game, the cutoff surged all the way up by 14 points.
Wow.
And that's what happened inside of Group 2. So there's a big possibility that's going to happen once again. If that happens, it also means that the cutoff is going to rise all the way up to 54 points, which will be diabolical for a lot of these teams. But let's move on towards this game. The plane's going to be in the skies once again, this time starting all the way from the southern side. It's going to be, of course, the military base as well in contention, and all the way towards Severny. Now this plane fly path dividing the map into 2 equal halves. If the teams do want to move on towards Georgiapol and even Yasna Polyana, it's not going to be a tough stretch.
You know, of course, it is not going to be a tough stretch, but, you know, I would love to bring back the conversation about the cutoffs, because I think that is what is going to be of prime importance out of this game. Majority of the teams, especially No Rules Extreme, especially teams like Phoenix Esports, especially teams like Shakti Krida, who are at the edge, who are in that yellow spot right now, I think they are the ones who are looking to strike early and strike as hard as they possibly can. Get those early eliminations in, try and get momentum behind you. Phoenix Esports, I want to spot if there's any change in their drop location, because so far it seems like they are dishing the lands of Pochinki.
Interesting. I mean, this overall play and fly path, it's really comfortable for a lot of these teams. Phoenix Esports, I'm pretty sure they're going to be dropping around Pochinki once again. There's a few more teams in the proximity, though. No, actually, Phoenix Esports switching up that drop location, instead moving around school, I guess. So let's see for Phoenix Esports what sort of challenges they're going to be facing this time around. They realize they're definitely getting targeted around Pochinki, and they do not really want to be a part of that early scuffle. And as of now, looking at the zone as well, the circle shifting a little bit on the southern side and tilted towards the left, which also means Fairapir is now going to be the centric part.
Holy moly, now this is an action replay of the circle that we just witnessed in the last game itself. Well, what a luck. Majority of these teams, they will know exactly what to do, but once again, another battle. This time it is going to be on gods. They are up against another team up front.
Why are we seeing new teams every time in Pochinki? What's going on here?
I feel like there's no fixated drop locations for these teams. They are just looking at the flight path and trying to figure out where they want to drop and take those fights in. It's still going to be an interesting fight, I guess. On gods, where they are on the overall standings, 12th position, 11 points. Certainly not very good, but we'll find out if that position can change on the other side. Royal Emperors, they've taken a little bit of that debacle. Yeah. Shots coming in from Norway. One man knocked out, another man almost on the verge of it, but a beautiful retaliation over there. Royal Emperor, they certainly are pushing through, Necro.
They have to. And they cannot even drop a single body, by the way. Royal Emperor is not one of those teams that likes to go for early game battle. But they're being forced. There was a man knocked out as well, but Drax is back upon his feet, so it's all good in the hood. Nox, he's on the upper side. Even the cavalry now, that starts to arrive for the foes as well. No way. There's no way they're going to be able to win this fight now. And of course, there's also no way that Norway can move on. But hold on. The moment I say so, Norway, they flipped the odds. They flipped the table in their favor. Oh my god, maybe I'm the one cursing teams. Royal Emperor on the verge of actually losing this fight as well. For a moment, we all thought Royal Emperor might just be the one to win this fight. But now, looking at the way the entire course of action has taken place, it seems like Royal Emperor, they might just be messed up. This one man, he's only got 27 bullets in the magazine, and eventually he does clutch it out as well for his boys. But at the cost of what? You've lost 2 of your own teammates, and now Royal Emperor, they will need to play a safe game.
Absolutely, it's a 1v4 coming in from Pakuz. Is that how you pronounce that name?
Yeah, Pakuz.
Pakuz, wow.
That's an interesting name.
It is a very interesting name, but the game was even more interesting as well. But we move back up towards the lands of Pochinki. This time, it is going to be on gods. They certainly are looking to find the opening, but they have been unsuccessful so far. I mean, look at Sparky, look at the way the rest of the players are sticking together. I love the fact that they're not giving in those individual frags against this team, but a nade from On God can be deadly, Necro.
Definitely can be. Looking at the boys in the front, though, as of now, really taking their sweet time. There's a man atop the roof as well, so even that needs to be considered. This man atop the roof could definitely be extremely deadly, but ends up overextending. And Zeus from the back, he's going to strike with thunder. The man gets knocked out. Gust Igil not in the game anymore. Put out of commission for a while. He's knocked out. On God now, just want to make that pounce as well. Tizan has already made it up close and personal, but eventually gets knocked out as well. That's a beautiful knock against Tizan. That's going to suppress the opponent's intentions for a little bit. Team Ghoul as well in the nearby proximity, and Team Ghoul, they're constantly dropping down bodies. There's a man a little bit far away, but even he gets caught off guard. And just like that, it's On Guard to come out on top, and with that, Team Ghouls, they have been eliminated from this BGIS 2026.
Absolutely. Their hopes and dreams, of course, will get crushed, but that is how greats are born. Legends will find their way back. Maybe next year is going to be your shot, but for now, of course, we still have 13 teams and 45 players battling for their dreams. This time it is going to be Red Smile, who are taking a lot of shots. Shakti Krida, brilliantly done over there. Frenzy from up top, providing a lot of cover fire, and I love the different angles that have been set up. Shakti Krida, they're looking extremely strong in this fight. Red Smile, though, They are looking to cross on over. They are on the wrong side of the circle. Need to push up against Shakti Krida, win this fight, and then go for the circle. It's a daunting task up ahead at Necro.
SK, at least they're able to find those knocks, threading the needle. And as of now, even if you talk about the opponents, they're a little bit hurt. SK constantly able to thread that needle. Nate being tossed against him as well. And now Draxy's out in the open, making that rush towards station. Does cross up as well. Red Smile, they need to be a little bit more cautious. They are pushing in tandem, but SK, once again, you cannot even rule this team out. Zark's knocked out. That's going to be big danger, man. Now put out of commission. Once again, able to thread that needle. Finding the knockout. Prime call. Another nade on the verge being tossed. This one's supposed to catch someone off guard, but overcooked.
I like the positioning, Necro. I like Frenzy's angle. I like Carl's angle as well. But the only problem is the trade potential is almost nullified. Look at that shot from Frenzy. It was brilliantly done, but this time he's going to get re-knocked. And have a look at this. This is all hard work from Shakti Krida, just gone to waste. As Red Smile, they'll still get that revive going. The blue zone does come into the picture, but now I wonder, will Shakti Krida still go in for the fight, or are they going to reset and just fall back to the zone itself?
Oh my god, that's brilliant. Frenzy just dropped down. His revivable. Still, day can be saved. Daka's taken down way too low. All the shots whipped. What am I even watching? They're just dancing with each other. And eventually the opponent gets taken down. But still, it was too awkward. Daka caught off guard. The man's taken down. Done and dusted. SK getting the frag secured as well. It was a good back and forth dance move, man. Come on, stop laughing.
It certainly was. I mean, it reminded me of my date. It's Valentine's week, of course, and I've been practicing for the ball. Me and my girl were doing similar moves. You haven't been to a ball ever?
No.
Wow, Necro.
What is that?
Those formal dance moves. But we will talk about that later on. Have a look at this. All of a sudden, it seems like Shakti Krida, their vengeance on their minds. They've been sent backpacking to the lobby. Red Smile, what a beautiful fight it was. 4 eliminations shared between those two lads, Stark and Draxo. Wow.
Oh my god, what just happened? How does this even happen? Oh my god, SK, I am pretty sure everyone is disappointed and surprised at the same time. They do not know what just hit them. They do not know how they just got eliminated from this BGIS 2026. But yeah, wake up to reality, my friends. You have been eliminated from this tournament. Prism Esports, even they're just dominating the floor once again. Season 8, they don't stand a chance. Just 9 points in the overall standing. Season 8 still trying their best to fight back. They are doing a decent bit of damage against Prism. But is that really going to be enough? That's the question. Blake as well falls apart. But Trade's still back and forth. Prism Esports, they've only got one last man standing, and that too, it's going to be Trix. Now he wants to pop that first aid as well. Trix, he's down low. The opponent too should do the same thing. Should pop the first aid first. Trix wants to hand out that revival. That's what Season 8's doing as well. The fallen player might just be back up on his feet. He's popping that first aid. 11 bullets in the magazine, so Trix needs to get a fresh magazine as well before making that pounce. Now gets his hands on the Molotov as well. He's going to use that Molotov. He was trying to use that Molotov, but the opponent's taken down too low. All it's going to take is one single bullet. That was a beautifully placed Molotov. The man's literally on fire as well. He's taken down and barely any sort of HP. This is such an awkward fight, but eventually Trix, he does come out on top.
Prism Esports, now that was a sweaty battle. Season 8 almost wiped the floor with them. A little bit of a good partnership coming in between Beast and Detective were there, but just could not hold on to that angle. It was just so close. And
I think it's done. Salty.
It certainly is done, of course.
Unless we see RCB do something massive, pull off a chicken dinner, then maybe the cutoff can definitely go high. But as of now, the top 7 is solidified. That's what it seems like.
I mean, there's still a chance for RCB, for sure. 20-pointer, it's not impossible. We've seen these esports do that in the past. They might actually replicate that performance yet again. Have a look at that. Alive again, esports under fire. There's a rush. Takes a couple of those shots. But yeah, I think I agree with you. They're 20 points separating NRX and Team RCB at this stage. They're still losing bodies. Not really healthy as well, RCB. pinpoint it from this position, it just looks almost impossible.
Yeah, Alive Again Esports, they're on the tail as well. RCB being chased down, hunted down. And Alive Again Esports, you already know, these guys are thirsty. They really want those elimination points to themselves. 3 boys of RCB all cornered in one house. Utilities constantly doing that chip damage as well. All it's going to take is that one nade to find the first opener, and then Alive Again Esports. You all know the ruthless aggression. This team possesses a lot of aggression. Saw me as well in the outskirts, and what a pre-fire that was. Shutting down the first man, that's really a big problem. Alive Again Esports, just like that, claiming the elimination point as well. But even Alive Again Esports themselves, they're being caught off guard. Man, done and dusted. Rush knocked out. It's quite unfortunate. RCB from the sidelines now, they're trying their best to at least fight back, make a comeback in the fight. But it sounds too much. Shushy's the only person standing, and Shushy knows it's done for. He can't do anything. He's the only person, and yes, I guess the top 7 is solidified.
Absolutely, they certainly are. To find the victors of this one, we'll have to go through this fight, and of course, have a look at this. You've got so many teams in the vicinity on board, just taking in casualties. RCB, they're still trying to hold on to this compound, but Alive Again Esports, they're going to chew him up. But threats still linger around as On Gods, as well as Phoenix Esports from the backlines. I think Alive Again Esports, they don't really care. In fact, they are thriving under this chaos. A little bit of a nade coming through. And players have been knocked out in the open. Phoenix Esports, they're still lining up this fight. Somraj are looking to find the opening, but Alive Again. I love the fact that they don't really care about who's in the back, who's in the front. They just want to see opponents right in front of their crosshairs and want to chase against them.
Alive Again. Oh my god, look at Zombie. He's really playing with a lot of risk. Nade's being tossed out as well. Molotovs to try and make sure that the surrounding line's going to be clear as of now. Phoenix Esports from the top as well, just constantly taking those shots. Prism, do they really stand a chance? Out in the open, the boys are getting knocked out. Prism is really hurt. And now Simp, how is he even able to spot that person? Through the grass, through the tree leaves, gets the line of sight, taking those shots, and actually connecting them as well.
Hit markers, Necro. Every time you connect a shot to the body, the hit markers pop up, and that just gives you a signal that, alright, fine, that is your man over there. But of course, Phoenix Esports, it seems like from the backlines, they aren't really going to engage, something which is very unlikely. I think they are looking for that safe approach, something which we discussed in the last game. Alive Again, though, this Duke, this back and forth, it's still going on, Necro, and I can't imagine how long this is going to go up, because it's not just these two teams up here right now. Phoenix Esports from the backlines has been doing so much heavy lifting. Another player from Alive Again has been chewed off. A little bit of a blessing in disguise for On God.
Alive Again Esports. Boy, oh boy. Zyro. They'd been cooked. Once again, tossing towards that same container. And by the way, he has not been able to find a single connection with the utilities yet. He's just been burning through the utilities constantly. Rex, even he's there nearby. The Zesto K being primed as well towards the stairs. Alive Again Esports just waiting for someone to walk up those stairs, but I highly doubt that's going to be happening. Deepu knows exactly what they're doing as well. They'd been cooked. Is this one going to find the connection? On God tosses that nade towards the stairs. It does not do anything. Alive Again Esports pretty good when it comes to repositioning. Now they know exactly where the foe lies as well. Through the smoke, the shots were taken, but still the nade lands. And Zeus got exactly what was needed. Now the shotgun is still there around the stairs to hold it down, and Zyro's already done significant amount of damage. Heavy damage inflicted even on Zyro. Needs to be careful, and still the man's got the guts to make the push. How does he even come out on top? He barely had a sliver of HP to work with, and he still made that pounce. But the fight's not done yet. Eventually a DBS to the man's chest, and that's going to seal the deal.
You're right in time, Mascot. For a second, I thought he's going to be a second lead to the party. Almost a little bit of a cleanup coming in from Alive Again Esports, but nonetheless, they have been eliminated. On God, where was this team for so long? Does remain a question in my mind. Did show a lot of brilliances in that fight, but now problems are going to get amped up because it is Phoenix Esports who are knocking on their doors. Yet again, they are going to face the brunt of those nades so much so that they are going to get eliminated. They did the same against Alive Again. Now they did the same against Phoenix Esports as well. Keep on tanking in those damages. Well, at one point your vests and your lives, they're going to burn out.
Yeah, so we've got the top 7 already on the screen, the solidified one.
Yeah.
NRX is also going to make it. Raw Emperor is also going to make it. Duke, Prism, Phoenix, Pure, and even Alive Again Esports. These teams have qualified from this Group 4, and we're going to see them inside of the Group 3 as well. Or we're going to see them inside of the Round 3, my bad.
Yeah.
Definitely it's going to be interesting in the Round 3, right? The way Phoenix Esports really struggled in the initial phases. What exactly is going to be the course of action? How is the Round 3 going to look like? Since we know the aggression, the competition's also going to be amped up even more. So yeah, the struggles as well, they have to be amped up too.
I want to see how does teams from Group B from the grind fare up inside of the Round 3. Because there were a lot of heavy hitters who could not really perform inside of Group B, inside of the grind. But now inside of Round 3, it's going to be time for action for them.
To be honest, in Group B, we also did see a lot of undergods too.
Yeah.
And those undergods were not just any undergods, they were heavy hitters. So it's definitely going to be really interesting. And let's not forget, there are of course going to be a lot of known faces too. So Round 3 is definitely going to be interesting.
I mean, who would have expected Round 2 would have actually brought sweats to the forehead of all of these players from Phoenix Esports? Up until the last game, nobody knew if Phoenix was actually qualifying.
Hey, don't forget, Esports Social has been eliminated in the previous 2 groups, and that was a team from the grind who dominated their own groups. Esports Social getting eliminated, no one even thought in their worst possible dreams that they would have been eliminated from this entire stage. But yes, they have been eliminated.
This is what BGIS is for, right? I mean, just unpredictability is... And like we've always said, it is a long format tournament. You have to maintain your form. You have to maintain your A game throughout the course of the tournament. Otherwise, you're going to be done for.
That's the funny part, right? The teams from the grind are the real ones that are struggling, actually. Even Team Alpha barely qualified, by the way. They were tied up with the team on the 7th spot.
Yeah. And
so,
they played 24 matches inside of the grind. So imagine the amount of playtime, the amount of practice, the amount of adaptations to the new zone meta, to the new maps and whatnot. But in spite of that, it seems like these undergods, they certainly have something which is causing problems to all these known names.
The X factor. The unknown factor. That's what they have. Usually the known names, they're too used to relying on statistical data.
Yeah.
And that's why they know what exactly they need to do inside of the game. But when you're facing off against new faces, you don't know what to expect. You don't have any sort of data. You don't have any sort of analytical data.
Yeah.
And that's where you get caught off guard. In these sort of games, you need to adapt on the fly. Make decisions, make call-outs on the fly. You're not going to be having a set pathway of playing the game. You are going to be creating the pathway along the way.
I think I agree with you because I think majority of the undergods or aspiring professionals for the future who are watching these games, you will have to take close notice of what Phoenix Esports did in the last game. They were struggling inside of Pochinki. They had nowhere to go, nowhere to run and hide. They switched up their tactics. Instead of being a center-heavy game, instead of just playing a fire-heavy game, they focused right to playing in from the edges.
I think Phoenix Esports just realized what exactly they were doing wrong.
Yeah.
I don't think Phoenix Esports did anything different. Phoenix Esports knew they've got the firepower, and they knew that they're playing in a lobby where the firepower can work to the maximum potential. And they just shifted their focus on firepower instead of positioning. That's it. And they decided to take coordinated fights.
Yeah, I mean, in the matches that I have witnessed, of course, I think Phoenix Esports were trying to get those fights in their favor. They were actually forcing a little too much. In the last game, they were a little laid back. They were a little nonchalant. They were waiting for the fights, waiting for the right timing, and then adapting on it. So it's still a very give and take. And, of course, it's for the coaches and the analysts in the backlines to try and understand what actually worked and what did not. But for everyone who's watching back at home, this is how you make your way through. Struggling for 5 games, not really getting any good results under your belly, but still not giving up. And one shot you get, you make the most out of it.
Even Prism getting eliminated. That was the replay. 7 Majestic Gods. It's been a pleasure to watch you guys play in the round 2. But we know you're not going to be able to make it. The same thing can be said for Red Smile as well. Valiant effort. And once again, for all these undergods, right, for all these aspiring pros, the opportunity's not done here yet. There are going to be a lot of tournaments happening throughout the year, of course, which is going to be giving you opportunities to try and register once again. And you can keep on trying, get better, keep on grinding. The more time you spend in the pro circuit, the more pro you become.
Wow, Necro. That is a line. The more time you spend on the pro circuit, the more pro you become.
That's true, though.
That certainly is true. I mean, experience is of prime importance. We'll find out. Can Pure and their experience in these close quarters, in these end games, give them yet another chicken dinner? Will be, of course, a big question. Have a look at this red smile. Stark has been caught off guard. There's no way this man actually gets safeguarded from that position on. From the backlines, you still have that one player, Drax OG, who's trying to make a difference, but it seems like Pure Esports have this entire region under deadlock.
The next zone, even that's going to be important. Is it going to be shifting on top of Fair Pier? Is it going to go up north and shift to Phoenix Esports? What am I just watching? I was focused on the circle and Royal Emperor Catboy. Yeah, it's like someone just said hello and then just went back once again. And unfortunately for the man from Royal Emperor, he was baited out.
Exactly right. I think in extremely professional esports verbatim, you would say that a bait and switch. But we all know it wasn't a bait and switch. It was not calculated. Jump scare for him.
It was definitely not calculated. Just happened on the fly. But hey, luckily enough for Royal Emperor, they're not going to be kicked outside of the top 7. They're safe. They're already qualified towards the round 3, so it's all good and dandy. For Duke Esports, deadly shots. No Rules Extreme in the sidelines. Even for Phoenix Esports, they would need to leave that comfort zone, move around Fair Pier. So how is this going to happen, though? How is that transition going to happen? And for some reason, Phoenix Esports is always alive with a 3-man squad.
This time they're alive with a 4-man squad. More so a reason for them to actually back this chicken, but from the backline, so once again, it is going to be none other than No Rules Extreme. They've always done this in the past. This time, once again, from the backlines, they are always a threat. But look at the shot connecting Phantom. Those Phantom bullets just sticking on the top of the skull of his opposition like brilliantly.
I know, right? With just a red dot too, that far away. The man was an absolute laser beam. And just like their name, they really want to duke it out. Phoenix Esports too now starting to close in. But Duke Esports' proximity really filled up with a lot of foes. Phoenix Esports nearby. No Rules Extreme taking shots against Phoenix Esports. Where can Phoenix go? They cannot even spread their wings yet. A man gets cut off from the pack. That's going to be Somrush. There we go. Now a 3-man squad. That's Phoenix Esports look-alike.
So basically saying that this is just an upgraded version of Phoenix Esports. We'll find out, ladies and gentlemen. Viper can certainly bring back flashes of his last game performance. This time, of course, No Rules Extreme. They're going to pass by. Shots don't really connect coming in from Viper, but at least they've got central ground. Phoenix Esports, brilliant position inside of the circle. Still 6 teams and 17 players have made their way inside in Phoenix Esports. So without a lot of covers, they are feeling extremely confident. A lot of bullets have been expended already. Necro, I'm not sure why they keep on pressing on the trigger.
Ammunition running low, and Phoenix Esports, they're not even getting their hands on the death crates, actually. Their eye shield just died, though. They can actually get their hands on that death crate and restock up on the supplies. So yeah, things should be good as of now. And to be honest, the only thing that was really holding Phoenix Esports back was the 4-man squad they had. But now with the 3-man squad, I'm sure they will secure a chicken dinner.
Can be a gamble. From the western flank, of course, you've got Team No Rules Extreme. And they are actually chasing down multiple teams at once. Inside the compound, they're taking shot against Duke Esports, who potentially have the best spot for the chicken dinner. But also, they are trying to take down the southern flank, which is guarded by the lads of Phoenix Esports. It's not going to be an easy fight, but we've seen Team NRX pull up positions like this more often than not. And I guess they themselves understand as well that they have qualified. So no real struggle, but they still want to go on with a good momentum under their belly.
No Rules Extreme on the left side of the map. They've got a decent bit of chunk that they're controlling. Duke Esports, they've got that one house to play with for Pure Esports as well. They've got a few compounds inside of Fair Pier, but now for Pure, they need to start taking fights. That's the only possible way they can also make it inside of the circle. And the first fight has to be against 7 Majestic Gods. Incredible is inside of the house. One man is a little bit in the outskirts, and Incredible is actually going to take damage from his own nade. A bit of a mishap. A lot of utilities now being tossed out from Pure Esports. There's a man on the sidelines, and they've got no clue. But a well-placed nade inside of the house is actually going to catch him off guard as well. The man in the house caught off guard and eliminated from the game. 7 Majestic Gods. Problems now starting to stack up. Spray still in the sidelines, waiting for the right moment to strike, and now he's going to spot that player as well. Finds the first knockout too. Wants to get the death blow, and he will as well. But still, 7 Majestic Gods, they have been eliminated from this tournament.
I mean, understandably so. That was a brilliant flank that was actually set up by Spray over there, but what is the use of a flank if you can't really take shots when your opposition has no idea about you?
I know, right?
The angle was nice. The visibility was completely fine as well. It's just the final piece of play where they kind of messed up. 7 Majestic Gods, so we bid goodbye to them. But not so much towards No Rules Extremes. They have qualified for sure, but now they're looking to actually send back Phoenix Esports back to the lobby.
Smoker messed up.
Once again.
Extended too much. And yeah, once again, he messed up. And for No Rules Extreme, that's a day with destiny. Exactly what they wanted to happen. Phoenix Esports now down to a 2-man squad. Duke Esports in the close-by proximity as well. You're also seeing Red Smile right next to Pure Esports. And still, that person is right there. Somehow, Drax is not spotted yet. For Pure Esports, it's just about asserting dominance in this last game. That's a really well-placed Molotov. The man's literally on fire, taking down barely any sort of HP. Drax, where are you spraying? The man's still alive, but eventually gets knocked out. The Molotov, more than enough to take it away. And now he's got his hands on the S12K. Drax can actually clutch it for the boys. 7 shells in the shotgun. Drax gets spotted from the back. Duke Esports, they will nail the man down. That's the nail in the coffin. And now for Pure, they've only got 2 men standing. Pure wants to hand out the revival, but it's a bit too late. Now there's going to be a lot of nades tossed in that house, and Pure Esports, they're going to be up for a lot of damage tanking. Smoke tossed out as well from Pure, to wanting to at least cover off the entrances so that the nade's not going to be tossed to perfection, but it's still not going to make any difference. The utilities will be doing a lot of damage. Another man gets taken down. Danger not in the game anymore. Syndic's there in the outskirts, and Syndic's nade, it's actually going to find a lot of hurt as well. Duke Esports losing out on 2 members.
Pure. They are pushing through inside this smoke right now. Couple of those frags do come into the picture, but it seems like NRX, they have been blindly waiting for this fight to happen in front of them. I thought they were waiting for the chance to pounce on this, but they were absolutely fixated on somebody else, and that is going to be Phoenix Esports. Brilliant nade coming in from Syndex. Could have actually taken down the last remaining player from Duke Esports. It's been a fantastic game from Duke. 5 eliminations, yet another consistent performance, but can they enter the top 3? Can they be the podium finishers? Big question, as yet another nade gets cooked up in the backlines, of course. Phoenix Esports and their problems keep on escalating. Necro, have a look at this. Entro finds a shot on Knuckle. Confirms that Pure Esports are left on a 1-man outfit. NRX have 2 players up. Phoenix Esports with just 1 man left. Now this is where last zone action commences.
Indeed. 7 frags on the board for Pure. Purity is not going to matter. Now you need to be ruthless. You need to be dirty. Can Pure do it? Actually, Syndix is just going to ignore that man in the back line. Instead, focus in the front. And Phoenix spotted out in the open. That Simp knocked out. Syndix now getting pushed on as well by the foe in the front. That's going to be Duke Esports' man. And Duke really desperate to win the fight as well. 9 shells in the shotgun. He's got only 1 in the spare. That's more than enough ammunition to shut down the man at the front. Still going for constant pre-fire. The man's burning through ammunition. And now he's only got 3 shells. And eventually the opponent, Entro, will be the man to come out on top.
Panicked a little too much over there. Duke Esports finally make it to the top 2. Phoenix Esports have been eliminated. It's a 1v1 potentially, but Entro, it's going to take a lot of time. And in that duration, Dawn is going to get revived. So we set ourselves up, ladies and gentlemen, 2 teams, 3 players left, 1 player from the side of Duke Esports. Meanwhile, No Rules Extreme, they're looking for a chicken. Andrew was brilliant in that close quarter engagement. I think that player from Pure Esports, he kind of panicked a little too much. The movements were not so precise. He was jiggling, and that just resulted in his downfall. If I had to put it plainly, I guess he just tried too many things at once, pulling the pin from the nade, trying to shift between his weapons, trying to reposition a lot. You don't really need so much.
Oh
Look at the nade coming in. Brilliant stuff. No Rules Extreme, the bag of chicken. when I actually least expected them to.
I know, right? No Rules Extreme desperately needed that one too, but luckily enough for No Rules Extreme, they'd already made it. So that was not really concerned for them to actually make that qualification marker. So No Rules Extreme is also going to move on and qualify. Even for Phoenix Esports, the previous game, they established and mounted a big comeback. For Pure Esports as well, they're going to move on and qualify. We already had the top 7 on the board. So it's all good in the hood for all of them. They're going to be moving on towards the stage 3. But now the real concerns do lie for the table, for the teams on the latter half of the board, right? Especially them getting eliminated, and now them also coming through with so many big dreams, and now them getting eliminated from this tournament. It's definitely going to be a little bit heartbreaking for them.
It certainly will be, and the one team that I want to name who will be feeling that has to be Shakti Krida, because when the day started, they were actually inside of the top 7, but now today's 3 matches were certainly not in their favor, and now they are eliminated. Certainly not something which they would like to hear when they wake up tomorrow. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we have a look at the final blow. And this time, Phoenix Esports. They were rather brilliant in those close quarters, but it's the numbers advantage that No Rules Extreme always have. And this was once again the fight that between Entro and the other player from Pure Esports. That was brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the winner chicken dinner stats as well on the screen. War getting 2 frags on the board. Dawn as well getting 1. Akshat getting 2. Twister not able to return with a lot of frags, but it's completely fine. He was also the man who was taken down pretty early in that game. For No Rules Extreme, definitely a solid performance. I would say the biggest upset through this game was SK. Them getting wiped out in Yasna Polyana was definitely not expected. And that comeback in the fight as well from the opponents, unexpected completely.
Absolutely. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the 7 teams who are actually moving through as well, and there are some surprising names, Macro. I mean, I love the talent that is actually coming up, especially I'm pretty sure the tier 1 names who are qualified deeper inside of this tournament, they are going to be looking at Alive Again Esports and keeping a close eye against them. That what are these teams and who are these lads that they are being so confident inside of the lobby once again. They understand their games are done and dusted. Now they're just looking for vengeance inside of the lobby, which is something which I absolutely adore. But talking about the MVP of the match, Syndex with 4 eliminations, 774 points of damage, almost 30 minutes of survival time. I think Pure Esports is also going to be one of those talented lineups that you've got to be watching out for.
Without a doubt, Pure Esports definitely do have that potential. But to be honest, consistency has been a little bit of a struggle for the side of Pure Esports. They were not able to stay too consistent in all the 6 games. The only reason why Pure Esports is still seen over here is because the first game that they played was a major bomb. And that's why Pure Esports is now over here in the top 7. We've got the point standings for the previous game. 15 points from No Rules Extreme. Duke Esports as well getting 13 points. Pure Esports as well getting 12. Phoenix Esports 2 getting 11 points. Red Smile, Valiant Effort getting 8 points in total. On Guard as well. Valiant Effort getting 8 points. You've also got Raw Emperor right there with 5.
You know, looking at this scorecard just reminds me of one thing, and that performance of Prism Esports in the first game, because what a game it was, what a turnaround. Just goes to show that one game can certainly change your fate throughout an entire round itself. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have our top 7. It is going to be alive again at the top, 81 points. Dominating run inside of this group 4. Pure Esports as well, 66. You've got NRX, 60 points. Duke Esports as well, tied up on 60 points. Phoenix Esports, Prism, hats off. What a comeback for both these 2 teams.
Definitely, it was a major comeback, but now looking at the team on the 8th spot, got real close, but still a bit far away. Shakti Krida Esports, in my opinion, them getting wiped out was definitely a big upset. I generally thought that they could have put up a good fight, at least to make it inside of the top 7, but the way they messed up in Yasna Polyana, definitely it's something that really caught him off guard.
I'm pretty sure I think this is going to be a name that we will watch out for in the next editions of BGIS, at least I'm hoping to. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, the top 5 players from Group 4 are in front of your screens right now. Rex OG with 20 eliminations has been absolutely brilliant. Viper, nothing short of extraordinary as usual, 18 eliminations on this lad. And kudos to him, I think 9 of them came in from just 1 game. You've got Rush from once again Alive Again. You've got Vision from Duke Esports, and finally Blake Jod from Prison, who mount that flight and move to the next round of BGIS. Congratulations, all of you.
I know, right? That one comeback from the side of Prism in the map of Wrangle was definitely incredible. And then even on the map of Rondo, we saw Prism pull off that chicken dinner, which was definitely quite surprising as well. For RCB2, they could have started off pretty well, but the way they really messed up that chicken dinner, that should have been theirs. That's where I feel like things just went downhill for them. If they would have gotten their hands on the chicken dinner, maybe they could have actually had the momentum with them as well. That would have been a really solid start, but them just messing up that chicken dinner really caught them off guard.
You know, I think their day kind of got a little away from track, especially when you took their name in the caster's prediction, Necro. You've got to accept the fact that now you're starting to be a curse for all of these teams and stop really destroying the careers of these undergods.
You know what? At this point, I believe you, man. The moment I said Royal Emperor's going to win the fight, they messed up that fight. So yeah, maybe I am the person who is really cursing these teams. But hey, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Limits.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's IC with me on the panel, and now it's time for us to head on towards Group 3. But before we do so, let's have a little bit of a chatter about Group 4 as well, and how things really went down. For Phoenix Esports, that comeback definitely mounted the overall top 7 landing as well. But for Shakti Krita, messing up that fight towards Yasna Polyana actually just snatched the chance away as well.
I know, right? That 2v4 moment coming from Red Smile, it was just unexpected as well. Who would have thought out of nowhere they just pull out a highlight clip? And SK, I'm sorry. Better luck next time. Try again next time.
I know, right? They could have actually made it as well. They were not even too far away. One decent game. SK could have actually toppled over even Phoenix Esports, but they just messed up in that fight. But hey, something that's going to make you look incredibly cool inside of the game is also going to be these beautiful Royal Enfields that you see on the screen. So head inside of the game and try and get your hands onto them right now. But back towards the competition and back towards the conversation of Group 3 now. We know inside of Group 3, there has been that one name that's really dominating and staying consistent throughout. That's going to be Hellraiser Esports.
Yeah, Hellraiser's Esports has been, I would say, technically they're pretty much already qualified here. They've got 53 points. They're very similar to Alive Again. Esports from just now. But again, they could mess things up for a lot of these teams that is trying to make it to the top 7 here. And in this case, I think teams like Slamming for Men, they need to be a little bit careful. Team Aesthetic is also going to be a little bit careful as well. But from the grind teams, Meta Ninja is also somebody you have to be watching out as well. But in case you miss out in the action as well, these are the best moments and highlights coming from yesterday's games, coming from Group 3. And in the map of Rondo as well, it was a little bit of a big fiasco that kind of happened in that map as well, because no one was expecting the game to be one of the slowest games so far in Rondo.
I know, right? Teams are really taking their sweet time to engage inside of the fights as well. And even we saw quite a few of those late rotations coming through too. This group compared to Group 4 is much more slower, much more methodical, and much more tactical. And that's what's going to be the fun part about them. Even F1 Syndicate, after having a decent first game, we did not see them do that great, which means consistency is definitely an issue. For Speed Trails, they did really good in the round 1, but now that transition towards round 2, it's not been that smooth.
Now, the difference between this and Group 4 is that Group 3 had a lot of, I would say, drop clashes in the particular sense, where a lot of majority teams actually dropped, I think, towards the southeast corner of the map, especially in Marengo as well. Milta, Shelter, Farm, and also Yasnaya as well. There's a lot of teams dropping that vicinity, which caused I would say a deficit of resources for a lot of these teams, which is going to be a big problem. And hopefully now, after yesterday as well, they did do a little bit of homework and their drop clashes maybe tweaked a little bit in this game. But in case you're wondering how they're doing so far, this is the current overall standings for Group 3.
And once again, the team that was playing inside of the grind is sort of struggling. You've got Meta Ninja with the 17 points they've accumulated. It's not a lot of points in the overall tally, and Meta Ninja, if they're not going to be able to perform well enough today, they will be kicked outside of the top 7, without a doubt, and also will be eliminated too from this tournament. And I'm pretty sure that's not what Meta Ninja, that's not what Shadow wants. Looking at the top of the board, Hellraisers Esports with 53 points, pretty much qualified. SF as well right there with 32 points. S4M2 right there with 31 points. Then you've got F1 Syndicate right there with 26 points too. RGB getting 25, and even AST getting 22. In my opinion, the top 7 definitely looks incredibly stacked.
Yeah, it does look incredibly stacked, but again, it's anyone's games. One good game from the teams at the bottom as well, from Sinister, even for TXM, the V as well, from SPDT, they do stand a chance to qualify into its top 7 here. But let's take a look towards a comparison between the head-to-head here, between Hellraisers Esports against Meta Ninja. At the start of the day, we had this exact same head-to-head, but it wasn't a different team, it was Phoenix. But this time, Meta Ninja, this is a little bit weird, right? To see a grind team having the lower number instead of being in the tabletop.
I know, right? The Undergods just dominating through, and to be honest, a team that packs a lot of punch, a team that's supposed to pack a lot of experience as well, is just not able to ooze out that well in these lobbies. Just 17 finishes on the board. You can also look at the damage as well. It's so less compared to Hellraisers Esports. Hellraisers, they're on a different league. Looking at these players too, Spyro getting 12 frags, Tenzin as well getting 8 frags. You've also got Black coming through from Still Fighting getting 7. Even Starboys right there from HRS getting 7 frags. In my opinion, the top 5 players list, it's literally dominated by Hellraisers.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, Hellraisers, they did, once again, position has been crucial for them. Getting those initial snipes was very, very precise as well. And their decisions has been really spot on to get them to the end game. But closing up the game here has put them a little bit of full stop. I like that they do have this trigger discipline that's going in with them, which a lot of pros do get a little bit hungry and overextend a little too much. But sometimes the trigger discipline may have cost them a couple of games which they could have closed up much, much earlier. Meanwhile, there is something that I want to bring on the table as well here. Is going to be our caster's prediction here, because a majority of us have predicted on towards Meta Ninja, which is no surprises as well, because why? Meta Ninja is on 7th position with 0 position points and 17 finishes. So technically, they do have the firepower to work through. Raider went for the safe pick. Well, they're pretty much qualified. Let's ignore Raider. TTR went for F1 Syndicate, and you went for Knight's Order. Okay,
yeah. Why? I do believe Night Order, their name is pretty cool too, you know, in short form, it's KO. They're supposed to knock people out, not get knocked out themselves. So I believe KO is going to do pretty good, knock out a few teams, and even they're going to be the one to push themselves in the top 7.
Look at my face. I am extremely surprised by Necro's respawn, and I do not know how to react to that.
Hey, look, man, I just feel like we haven't seen enough of
you know what? For a second, I thought it's like you're gonna say a punchline that goes, "In the Knight's Order, you should be executed," or something like that.
No, listen, I just don't really have enough data about KO to actually say anything. But I do believe that their name sounds pretty cool, so I think they might be able to make that comeback. It's a shot in the dark from my side.
Okay, okay. A little bit of a wild prediction here. Hopefully you are going to be okay. But speaking of which, the game is about to begin as well. Erangel, especially for this group, has been extremely messy, especially coming from yesterday's games in particular. A lot of drop clashes, a lot of cities actually kind of empty. So let's see after this day itself, are we going to see the adaptations? We shall find out, because we're going to be jumping straight into the game now with one final game of Erangel for this group.
The planes in the skies once again, and this time for the last time on the map of Erangel. The plane flight path as well seems quite balanced. If the teams do want to move down south, definitely it's going to be a bit of a tough stretch. But if the teams do want to move up north, it's going to be quite easy. Even Severny's easily accessible.
Well, speaking of an accessible here, seems like nobody's dropping it yet. We are about to begin in Milta. Ooh, okay, one team. I see one. Ooh, okay, that's the second team. That's the third. Okay, surprising enough, is a little bit lesser now, because right from the get-go, especially from this group, especially when towards the east side as well, we do 6 to 7 teams that actually drop rather early. So this time, they have changed their drop spot. So
I see.
I'm glad for this at some point.
Okay, so 6 to 7 teams dropping over there. Interesting. Really going for that 6-7 reference, huh? And then you look at HHH as well, moving towards Milta. Even NS dropping towards Milta Power. F1 Syndicate heading towards Lipovka. For F1 Syndicate, no one's around them, so it's all good in the hood. Meta Ninja as well, heading towards Farm. I really do want to see what Meta Ninja now has in store. One thing is for sure, just like Phoenix Esports, their head's going to be on the swivel. There's going to be a lot of pressure on top of them. Meta Ninja really need to perform when the pressure is all-time high. There's a few more teams in the close proximity. For Meta Ninja now to deal with them, it just gets even tougher.
Well, seems like we are going to be expecting a little bit of drop collision here towards Farm. Meta Ninja expecting a little bit of company here from Cygnus as well. And that's going to be a little bit of a problem for them. But I think they do have compounds as a priority, but vehicles is going to be extremely difficult for them. Meanwhile, Milta Power is going to be having NS. We have Triple H down towards Milta City, which is a little bit weird because I was expecting Triple H to take the city themselves, but seems like they are leaning on towards Milta Power instead. So they might be a little bit scarce in terms of loot here, at least for Triple H.
Look at DM. No! The man's out in the open. A lot of those shots were taken as well. The Uzi. Is he going to be able to strike down that foe? All it's going to take is just a few more shots. And he's actually on the run as well, but that M416 is going to do the job. But now getting the confirmation, it gets tougher. But the M416 will hand out the death blow. Solid stuff from the side of Sinisters. The fight's not done yet, though. Team Marvelous, they're on the run. Monty's still there, going for a bit of that pit stop, getting his hands on a decent bit of loot first, and then maybe he wants to fight back against Sinister.
It's going to be tricky, though. But again, you know, better back off as well. Just don't have the weaponries. But Meta Ninja seems like this widespread here. Apollos is on a solo run with himself. And it seems like he is going to be expecting company here onto a Cygnus. And if he gets the jump here, it is going to be huge for him. But the question here is, does Cygnus know that there is a straggler in this vicinity? It seems like he is going to back off. Shadow 7 is here to provide some sort of cover fire, which in this case allows Apollos to get out to safety. So that is a good sign here. Meta Ninja, they're starting to play a little bit more synchronized. And they're not taking unnecessary risks now. So that's a good sign for now.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing that coordination oozing out, which is a really good thing. We'll see Prime IG as well, still getting his hands on the basic loadout. Does not even have a helmet yet.
Interesting enough, I don't think Cygnus Esports even realized that Apollos was around. That's a little bit unfortunate here, but shots fired here. Fierce does count on the members here coming to TM. And they are going to be driving one, and that's going to be Mina getting taken out. Mina Esports, they lose one player right from the get-go. Very, very unfortunate run, but it seems like Shadow 7 is going to be very happy that Apollos is on his back, and they get a free shot, and they even find themselves a vehicle. So nicely done.
I know, right? It's a win-win situation for the boys. Free elimination point, free buggy to play with. Things lining up well. Speed Trail on the opposite side of the spectrum, now looking to take a fight against RGB. And for RGB, they're currently sitting inside of the top 5. For Speed Trail, yeah, they were dominating in the round 1, but now that transition towards the round 2, it's been really concerning. All the men from the side of RGB, they probably do want to reunite. It's just one man, a little bit separated from the pack as well. Wanted to get his hands on a bit of that loot.
But speaking of loot as well, I'm surprised that Speed Trails has decided to actually gatekeep Rozok in particular. The circle is actually shifting down south towards Pochinki. Still fighting. I believe he's going to be having center control. Meta Ninja is also thinking whether or not are they going to be playing right on the edges of the south as well, just because of the fact that this circle may pull a potential scam, which has happened so far here in round 2 in particular. So, military base up for grabs. Team Mina forced to actually hunker down towards Ferry Pier, maybe even towards the Western Bridge in particular. But again, better safe than sorry. Nobody is in Military Island for now, which is a good sign.
A bit of a slow start to the lobby, as expected. This group was going to be slow anyways. Tactical, methodical.
I actually disagree. It was kind of fast yesterday, at least for the early games, because there was like, what, 6 to 7 teams on the right side. But this time it is kind of well-rounded now in terms of drop spots.
No, compared to the previous group, this group is definitely much more slower.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, compared to the previous group, 100%.
Yeah, the previous group, at least we saw teams actually going for the drop fights. Towards Pochinki, there were like constantly 3 to 4 teams fighting each other. And now in this group, we're not really seeing a lot of those drop clashes either. Things are pretty well sorted out. Teams know exactly where they need to drop. Speed Trails, yeah, that's the only potential clash that's currently happening. Speed Trail, they're on top of that Rozok Hill. Just waiting for someone from the side of RGB to move out in the open and make that first mistake. But RGB, even they're playing it pretty nice and passive. Looking at this side of the Sinister Esports. Yesterday's day wasn't too good. But they're actually pretty close towards that top 7 as well. One solid game instantly can catapult themselves around that 7th side. Not too far away from Meta Ninja.
Well, they do have a good start here. At least they found themselves one finish right from the get-go. So it's not end in the world, but again, Sinister Esports, they do have a lot of heavy lifting they need to do. And right now, they're just fighting for the first game momentum, right? Like, especially these 3 games. Whoever wins this game will have a huge morale booster, or in this case, momentum going into the next 2 games, which is, again, arguably one of the slower matches as well. It is the map of Miramar. And of course, when it comes to this scenario as well, seems like Team X Marvelous, for them to make a bounce back right now, the best possible outcome here is a top 5 finish. And then maybe like 3 finishes would give them enough points to actually reset for 4 men for the next game to come, I would say.
North Stars. The entire journey started off with a bit of a struggle. In the round 2 specifically. Currently struggling in the second last spot. In the span of 3 games, just getting 6 points, an average of 2 points per game. Not something you expect from a banner like North Stars.
For all things considered, they're at least consistent with TME. 2 points per game. That's the goal.
Wow. Wow, really?
Yeah, very consistent.
If I would have done it, you would have been like, yeah, Necro, why are you doing it?
Wait a minute. Okay, this was a little bit of a fun time here from Group 3.
I know, right? Towards Spawn Island, everyone's just having fun.
I wasn't expecting it. This was during the lobby wait time as well, so okay.
Hey, at least everyone's well synchronized.
Yeah, doing the both ends.
That's why we're not really seeing a lot of drop clashes, right? They know they're well synchronized. But I want to see a proper brawl. I want to see a street fight. Come on, show me one.
We're about to happen. It's about to happen here. At least now we do have a little bit of peaceful time where they are getting some sort of loot. Because again, yesterday's Group 3, most of the teams were under-looted in terms of ammunition, in terms of mats, in terms of utilities as well. We just couldn't see those smoke plays to set themselves up for the end game. Speaking of which here, seems like North Stars will be taking shots here. As F1 Syndicate was scouted out and Circle 2 is about to shift. It does shift in towards Farm and also Milta in the vicinity. So that is going to be a hot spot, and Military Island is completely off the mark. So that means this Circle 2 is actually a Circle 3 zone, just because there's no teams in towards Military Island.
Pretty much. A lot of the area restricted. No one's going to be moving down south, but imagine if there's a curveball shift all the way down south. Oh my god. That would be such a fun circle to cast.
I think Meta Ninja would, like, first thing they would do is, as soon as they see that happen, they would take a nosedive down south and swim across.
But I think that's going to be a bad idea, though. We've seen so many teams get taken out in that way.
Yeah, but again, would you take the Eastern Bridge? Okay, never mind. It seems like we do see Sinister already making their way down south already. I think Team Minas is also going to be going down south as well, hoping to dodge the initial fights or scuffles on the top north. But it seems like in Farmhouse, we do see F1 Syndicate getting crashed in by North Stars.
It's going to be interesting. North Stars, the only possible way they can redeem themselves is by winning this fight. Hunter's in the front. And now for Hunter. That nade, he was actually able to find a bit of that connection too. He's also able to find the knockout. PMP Elijah knocked out and done and dusted as of now. The man's put out of commission. You can look at Aisha as well. The man's a little bit healthy, and he's also taking those shots. He's going to find the knock as well. North Stars really desperate to make a comeback in the fight. F1 Syndicate as well, down 2 players. The fight's now taken down to a 2v2. You've also got a team like Aesthetic from the sidelines. Really want to pepper in a few shots. Also want to contribute to the fight a little bit more. And somehow, always, he's able to thread the needle. North Stars really hurt, on the verge of being taken out of the game as well. Just one last man standing. 18 bullets in the magazine. Rishi really needs to reload. Is he going to have enough time, though? And that's my question. Tommy gun up close and personal in a shotgun. I'm not a big fan of this. The shotgun, the chances of it coming out on top are quite massive. And somewhere down line, we all know what's going to happen as well. It will be the shotgun cutting off the man with the Tommy gun.
Yeah, but that's going to be Subby going for a little bit of a big clutch here. But F1 Syndicate, they are able to clean out his members instead. So North Stars now, Sabi pretty much all by himself. And we might expect a little bit of third party very, very soon as well as the circle actually closes in. And as you can see from the far horizon as well, Aesthetics is going to be looking to try and chime in as well. They did help out F1 Syndicate right from the start. But even then, they need those points if they want to try and qualify.
Definitely. They need those points. Now Sabi is going to take his time. Let the course of the action take over. See what exactly is happening in the surrounding lines. He knows someone's taking shots from the sidelines as well. From the far away, it's Team Aesthetics constantly just pinning him down. F1 Syndicate now done playing it passive. Just going to move out in the open and actually claim that frag as well. Well-placed nade coming through from Hunter once again. This man's really been the main playmaker, shutting down all the 4 players by himself.
Well, but at the same time, Zone actually shifts into his east side as well. You can see the panic button is on high alert as of yet, and every single team is going to be looking to try and push into his farmhouse as quickly as they can. But surprisingly enough, Milta completely ignored as of yet. So there might be a little bit of safety heaven here for teams who just cannot find a place to hunker down. Which in this case, RCB, as of yet, they are going to be making a move. Cygnus is going to be on the edge, and the shots are fired. RCB getting a couple of shots in, but nope, they are not full knocked yet, so they will get out to safety. The Cygnus will not get anything, but as soon as I say this, guess who chimes in? And this is going to be Team X Marvelous that also gets a couple of shots through.
Marvelous. Boy, oh boy.
Oh.
The way this game is going, it definitely seems like Marvelous. They're having a bit of that rough time. Rosemary's knocked out. The man's going to be back up on his feet, so it's not a concern as of now yet. RGB on the opposite side of the spectrum, they've got some different intentions. And looking at Team Marvelous, all the 4 players, or all the 3 players in that one little Wizard Tower, not a big fan of it, but hold on to that thought. What just happened here? KO! They definitely deliver a knockout blow to one of the teams.
This is huge. This is huge for them. They need those points. But for all things considered, here's a little bit small side info for you guys as well, because Always has hit 2... Now, Always from Aesthetic has literally hit 2 long-range shots with the AUG. Pixel perfect. 1 knock on Rosemary and 1 knock on the guys from North Stars. But no confirmation yet. So his precision recoil control is kind of scary.
Definitely is. And keep this thing in mind. Still a few more teams outside of the circle, by the way. Team Mina, Speed Trails, and even the boys of Slamming 4 Men. Slamming 4 Men, they are in the top 3 in the overall standings. Team Mina a little bit far away from the top 7 as well. Currently sitting on the 16th spot. They have to wake up sometime, right? They have to realize that they need a lot of elimination points. Something needs to be done. Team Mina's on the move as of now, repositioning themselves towards a better spot. The Blues on the move with them as well. And Team Mina, they don't have a lot of meds to tank the damage. Yes, they do have bandages, but first aid is what's really important.
Well, let's take a look at the replay here on how things happened between F1 Syndicate and also North Stars. F1 Syndicate, they were chiming their way through, but again, this shot here from Always, this is what I'm talking about, right? His 0 recoil with this OAUG is just spot on. That's 2 knocks. Actually, he didn't get 2 knocks. He got 3 in total as well. That was just insane. And he got the knock on towards the guys from RGB. Sorry, I think it was RGB as well. It was just insane.
Not sure. But whoever that was, one thing is for sure, that man from Aesthetic, he's definitely delivering. Speed Trail, a little bit in the outskirts, out in the open. Now also facing a bit of that brunt. Night Order taking those shots. The man from Speed Trail's taken down real low. Now behind that tree as well, tosses out a smoke, so he wants to be a little bit shrouded and feel safe. But soon the smoke's going to dissipate. That's when maybe his life as well will start to dissipate. Just look at this man from the side of KO, spamming that vehicle. He knows he's going to be sitting inside of that vehicle anytime soon. Team Mina out in the open. Mikey, not a big fan of this. What am I even watching? How is Mikey even surviving?
Oh my
Through
goodness.
all the shots, Mikey's still alive, and he's actually going to cross on over safely as well. Oh my god, this has to be the most cinematic rotation ever.
Holy moly, he actually got out, and he's able to regroup as well. And guess what? They find themselves a small little compound to work with, and they are center control of the zone. So they should be fine for now, unless another team goes in for slam, which again, it is going to be a little bit slow for some of these teams. They are trying to reposition. But here's a little bit of information for some of these guys watching as well. Majority of teams are in the south side, so that is going to be huge congestion. Meanwhile, for the north here, KO is going to be expecting company here coming for Speed Trails.
Now getting pounced on Speed Trail. They're already taking too much damage. Not clearing the corner. And Rudy, he's going to find those 2 quick frags. Instantly dumping him down. Speed Trails. Rookie mistake once again made. The man's already on top of the balcony. Speed Trail. Somewhere down line, they're really trying to bring in some new plays on the book. But as of now, their position's compromised. Utilities tossed out. KO taking a bit of that chip damage, but it's still all good in the hood. Look at that man, Arch. In the outskirts, he wants to hand out that revival towards Cheetah, but is it possible? KO not even making a move. Not moving a lot this time, not moving outside, in my opinion, is definitely something that's a little bit concerning. Zyrus, though, a well-placed nade's also going to find the knock. That's going to be the big man Jerry knocked out. Zyrus now continues his domination and his wrap. He was able to find the first frag, and just like that, he dumps down the second person as well. KO is knocking teams out.
What a comeback for them, but meanwhile, Static now getting pushed here from Cygnus. In this case, they've lost 1 from the get-go. Mihawk seems like Prime IGL has completely abandoned ship here with the hovercraft, leaving his teammate to death. And that's going to be a Static cleaning out the players from Cygnus. 3 points in the back just like that. Very, very unfortunate. And Team X Marvelous going to be looking to third party from afar, but no shots, no follow-up on that. So they are going to be able to get the reset here. F1 Syndicate going to be picking off the last player of Cygnus. And that is going to be Cygnus out of this game.
Jot knocked out from Aesthetic, and now here we go. They straight up just send it, making the pounce. Team Marvelous, this was not a good push at all. Completely uncoordinated, not calculated well enough, and that's why Aesthetic, they come out on top easily. Marvelous messed up big time. At least they're not eliminated from the game. There's still that one man who can go for the placement points, but for how long can he be alive?
This is really impressive coming from Aesthetic as well. And they're trying to secure their points into his round 3. In particular, 27 points in total with 5 finishes in this game. They are currently in the top 5. Well, top 5, sorry. But again, Team X Marvelous, as of yet, they made a blunder as well. They were just not focusing on the right things. They got the initial knock and thought they could capitalize on this, but that required a full 4-man push for it to work.
Oh, the circle taking a sudden shift. Meta Ninja still standing. It's been a bit of a passive game from them. But looking at the banner of Meta Ninja, they've got players with a lot of potential and fragging power. But they have been suppressing themselves, taking things a little bit slow and cautiously. And now looking at the side of Meta Ninja, they don't even have that good of a grip of the circle. On the edges on the right side, in the Milta City. The only possible way they can actually stand a solid chance to win this game is by eliminating the team that's right in front of them. And I'm not even sure how that's going to be possible.
I think that's possible. Like, at least for Meta Ninja, all they need to do is just wait for the perfect third party and they should be fine.
I guess they need to toss a lot of smokes first, then cross on that road.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the game plans here for Meta Ninja, but they do have alternatives to work with. They have vehicles here. They just need a major fight before they actually go push. And in this case, KO seems like they are looking for an entry point as well. They are right on the edge of the zone. And of course, if you guys are looking to look good while driving in BGMI, you can check out the Porsche here. without collaboration with BGMI, but seems like Aesthetics, they are going for the push for hits held high, and they're losing members, and Jot goes up, and they just clean up everybody.
Big man down. And now looking at Aesthetic, the fight's not done yet. They haven't wrapped it up yet. Haven't made the call. HHH on the opposite side. Dropping down men, it's not looking too good. KO now up against the boys of Slamming 4 men. And Slamming 4 men currently inside of the top 3 in the overall standings. Taking him down is going to be a tough call. But Night Order, they're still looking to take him down. Bruni was the casualty in that rotation, which is quite unfortunate. And Slamming 4 men, Magnus, he actually peeks out in the open and finds one of the crucial knocks as well. Oh no, Night Order really making a lot of those rookie mistakes. But even the man of Slamming 4 man is taking a lot of damage. Paquito, the man's going to be on the run. He wants to just make it out alive.
Ooh.
And look at Cyrus. He was available on the opposite side. Slamming 4 men taking too much damage upon themselves. But Beast, he wants to prioritize rotation first.
Nicely done coming from Slamming 4 men to actually get out. KO, they actually back off, but at the same time, Meta Ninja, they saw that fight. They are going to try and chime in as well. Apollos finds to finish off the back, and now they've got Slamming 4 men completely pinned on the corners as well. Their vehicles are kind of exposed, and Apollos is looking to try and rain havoc here with the DP. But while this is happening as well, Sinister Esports is trying to catch Fierce and also Shadow 7, who's also looking for an exit strategy from that tricky spot, while Apollos is focused on chiming in on the teams on the north as well.
True. Sinister Esports. One finish point already secured. It's not been a frag-heavy game from them. Been a bit of a lackluster, actually. The amount of fights that are currently happening around them, Sinister Esports, they're really isolating themselves away from those fights. Look at F1 Syndicate. Finding themselves against the boys are still fighting a little bit far away, though. This fight's not going to come through at all. It's just a bit of that poke damage that they're really looking out for. Circle shifting out in the open, away from Milta City, and even away from those few scattered compounds.
Now, this is a little bit of a tricky spot to be in here, especially for still fighting. They were kind of out in the open. Yes, they do have a shorter end from the north side, but the problem is they've lost all vehicles and they're kind of exposed out in the open here. And currently, the team that has one of the best spots possible here is Hell Rises Esports down the south side of the compound, which again gives them a lot of cover to punish any team out in the open here. So this is going to be a tricky spot to be in here, at least for everybody else trying to push in the zone right now. On the northwest corner, we have 3 teams. We have on the south side, we've got 1 team. And Meta Ninja, they went for a wide spread to try and find an off angle to try and shut down Sinister. And even then, if any of them gets knocked out, the entire formation for Meta Ninja will crumble.
Definitely. Yeah, the way Meta Ninja is playing too.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that position's filled up with a lot of risk.
Yeah, Apollos is one of the worst possible positions right now. He just needs to wait the perfect timing here. But for now, timing's coming in from the west side for Aesthetic. Gonna be caught out in the open here. One of the players getting shot up. And now they're forced to hunker down this vehicle. And guess what? F1 Syndicate sees them. Team Mina also sees them. And Jot goes down. And they're just peppering fire. Aesthetics, they're just caught out in the open. There's nothing they can do. Always dropping down very low. The smokes are coming in. Vehicle's about to explode. And he is gonna go down as well. And just like that, Aesthetic, they lose 3 players in this crossfire.
Big man down. Mina, though, still in the race, actually, with a 2-man squad. Not sure what exactly they can do to try and play that survival game. They will need to leave this compound soon. So for Mina, problems are going to be stacking up on top of each other. Mikey taking those shots, now needs to get back in the vehicle and see where exactly he can potentially rotate.
What?
Slamming 4 men in that compound. They've taken a lot of hurt upon themselves. Meta Ninja now pushing out in the open as well, around that little bit of a pit stop. And now Meta Ninja are really forcing the players to Slamming 4 men in the corner. But taking this fight's going to be tough, since the moment they wipe out Slamming 4 men, there's going to be another team in the close proximity. So for Meta Ninja, it's going to be fights after fights after fights.
Yep. But at the same time, Mina Esports, they clean out TXM as well. That's going to be a marvelous gone. But Meta Ninja, they're going for a 2-2 push. White Tiger actually baits out utilities here, knowing that there is people, but Fierce gets spotted out from the horizon as well. So Meta Ninja, they may look to try and regroup from this to try and provide assistance in case Sinister decides to push. And it seems like they do find an off angle. And it seems like Sinister, they also realize that something is up.
Oh,
but
no.
from the far horizon, Hell Rises gets a pick off as well. So it is going to be a 3v3 down towards the east side right now.
Now Shadow needs to go for that revival, wasting a lot of that time. The IGL's brain is going to be occupied. White Tiger Spotting out the players of Sinister. And as I mentioned, they will have to go for this fight against Sinister, but the problem is it's too late. The moment they initiate the fight against Sinister, a lot of the attention will be attracted towards this fight. And this compound now will also be the center of focus, which is not going to be a good news. Shadow spotted out in the open, shots are taken, the man still crosses safely. And you would not want to be a center of attraction this late inside of the game.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, the only way Meta Ninja comes up on top is that they go for a double flank smoke trail push onto a Sinister Esports and go for an all-out brawl. That's the only way to win. Or, unless they go for the bait and switch, which is going to be happening as well, but it seems like Shadow 7, he only has 2 smokes, so I don't think that's going to be possible here. He's going to try to make do with this. And it seems like he is going to try to be a bait for the team as well, because he doesn't have first aid kits at all.
Yeah, and Fierce, he's in the window. Fierce has got a lot of smokes, by the way. Fierce is just going to toss out those smokes, and he can look at the boys a minute. That's what they're exactly doing. Fierce once again getting caught off guard. What is Fierce doing? Why is he the only person getting knocked out over and over again? Be careful of your surrounding, Fierce. Because of you, your team can be held back. You getting knocked out like that, now it's going to put Meta Ninja really back in the fight. Looking at Apollo, White Tiger, Shadow 7, they will have to make the pounce. They will have to commit to this push. Fierce getting knocked out. The man's already dead meat. You can't do anything about it. White Tiger, though, even he gets shut down from the sidelines. Meta Ninja's fight, they're not taking it properly. But eventually Apollo, he's able to shut down the man at the front. Sinister, they're hurt. They're definitely bleeding. But Apollo's somewhere downline. He just wants to rub the salt on top of the moons. Apollo does get the confirmation on the fallen player. As White Tiger's knocked out, Shadow 7 wants to hand out that revival.
Yeah, but at the same time here, this double smoke push actually succeeded as well. Just like that, they do get a little bit of a leeway of room to work with, but time is of the essence. 55 seconds left before the circle actually forces them out in the open. They have to wrap this up very quickly. And at the same time, do they have vehicles is going to be the question as well. But here comes the push. Apollos, he finds one. And here he goes. The spray comes through and they are taken out. Meta Ninja finds themselves a couple of pickoff. But the time is not over yet. The clock's still pushing through. The rest of the world are still pushing in. RGB going to be stuck out in the open as well. And even still fighting from the northwest corner. It's got a very, very nice wide spread to see everything and everyone as well. And now INC is going to be the focus here for Steel Fighting.
5 finishes racked up already from the side of Steel Fighting. They've actually got a decent spot to play with. And they also do control a lot of the terrain. Cover right there to play with. INC in the front, out in the open, still fighting for them. It's an absolute buffet that they want to feast on, because they know a lot of the points can be converted. Meta Ninja now moving out in the open. It's not the best possible position. Meta Ninja, they've already taken too much damage. White Tiger is walled down low. Look at Shadow 7 barely surviving. And the man does not even have meds. That's the problem.
This is tough. This is rough. But I think he actually dropped one here as well from his teammates. Thank you so much from White Tiger. Shares a little bit of bandage over there for him to actually stock up. So that's not too bad here. But this is the best possible outcome here, at least for Meta Ninja. Considering that how difficult it is to actually push up for those compounds, they still survive with 2 players. Not too shabby. They're still in the top 4. There is a decent amount of placement points. But now, getting a couple of straggler finishes is going to be huge for them. But now Zishu, ooh. He's going to go full prone here, hoping to scout on members from INC. But right beside him is going to be RGB. And I think they didn't see him. So he should be able to get a line of sight here. Now he goes for the big, goes for the shot, and he goes for a knock. But the retrade not coming through here. RGB, wasn't prepared for that. And now he scouts out the second one as well, and he's going to go down.
Wow.
And just like that, Zishu picks apart RGB without being punished.
Beautiful stuff from Jishu. And now you've got Fast crawling in from the rice fields, hoping that he's not going to be spotted. But I'm pretty sure soon he will be. That golden dress actually matching up with the rice fields as well. That can really play in his favor. Still fighting. Oh no, they actually do find a confirmed knock against Meta Ninja. It's not a good look. White Tiger knocked out. There's Shadow 7 a little bit in the far fray. Shadow 7 can't even do anything about it.
Yeah, he's pretty much done for as well, but RGB, Fast, finally picks out. Zishu gets tagged up pretty low, but he is going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. Shadow actually gets the knock, but no confirmation, but he will go down. That's going to be Meta Ninja out in 4th place as RGB needs to push in his zone. Still fighting, still holding them back, but Shri only has 8 bullets on that Groza. Black needs to make every single shot count. Zishu going to be looking to regroup his teammates here, trying to stock up ammunition, but with the zone coming in, it is going to be tricky. But Shri, he actually gets the confirmation. Ooh.
He's only got 2 bullets in the magazine and no bullets in the spare. That Groza is pretty much useless. He cannot use it anymore. He does not have the 7.62 ammunition. Looking at Black, Even he does not have a lot of ammo. Everyone from still fighting, now they need to start conserving ammunition. The moment they start taking fights left, right, and center, the ammo will be burnt out. Johnny's the only person with a decent amount of ammunition, but even he gets caught off guard. INC, how are they back on the fray once again with all the 3 players? A while ago, this team was on the verge of being extinct, but now look at them. They're actually looking pretty strong. All the 4 players, they do have the ammunition, they do have the resources.
What?
But RGB from the sidelines, fast. This man is actually converting fights. Now he's got his hands on the S12K, just spamming throughout in the open. Pegasus, he does hand out that nail in the coffin. Now he also pulls out the MP45 for a close and personal battle. Needs to get that revival as well on the fallen comrades. Is it possible? 25 bullets in the magazine. Gets the confirmation on the man who was knocked out. Zishu confirmed. Pegasus, a lot of pressure on the man. Gets his hands on the utilities. Gets his hand on the utilities as well. He's going to toss that nade. Molotov, not exactly on the right spot, but the man's got the cover to play with, and that's going to give him the advantage. But what? He loses that fight. Somehow, he's the one to lose that scuffle. And it will be the opponent to come out on top. What just happened?
Oh, still fighting. What a clutch it is here. But oh my goodness, INC, they could have won that game. But Fast actually ruined the game for them as well. Fast was prone, it spoiled the game, got 2 knock. Oh, that's just a huge blunder. Still, it could have been a lot of what-if situations here. It came down to the timings. It came down to decisions here. It's a little bit unpredictable. But still, a win is still a win.
Position-wise, Still Fighting should have won that game. But the way INC really flipped the script for a moment, we thought, okay, it's going to be INC's game. The man had a lot of ammunition on the MP45. Still Fighting was running low on ammunition. And the fact that he was actually able to wrap up a lot of those elimination points with the MP45, I personally thought it's done. It's done. The man in the front had to move out in the open. He also got his hands on the replenishments. He also got his hands on the utilities. So for him, it was supposed to be a win. But in the end, I'm pretty sure it all really came down to that one headshot. And that's where Pegasus just lost that fight.
Yeah, I'm surprised Pegasus did not bait the right pick and then pick directly from the left side to actually counter that as well, allowing that full recall here from Shri to actually take it now. But still, Shri, well done. That was an insane prone as well. He was pretty much at position out exposed. Look at this. He's actually focusing on the left side, goes for the prone, immediately pre-fires that. So again, it was a little bit of a mistake from Pegasus, which again, I thought he was going to pick from the left here. But no, Shri just came out on top, got lucky.
But I still believe he did his best, right? Securing a few frags in the end too, I think so. He's managed to secure 3 frags in the final few moments, so he did his job, I think. Looking at Shri as well, getting 4 finishes on the board. Zishu as well, getting 3. Then you've also got Johnny right there with 1, and even Black getting 1. It's not a bad outing for the side of SF. Yes, a lot of elimination points could have been contributed given the position they had, but I still believe since we are dealing with rookies over here, that was a solid performance coming through from the side of Still Fighting. Now, speaking of Meta Ninja, in my opinion, you really expect a team like Meta Ninja to assert dominance in a lobby like this, but instead they were playing really suppressed.
I think this is a little bit of a small comeback here coming from Meta Ninja, considering that, you know, they don't have position points like ever. You know, this time they had a little bit of position points, they had a little bit of finish points as well, which isn't too shabby. But let's talk about the biggest spoiler of this game as well. The one that ruined the chicken dinner here for INC is going to be the MVP as well. It's going to be Fast.
Hey, that's respect, man. Fast was just trying to get elimination points and no intentions to ruin anyone's game. He just got what he was supposed to be there for. Getting 6 frags on the board, Hunter as well getting 5 points. You've also got Always getting 4 points, Apollo as well getting 4, and then Shri OG as well coming through from SF getting 4 frags on the board. Still Fighting with that chicken dinner is definitely going to be feeling pretty good, because even at the start of this entire overall standings, Still Fighting was on the 2nd spot, and now with this chicken dinner, they might have just toppled over HRE.
I think they've qualified. Yeah, I think technically Still Fighting has pretty much qualified here with this winner chicken dinner. INC does give them a little bit of fighting chance to still fight for the top 7. Meta Ninja has got himself 10 points, so I wouldn't say this is the end of the world, but Meta Ninja still has 2 more games to go. So 2 more 10-pointers, they are qualified as well. So the potential cutoff is about 45 points if you want to be safe here based on the previous group as well, which was ridiculously high. But now, let's take a look at the overall standings here. Meta Ninja still sits on the 7th position with 27 points. INC now shot up to the 8th place with that potential chicken dinner, which, again, they should have gotten it.
Definitely a bit of an comeback initiator coming through from the side of INC, I'm not going to lie. Looking at Metaninja getting those 27 points, definitely solidifying that slot in the top 7 a little bit more. But since they're currently on the 7th spot, barely on the brink of extinction, in my opinion, Metaninja needs another decent game to be there in the top 7 without any problems, without even breaking a sweat. As you mentioned, more than 45 points, and you are going to be solidifying your slot towards the top 7. You will be solidifying that slot towards the round 3. On the latter half of the board, you still have a few more teams that can actually pull off a last-minute comeback. Sinister can be one of those, even Night Order can be one of those, and even Marvelous can be one of those.
Yeah, they did pretty okay in that situation here, but what really surprises me, and that I think we kind of missed as well, is that RGB actually did okay in that match. Considering that everybody else kind of fumbled rather early as well, so RGB actually pushed up the top 3. So again, they're one step closer to qualifying as well. Now they're 38, so technically 45 points, 7 points in 2 games. Not that difficult, I would say.
Things are still going to be unpredictable though, right? Since we know all it takes is just one big game for you to make the comeback, even Metaninja can be kicked out. We might just see a big vacuum of points coming through from the side of the mid pack, or we might see a lot of vacuum coming through from the top pack. Even Hellraisers Esports, let's not forget, that team is about to wake up as well. Yeah, the first game down the drain, just getting 4 points, fine. But if they do start to wake up, they're going to start creating that vacuum of points, which is also going to suffocate the teams in the mid pack. So anything can happen. But for now, let's move on to a short break. You guys go and restock up on the popcorns.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026. You guys are watching the English broadcast and you guys are watching the last day of round 2. And of course 2 more games remaining here for group 3, and who is going to be advancing into a round 3 and who is going to be eliminated right here right now. The fates are standing and there's only 2 more games that decide their fates here. My name is ICB12 at your service, and we have Salty here to talk you through the commentary as well, because that game just now, it could have been a lot of what if situations here. Could have been Metaninja, it could have been INC, it could have been, you know, everybody else that is not still fighting that wanted chicken dinner. It was a little bit of a fiasco there, Salty.
It certainly was. I think it was a sort of an upliftment coming in from Metaninja. Wasn't really expecting that after the initial 4 matches that they had played, but at least there's signs of improvement right now. Still 2 more matches left to go, but ladies and gentlemen, it seems like you guys have a lot of tasks to do at home. So make sure when you actually log inside of your game, go to the Discovery Island, play a couple of your matches over there, because you playing your matches and winning inside of Discovery Island means it's a win over for all of us here as well, because the prize pool of BGIS 2026, it's gonna get amped up even further. And do you know what else is interesting? You actually win rewards while playing your matches as well. So you win rewards, the players win rewards, you know there's gonna be a higher prize at stake. There's nothing short of absolute entertainment. But coming back to entertainment, I see once again you've got to give it to Metaninja. I think they're trying to pull something like a Phoenix, maybe like a comeback on the last day, but they're still hanging by a thread.
See, that's the thing about these lobbies, right? Especially BGIS as well, especially when round 2, round 3, there was a lot of unpredictable factors that actually happened as well, which kind of tilts the teams as well, because we've seen officially on-screen broadcast, one grind team has pretty much out. Phoenix narrowly escapes elimination with that clutch chicken dinner coming from Viper. And now Meta Ninja is at the cups as well. So I don't know, man. I feel like we need a second opinion.
We definitely need a second opinion, ladies and gentlemen. And who better to give you the second opinion other than the coach of Meta Ninja himself, Osmium. By the way, let me give you a little bit of a history check, because if you guys don't know already, this man has won back-to-back official trophies. But what is making Meta Ninja struggle inside of BGIS 2026? All of these questions were asked by Antique. Let's find out.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का एक और इंटरव्यू सेगमेंट में। और आज हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं एक और ट्रॉफी विनिंग कोच। जी हाँ, मैं बात कर रहा हूँ मेटा निंजा के कोच ऑस्मियम की। तो स्वागत करेंगे एक बार ऑस्मियम का और उनसे जरूर जानेंगे कि उनका सफर कैसा चल रहा है। ऑस्मियम, स्वागत है आपका। सबसे पहले तो मैं ये समझना चाहूंगा आपसे कि BGIS राउंड 2 की लॉबी को देख करके आपके क्या विचार है, क्योंकि अभी 7वें पोजीशन पे चल रही है आपकी टीम।
लॉबी तो अच्छी है यार। मैं ऐसा बोलूंगा कि बहुत ज्यादा टफ नहीं है, नॉर्मल है। बट 7वें पोजीशन पे चल रहा है, उसमें हमारी गलती है। लाइक हमने मैचेस कुछ थ्रो करे बहुत खराब, अदरवाइज तो हम डे 1 पे क्वालिफाई होने वाले थे।
बिल्कुल ऐसा लग रहा था कि इनिशियल मैचेस बढ़िया जा रहे थे, 10 फिनिश का भी एक मैच आया। बट अंडरगॉड्स के बारे में जब हम चर्चाएं कर रहे हैं, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि अभी इस पर्टिकुलर लॉबी में जहां पर आप खेल रहे हैं, क्या चीज है जो अंडरगॉड्स के पास बहुत बढ़िया है और क्या चीज है जहां पे आपको लगता है कि उनको थोड़ा और काम करने की आवश्यकता है?
लॉबी के हिसाब से तो बोलूंगा मैं कि अंडरगॉड्स की जो फ्रैगिंग पावर है वो बहुत अच्छी है, लाइक उनके मैकेनिकल स्किल्स एंड ऑल।
बिल्कुल। और ऑस्मियम, आपने ऑलरेडी एक ऑफिशियल ट्रॉफी जीती हुई है, तो थोड़ा बताइए कि क्या प्रेपरेशंस रहती है, क्या अलग किसी टीम को करना होता है अगर उनको सच में वो BGIS की ट्रॉफी चाहिए तो?
देखो, जब हमने जो ट्रॉफी जीती ना, उस टाइम उससे पहले हमारा गेम प्ले खराब चल रहा था। लाइक टीम पूरी पेज पे नहीं थी जी। बट जैसे हमने कुछ चीज को फिक्स करा, तो मतलब विजन सबका एक हो गया कि हमें ट्रॉफी जीतना है और सभी प्लेयर्स एक साथ एज अ टीम खेल रहे थे। तो वही रीजन था आई थिंक कि हमने वो ट्रॉफी जीता था।
बिल्कुल। और
वो माइंडसेट था
जी। ऑस्मियम, 2024 का वो साल जब आप BGIS की ट्रॉफी और BMPS की ट्रॉफी दोनों ही जीत करके गए थे, बट उसके बाद जोन मेटा में बदलाव आया और उसके बाद से जो परफॉर्मेंस है ओवरऑल टीम का वो उतना बढ़िया नहीं रहा है, चाहे आप एज अ कोच की बात करें या फिर शैडो की आइजलिंग की बात करें। तो आपको लगता है कि सच में जोन मेटा ही एक लौता रीजन है, आपको लगता है कोई और कारण है कि उतना डोमिनेटिंग परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आ पा रहा है?
टू बी बीइंग ऑनेस्ट, जोन मेटा से इतना कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। पहले जैसे जोन मेटा था उसमें थोड़ा सा गेम प्ले में चेंजेस होते हैं। जैसे पहला पुराना जोन मैटर था, उसमें हम एजिस से अच्छा खेलते थे क्योंकि सर्कल वैसे थे। अभी ऐसा हो चुका है कि सर्कल के इतने हार्डशिप तो नहीं आते और इवन डायमीटर भी थोड़ा कम हो चुका है। बट ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है कि लाइक अगर जोन का मेटा चेंज हो जाएगा तो टीम का परफॉर्मेंस गिर जाएगा, उसके लिए कुछ बाकी रीजन है।
ठीक है, आई होप कि वो सारी जो रीजंस है वो जल्दी से सॉल्व हो जाए। आपकी टीम की अगर हम बात करें, आप एक ऐसे कोच है जिन्होंने वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट कमबैक ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट में करके दिखाया था, और वो कहानी हम हर बार दोहराते हैं कि इन गेम क्वालिफाइड से क्वालिफाई होकर के फिर वो टीम आगे बढ़ी और ट्रॉफी लेकर के गई। ऐसी बहुत सारी अंडरगॉड टीम्स है जिनका स्टार्ट उतना बढ़िया नहीं होता है, तो उनके लिए अगर आप कुछ वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम देना चाहें ताकि वो भी मोटिवेट हो, और ठीक है अगर कुछ मैचेस खराब भी गए तो वो भी आगे के मैचेस पे फोकस करें।
उनके लिए तो यार एक ही चीज बोलूंगा कि कभी भी जैसे मैच खराब जाता है, एक मैच खराब जाता है, दो मैच खराब जाता है, सो भाई टीम की तरह रहा करो, किसी पे ब्लेम मत करो। जस्ट उस मैच को भूल जाओ और अगले मैच में फोकस करो और उसको कन्वर्ट करने का देखो। पुरानी चीजों पे बात करके कोई फायदा नहीं।
बिल्कुल, वन स्टेप एट अ टाइम और टुगेदर एवरीवन अचीव्स मोर, जो कि हमारी टीम की डेफिनेशन होती है। थैंक यू सो मच ऑस्मियम फॉर ऑल दीज गोल्डन वर्ड्स एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर योर मैचेस।
थैंक यू सो मच।
तो ये थे ऑस्मियम, और उनका साफ साफ कहना था कि अगर एक मुकाबला खराब भी जाता है तो आप बाकी के मैचेस के ऊपर फोकस करिए और एज अ टीम आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करिए। आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि जो हमारे अंडरगॉड्स हैं उनको बहुत कुछ इस इंटरव्यू से सीखने को मिला होगा। बस इस इंटरव्यू के लिए अभी के लिए इतना ही, चलते हैं सीधे एक्शन की तरफ।
Some beautiful words of wisdom over there by Osmium, which once again suggests that we go back to our basics, try and fix your errors as a team, and once again, if a couple of your matches go bad, don't really react to it. Try and get the next set of matches in your favor.
See, I think that's the thing about a great team and a good team, right? Great team would actually just shrug it off if things go bad. You know, if we fix what we can as well, and understanding that we are out of shape as well is also a good thing. It just shows you that sometimes being a little bit complacent will get you in trouble, especially if you're competing at the highest level.
I think that is exactly what Osmium said as well. Just to double click on what he said over there. Anki asked him a question whether or not the shift of the zone meta has resulted in your team lacking performances. He mentioned that yes, for sure, there are micro adjustments that we need to have as a team, but then it's the lack of form for our players which is actually causing the disarray. So hopefully, Meta Ninja in the last two games of their BGIS round 2 journey, they mount a comeback. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Miramar comes to your screen right about now.
Well. The first map of Miramar for this group on its screen right now. This is going to be match 5 for Group 3 itself. And whether or not do they have a solid game plan is going to be completely random as well. Because as of yet, nobody knows where is or who is going to be dropping where in this scenario. Because this is going to be their first time meeting against each other in this map. We saw an influx of teams in the Erangel. We saw an influx of teams on towards Rondo as well. Where a lot of teams rather drop early. And it was kind of spread across the map in yesterday's games here for Group 3. But for this group, first time. And interesting enough, Meta Ninja actually dropped rather early as well. And no contestation. Wow, okay. That's new.
I mean, a good start, a rather slow start for Meta Ninja, which should actually give them a little bit of a balanced approach to how they want to proceed with this game. I guess Meta Ninja once again will try and do similar things that they tried out in the grind itself. Try and get those good positionings up until the 4th and the 5th circle. And then potentially get all the finishes that come by. But I see, by the way, my co-pilot, have you fastened your seatbelts?
No, why?
Because it's going to be a slow game, I'm getting a hunch.
That's why I don't fasten my seatbelt.
You should. You've got to sit tight on your seat for a while now.
Yeah. Just disregard my safety hazard concerns here. But let's talk about the teams here. It seems like Chumasera is going to be expecting a lot of company there as well. The circle actually shifts southwest. That is a scary circle to play with as well. But INC, they've lost one player right from the get-go as well. They may have dropped the ball with the Chicken Dinner just now. And right now, they may lose a player right from the start into a Cygnus Esports inside Los Leonas. And interesting enough, you know the difference between Group 3 and Group 4? Everyone dodged Los Leonas in Group 4. But in Group 3, we have 3 to 4 teams inside Los Leonas.
It's not just Los Leonas, also the regions around Los Leonas, namely Chumasera as well, has around 3 to 4 teams in that vicinity itself. So you can understand, or rather imagine the amount of clusters that we are supposed to be witnessing. But of course, there's still an option of disengagement, ladies and gentlemen. And majority of these teams might be doing so, especially the ones in Chumasera. Taking these fights early on, it's going to be a big hit and a miss, and right from the get-go itself, sweet trails.
Okay, Cheetah, if you hit that shot, that is got to be $1 million shot right there. That is got to be the sickest shot ever with the win.
With the Winchester 90, I feel like even if you hit that shot, even if you connect, it's not going to do much damage. It's just going to tickle the opposition a little bit.
True, but a headshot in that direction, it's just instant knock. That would be sick though.
But yeah, very unlikely, I see. Extremely unlikely, especially with the bullet drop that comes around with it. But
that's why I call it $1 million shot, right? It's so difficult to hit it.
I think players are going to be more accustomed throwing pans around inside of the game rather than taking shots from the Winchester 94.
Well, we saw a couple of nice shots at least last year at Winchester. It was like a moving vehicle, one tap on the head. I think it was done by one of the players from TWOB. I just can't remember. It was like last year.
I'm pretty sure, I'm very certain, in fact, it wasn't a one-shot, but
it was a one-shot. It was sick. A headshot.
Well, sick headshots, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to see some of it here in Chumasera. You've got 2 teams. SRDT, or rather SPDT, pardon me for that, Speed Trails Esports. They are in the low ground. You've also got the likes of KNO up top. Certainly shots can be taken. Baby over there. Especially in a little bit of risk in trying to move out of this location, but I think they've actually done it quite smoothly.
Well, this is going to be a little bit of awkward start here, considering that Sinister Esports is actually looking to try and dip outside the zone, which again, you can't really blame them, considering the fact that Chumasera is kind of occupied as well. There's just no reason to kind of stick around. INC also making a little bit of a retreat here from Los Leonas, which is good, but speaking of the map as well, I think RGB is the last team to rotate inside towards their usual draw spots. They actually went to Campo Militar, and it is the furthest away to push into the zone. So they should be able to make into the zone for Stage 3, Stage 4, which in this case, RGB is currently sitting on number 3rd position here with 38 points. So they need at least 5 to 7 points to kind of ensure their safety net to qualify for round 3 itself.
Yeah.
And on screen now, we do see slamming 4-man. Well, they kind of took a little bit of tumble here in the previous game, considering that they had a good chicken dinner yesterday. Which, in this case, could have been a little bit more ideal to seal their fates here, but North Stars is one of the most, a little bit high of a hyper-aggressive team. But interesting enough, even though they're aggressive, they have never won a proper fight just because they're getting third-party left, right, front, and center, and they are currently in the last place.
I mean, more than hearing from you, I actually want to find out on the map of Miramar, how do these teams place themselves and position themselves? Because like you mentioned, right from the get-go itself, this is going to be one of those tricky circles to play around. Certainly not easy, especially with those terrains, those hard ditches. You can have teams holding anywhere and everywhere. And to try and keep your angle secured, you need a lot of power to do so. And ladies and gentlemen, what you have a lot of power inside is going to be the Royal Enfields that are available inside of your game right now. Make sure you check out the BGMI X Royal Enfield collaboration, the GT Continental 650, as well as the Classic 350 as well. 2 lovely variants for you, just so you can cruise around on your favorite map on the game of BGMI.
Don't worry, if you guys can't afford in real life, don't worry, you can afford it in-game, 100%. It's much, much cheaper. But speaking of which as well, I think Meta Ninja does have one of the best possible early starts here, just because they were the first team to drop. They dropped in Protona, easy rotation in the zone. So they will have first dips on towards whichever position they want to be in here, especially towards the mountain terrains of Chumacera, just because of the fact that Chumacera was kind of occupied. So a lot of teams are starting to rotate inside the zone here, and even to Team Aesthetic, they do make a little bit pit stop, and I think they ran out of fuel trying to rotate inside the zone as well. That is not a good sign here, at least for Team Aesthetic.
At least for now, I think they're going to be safe. No real threat right around their vicinity, I guess. Even from the minimap, you can see they are mostly alien from the rest of the teams out there. Yes, of course, there is going to be the likes of Team HR, who are looking to try and take them out. It'll be interesting to find out if Hellraiser Esports, who has been in top form so far inside of this group, if they take a fight against Team Aesthetic right from the get-go. But like I said, I think this is going to be a slow, steady Miramar game where majority of the teams are going to focus on their positioning. You talked about how the southern hills of Chumacera, those high ground, can actually lead to a massive advantage, and Team Meta Ninja are actually on it. Try and capture that piece of real estate. You still have so many teams who are coming in from the outside, just like this one. Making their way from water treatment. They're still very far away from the circuit, I see.
I'm really surprised that they didn't actually drop Clash, considering the amount of fiasco that actually happened here for Group 3 in particular in yesterday's first appearance. But for this map, seems like a lot of teams, they realize that a lot of these teams in this lobby doesn't like to take out of the way rotations to travel far away to get safe loots. And because of that, at least about 6 teams has done that. And just because of that play, we do not see a lot of high engaging fights right from the get-go. And even for Chumacera, even for Los Leonas, technically Los Leonas has enough loots for 4 teams.
Yeah.
But again, safety is an issue, which, surprise enough, no major drop clashes. They only lost 1 player, and that is also, like, what, a knock? And he was actually picked up as well from INZ. So nobody is dead yet in this game. 64 is alive, considering that this is the first time they've met each other. No drop clashes. Nothing. Absolute pitch silence in this game.
You intrigued me so much when you said that guy was knocked, and I was almost like, wait, did we get to see the first pick inside the game? And instantly looked at the player number, and then I was like, holy moly, now we've spent so much time inside of this game so far, almost about 10 minutes inside of this lobby of Miramar, yet we still have 16 teams and 64 players inside of the lobby.
You know what? At least half the lobby is going to go down right now because the circle is going to shift west side
here.
This is going to go 0 to 100 really, really quickly right here, especially from this rotation itself. We are going to be expecting a lot of gunfire here. Teams on the northeast corner that is about to run into the zone here have no idea what's to be expected as well, because everybody wants to go for a late rotation. We are going to be seeing people stranded outside the zone now, especially from the north side, and inside the zone we are going to be seeing a lot of people going down as well. And Meta Ninja, I don't think they have what it takes to shut down everybody here because they do not have a good compound or position in this zone.
Ooh, now that is going to be a big call. Well, we'll find out if Metaninja has what it takes, but he didn't mention about the circle, and I'm actually looking at slamming 4 because so far the rotation tactics which they have figured out is actually kind of working out to be right. We just saw the map feed. They are on that western highway. They are injecting themselves through the western part of the circle, which is rather deserted. So I guess they are going to be outside of threat, at least for now. But have a look at this. TKO. They are in a deep world of trouble. A shot from Sinister Esports come around. It's going to be Baby who connects his first shot. I always love pronouncing it Baby instead of just saying Baby because, again, I love calling it Baby.
Okay, but seems like, guess what? They are going to go for the slam instead here. Knight's Order in a little bit of trouble. They do pick up Rooney as of yet. Kais is going to lead the charge. Baby not joining in yet, but seems like the third party from afar is going to be Hell Rises that chimes in and saves the day. And just like that, Sinister, they lose one player, but no confirmations yet. The counter nade from KO is looking trying to chime in as well. Spyro continue to pepper with those nades, but may have missed the mark here, a little bit too far off. And Sinister may consider rethinking their approach here. Both their vehicles are done for. They're looking to make a run for it. It seems like they are going to share the compound here with Night Order. As Kai still, well, go to go for a couple of jiggles, but gets punished instead. The rest of the team comes in, and Night Order, they fend off the pact as well. The UMP sprays is there, but they lose 2 for 2. The engagement comes straight in, but Baby also goes down, but Rooney will be able to trade the sides instead, and KO is able to take out 2 players just like that.
Ooh, that was a sweaty fight, I see. Night Order, they managed to survive at least for now though, but problems are still going to be there. I mean, they lost 2 players without a lot of risk over there. They had the numbers advantage. They could have actually squared down the fight, taken positive trades off the back of each other, but that did not happen. And of course, because of it, there are going to be multiple teams venturing pretty close to them. One from the backlines, of course, it is going to be the lads from Still Fighting, and they certainly are fighting. Not so much on the overall standings. They don't really have to fight much. 51 points acquired already. They've had a blinder of a start inside of BGIS round 2. Just need to close out this game. And I like their strategy. In spite of having that lead, they're not really rattling the defenses of the opposition. Rather paying them respect that you come to us, try and take these fights. Meanwhile, Night Order in a deep state of trouble. Ronnie is the only man left alive, I see.
Yeah, he's stuck as well. Needs to pick up himself over here. Now Rises looking trying to go in for a couple of free fires in. Rooney cooking up Nate. He's gonna try and lob one over. And no, he gets pumped first before he actually gets the connection. And just like that, Hell Rises Esports gets the complete shutdown. And while this is happening from afar, Still Fighting gets a knock through. And again, this is a 0 to 100 very, very quickly here because in barely in 3 minutes we see 2 teams getting knocked and every single team in this lobby is starting to get very, very aggressive.
I mean, it's not aggression in my opinion. I think it's the terrain that's actually forcing them to take these fights. Have a look at that. Fierce up top. Brilliantly done this time. Takes away 1 player from Team INCS. Pegasus has been brought down, knocked and finished off in a flash. Meanwhile, the rest of the players, they're still trying to fend off the offense coming in from the left-hand flank. It's not going to be easy, especially with teams surrounding Metaninja from multiple angles. They're going to shoo away INC as they take a backseat in this fight, which is a rather ugly decision, I think. Injecting yourself from that position off the circle, especially with the way Metaninja were split up, it would have been rather daunting.
You know, I would really like to see a highlight on how Fierce actually got that knock. That was a very, very tricky shot here, especially from on top as well, on a moving vehicle. Maybe INC was actually moving on a straight line, but still, that was a very, very quick takedown here coming from Fierce. Meanwhile, North Stars, they will inject themselves from the west side of Weldemar, which again, urban warfare, not exactly favoring in this zone just because the zone is going to shift up north as well. It is divided by 4 quadrants, and RGB Esports takes a wide swing from the west side, and they are the latest to join inside the zone because they came in from Campo Militar, so they have no clue where the rest of the world are, and now they're taking some serious fire here. But fortunately for them, they find themselves a little bit spot here to hunker down, but the vehicles have taken a lot of damage.
I think they at least don't have to move, at least for the next circle. The only threat has to be slamming 4 men who are in the north side, but I like the fact that they leapfrog them instead of taking a deep battle on the edges of the circle. They were like, alright, fine, let's just ignore them, come in from outside the circle, tank a little bit of the blue damage, and then try and move in. just keeps their men intact, at least have that reshot 4-man backup inside of the end games. We'll find out if they do reach the end games, of course, ladies and gentlemen, as we have team heads held high. Triple H, if I must say, this team has had a forgettable season inside of BGIS 2026, and now they're under fire from Meta Ninja, the same spot where INC once tried to occupy, but this time from the backlines, it's going to be Team MENA Esports. The wreckage is impenetrable. All the players are outside of that vehicle, but they have nowhere to go, I see.
Yeah, they're pretty much derailed as well. They have no choice but to swim in the ocean here to try and survive. Fortunately for them, they have a little bit of a safety cushion to work with, but the circle is about to shift up towards the north side as well, and this huge cluster down towards the south side is going to be a big problem. But again, it's still a little bit unpredictable here, Salty. It's still divided between 4 quadrants. Nowhere is safe. The mountain terrain is on RGB and Slamming 4-man's favor, but even then, crossing is going to be tough. They do not have line of sight of people in Weldemar as well, which again, if they want to take shots, they can, but it's not going to be confirmations. Look at the distance here, especially for Team MENA Esports. Yeah. That is going to be the distance expected to be covered here from the teams on the northwest side of the mountain terrains to look towards Weldemar.
Absolutely. I think the majority of the clusters are just divided into 2 parts right now. One trying to hold on to the mountains south of Chumacera, one just holding on to the clusters of Valle del Mar. And you mentioned about Team MENA, they are outside the circle. They are in none of those clusters. Still trying to battle it inside. Have a look at this. Slamming 4 men. It's a little bit of a situation along with Team X Marvelous, who came in from the back lines. They still have got 4 men alive and now are looking to rattle the defense of Slamming 4 men. The shots are brilliant, by the way. From the distance, they certainly are getting those damages done as Lukes gets taken down. Even Prime IGL falls. And you mentioned we are going from 0 to 100 pretty quickly. It remains to be seen who gains control of these northern hills.
Yeah, again, everyone is playing really, really safe now, and you can't really blame them. Just because, you know, there's just so many nooks and crannies they have to kind of figure out as well. But for now, ST going up against for Slamming 4-man, which again, Slamming 4-man wants to engage against this, but they cannot do so because the moment they push out, they are going to get shot from afar. In this case, TXM is looking to make a pounce. RGB is also going to be looking at pounce as well. And that's the reason why they're just playing so defensively as well. And from the far horizon, you look at this, Marvelous, they know. Speed Trails, as soon as they engage the team beside them, those teams are going to pounce on them. 100%.
We'll talk about who actually comes out on top, but for now, we'll find out if Speed Trails Esports, can they hold on to this position? Because, of course, with the threat that comes in from Slamming 4, you know the finish points, it's going to be on a frenzy. One opportunity, they're going to shut you down, the nades and the smokes, it's going to be of prime importance. It just hides away, engulfs, makes those entry points for those utilities much more ambiguous. And Team Slamming 4, they'll have to play the guessing game. The Molotov was again struck beautifully. Beast, one of their most impactful players, now has been brought down to a lot low HP. And I love the fact that they're also closing in the distance simultaneously. Meanwhile, the nade gets cooked up. This can be huge. As they find the first knock, the first man goes down, but Team ST, they're still not stopping.
Oh my goodness, Magnus was able to trade one. They trade 1 for 1, but it's going to be a 2v3 as well. But run for the smokes as well. How did they get one? And Rio also goes down. And just like that, Slamming 4-man, literally shutting down the 4-man push. And what a defense. But again, noise has been made. You can see from the far horizon, they are coming. The Wolves are coming. And that is going to be Team X Marvelous looking to try and chime in. Izod looking to try and push them away, but TXM, they might be a little bit late to the party. They picked up Magnus, now they just need the health push. And Team X Marvelous, looks like they are going to engage, but they're late. They're so late. Now they have to re-engage against this fight again.
No, but I like their approach, I see. It seemed like they were against that idea of direct slamming in onto the team. Rather, they wanted to take a pit stop at this nearby compound, try and reset the fight from get-go, and then go at it again. This is, of course, going to be a 4v2 in my opinion, so they have that inherent man advantage. Rosemary with those nades up front, looking to recreate the legend of the foregone, but Team X Marvelous, are they aware of the threat that lie in the backlines? Because I'm pretty sure somebody or the other has eyes set on them.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, I'm surprised they're not going for a tandem nade here coming from Team X Marvelous here. One guy nading is not good enough. They need to nade the entire compound together before they go for the push. In this case, Slamming 4-man, they've only down 2 players here to try and fend off the plaque. And while all this smokes is being set up as well, look at the minimap on the west side. Look who is coming to say hello. RGB Esports has sent one guy to kind of snipe off and apply pressure, and he's just driving around here as well, not knowing that he might be in a little bit of trouble, but seems like he is going to go for a peek as well, slamming 4-man. Uh-oh. They are going to punish him, and he is going to go down. That was a mistake here from RGB Esports.
That's just being way too greedy over there. RGB, they had a lovely position. They had so much information. They came here for information, if I am not terribly wrong. Amar wanted this information, wanted to understand how the dynamic of these compounds laid down upon. But as soon as he heard those gunshots and those footsteps, he should have backed away from that fight. Exposing himself, getting his head out. Now all of a sudden, he's knocked out, and there's nobody to revive him.
I think Ama can be picked up here just because of the fact that slamming 4-man wouldn't push out blindly, just because of there's so many angles that can punish them as well, and even for Team X Marvel is right beside them. They just wouldn't push each other. But finally, looks like we are going to be expecting Valdemar battle finally going to be concluding here. Every single team is pushing out of the city, and surprising enough, Meta Ninja actually the first one to dip across the road. And they are alive, so this is a good sign here for Meta Ninja, but for Hellrisers, well, that's going to be a problem for them now. Because they are going to be expecting gatekeeps from the north side, and that's going to be a static already on the crossroads of Boros.
Yeah. I would rather want to find out how can Hellrisers battle this challenge, because they certainly have been rolling high, especially when you consider how well they've been playing and how well they've been getting their elimination points. This match again, 7 elimination points, racked up 60 points, crossed. Hellrisers, they certainly are taking things slowly and steadily, but like you said, there's a big challenge, especially with Meta Ninja crossing on over. There's almost like a gatekeeping situation, a defensive barrier which they have to break through, break past. It's not going to be easy. Even for Team Aesthetic, who are at the dead center of the circle, the geometric center of the circle. They've got themselves a few concretes to play around. They've got that cover as well, but can they defend this position? With threats from all different angles, all 4 players have to be on their toes.
Well, seems like we have another team that has been eliminated as well. Slamming 4-man, actually getting slammed here from RGB. And Team Marvelous now looking to try and punish this, but the replay comes in and they lose a player. And finally, Team X Marvelous is going to try and go for those confirmations. This is my loot now, boys. Get out. And that's exactly what they're going to do. But as of now, the circle is going to push all the way towards the north side in this circle. And it seems like Asterisk, or in this case, Static, does have the best possible zones as of yet. Meta Ninja on the cusp on the southeast corner with the small little compound to gatekeep all the teams leaving Valdemar. But from the north side, and then even for Team X Marvelous, well, this is going to be a long push here. The vehicles are smoking hard as well. So RGB is going to be looking for to set up a trap for them. And even for North Stars on the website is going to take them out.
You know, RGB actually did something extremely interesting over there. As soon as they lost that fight against Team Marvelous, they fell back and instantly tried and capitalized on the central positions where the compound was housed by Team Cygnus. We'll talk about that fight, but for now, Team MENA Esports, they are on the attack. They've taken heavy damage for sure. 2 of their players are down and out as Mikey. He knows he's in the front lines. Anurag are backing him from the backstab position as well. But it still remains to be seen, can Mikey find the opening? Because without the opening, Team MENA Esports, they've been struggling on the overall standings already. I don't want them to struggle anymore, especially with the pump action shotgun. You only get 4 shots to make a dream out of it. It seems like he's missed the first one. Brilliant advantage for the team in the other side. They are trying to make use of it as Team SF. They're inching closer. Utilities are still coming around. I like this tactic. They're trying to bait him, all the players, towards Anurag. And they want to take this fight to Anurag. Can Anurag deliver? Big question, I see.
Oh boy, it's tough as well because Steel Fighting, they're getting shot from afar. F1 Syndicate takes one out and Zishu goes down as well. And just like that, Steel Fighting, they lose 2 players mid-rotation. And that's why they stop pushing as well. So nicely done coming from Team MENA for backing out, knowing that, you know, other teams from the other side of the map is going to help out. They will, for now, survive and make it inside the zone. But for Steel Fighting, they are not in zone. So they have to push in for now. Meanwhile, F1 Syndicate, they've done the damage. Now they're going to be rotating inside the zone here to try and find a space for themselves and realize that, guess what? There is a lot of open fields, but there is also a lot of teams sniping their way through. And fortunately for Draken, he finds a small little hole to work with. And Still Fighting now. Slowly inching in. He is needing a little bit of backup as well. 2 versus 1 situation for Black. The moment his teammate comes in, it is going to be 2v2, but even then it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be tough. 2v2 for sure. First couple of shots to just disguise the opposition, but Mikey hits it on the money. Team Mina Esports, they find themselves a very crucial knock, still fighting. Slowly and surely falling right now as Johnny, the last player who's been left alive. Team Mina needs to play this together. Once again, Mikey peeks out, has the pump action shotgun, UMP on the other side, inside of their smokes, and he gets the first knock. Team Mina Esports from the back lines. It seems like they are gonna get cleared up, and team still fighting. They live to fight another day. What an insane turnaround, RGB Esports.
Oh my goodness, RGB saves the day for still fighting, but at the same time, Zone is not favoring him as well. He's all by himself, he's got no vehicles, and RGB Esports is just peppering shots as well. And looks like they do find aesthetics, and guess what? Up towards the mountains, there is even some team that is higher than them, and that is going to be Team Marvelous looking to try and push in the zone. They got the first opener, and still fighting is also going to be helping out RGB just because you guys helped us out. Or in this case, he might have realized that maybe he thought that Marvelous was the one that actually shot at him as well. But for now, the fight from the urban city here is going to be Hellrisers. A smoke wall has been breached and they are pushing in. Meta Ninja going to be cooking up those nades as well. Does it connect is going to be the question as well. Hellrisers, they're taking some damage, but they are all inside the compound. And Meta Ninja, they have to clear this very carefully as well. The push up is there and Starboys get sprayed down. It's going to be a free for all and Hellrisers, they walk in towards the perfect trap. Arjuna, last player left, and even he will go down. Meta Ninja close the chapter from the city itself.
Absolute hell-breaking lose inside of Miramar. Meta Ninja, brilliant compound defense. 7 finishes shared between Fierce and White Tiger. What a run of form these lads have been. I love the fact that Hellrisers did take in that little bit of a gamble against Meta Ninja. It's always going to be a tough fight, but knowing Hellrisers, they've never really backed down from a challenge, and this time, they certainly are the ones to take the L. On the other side, RGB Esports, nades coming in from all sides, but it seems like from up top, one of their players, last, has been taken down. Job on Iconic, a little too difficult as Meta Ninja also tried to cross on over, but one of their players has faltered. So it's all teams in a little bit of a dilemma because this circle is completely out in the open, I see.
Exactly. Meta Ninja just needs to be a little bit patient. They need to save the vehicle though. The vehicle is getting a little bit of shot damage coming through. But seems like Meta Ninja may have made a little bit of oopsie there. But they've lost the polos. But for now, it's all about the waiting game. RGB has the high ground. North Stars also going to be shooting from the south side as well. And the majority of teams are there, and it seems like everybody's just looking at Meta Ninja, which, again, they have no reason to be focusing on that as well, because the circle is going to force them out in the open. Yes, Meta Ninja is going to lose out in the long game, but a majority of teams are on the west side right now.
They certainly are, but Meta Ninja, I think the amount of movement that they made in the last few moments of this circle, I think that just got them so much attention. And meanwhile, there's one team who's actually having concrete covers for themselves, and that is Team Aesthetic. They are in one of those king compounds right now, and they can certainly go on a finish frenzy if they have the lines of sight. Majority of the teams are outside the circle, be it RGB Esports, even the team from the northern periphery, even NS as well. Everyone, they are outside the circle. Meta Ninja, they are out in the open. This is a game that has been handed to the platter of Team Aesthetic. And on the 7th position, if they falter this, if they fumble this game, I'm telling you, they are not making it to the next round.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough spot here. But again, Aesthetics, they are on top 7. They have had center control. They've been peppered shots for so long so far. Now they've only got one finish in the game. They're so close towards the end, but they need to wrap things up. It's going to be the question here. But North Stars now, they have to make the first move. They're outside the smoke. Shots are being fired. They are drawing a lot of attention here, but they do have a buggy. Seems like they are going to make a move as well. Aesthetic is going to be lining these shots up. They take one out. Can they get the second? They need those points, and they will get it as well. That's going to be 2 points in the bag for Aesthetics, and making it a total of 3 on top of the initial one that they have. So Aesthetic makes it the top 4 with 3 finishes right now.
Brilliantly done, but have a look at this.
Ooh.
Train from the back lines. It seems like there's almost a chance that Team F1 Syndicate might actually be taken away. Have a look at this. RGB Esports, they had eyes on top of them. Meta Ninja are aware as well, but out in the open, they can't even protect themselves. So what a brilliant high ground advantage that RGB Esports have currently.
Yep. RGB just in prime control to close out this game, but they only have 2 players. And Aesthetic and Meta Ninja, they realize the biggest threat right now is RGB. And Fierce, he's looking for an off angle with the 0 recoil. He spots it out, but doesn't take the shot yet. And right now, the zone is going to force them down. So actions on RGB, and they will take the first move first. Meta Ninja is just looking to clean them all out before they focus on the static. It seems like the slam comes in. RGB going to be going for a wide swing. No connections, no spray so far. And even the static is going to help them out as well. And RGB, they're now stuck out in the open here. But somehow, Baban is able to survive it all. He gets closer, but gets spotted out by Fierce. Here comes the nade, but a little bit off, but the connection with the shots will connect, and Fierce will take him out.
You know, it's a little unfortunate for RGB. I like the approach. I like the amount of risk that they were willing to take, but nonetheless, this time, it seems like Aesthetic, they are going to take away, they're going to shoo away that finish point away from Meta Ninja. But how will Meta Ninja cross on over this entire road? That is going to be a big question. With the team RGB taken out of the picture, I'm pretty sure the attention, the focus, the crosses, they're going to be on Meta Ninja, and none of these players are going to be able to survive. First one falls, it is going to be Fierce. The next one follows up. Shadow 7 has been cleaned up, a little bit of a retaliation being there as well. RGB from the backlines, can they square up? It is going to be iconic in a 1v2 situation. Two players have been knocked up. One good nade. It can destroy everything, but it does not have it. The nades are not really there. The P90 strikes. The first knock, it's still not coming through. It's going in for the finish point. And that is where he just gave away the game to Team Aesthetics. Well, nicely done for sure, but there could have been much better results, I see.
He could have gotten the chicken dinner, but decided to play safe, take those finish points instead. But still, a game win is still a game win for Team Aesthetic here. They played it patiently, they still got the chicken dinner, and eventually they will qualify in towards round 3. Nicely done coming from Team Aesthetics, but even for Meta Ninja as well, what a bounce back coming from these two games as well. And I think Meta Ninja with that game as well, I think they should have enough points to qualify for round 3 as of yet.
I'm not sure to actually call whether or not they are completely safe, but they are inching closer to that 40-point mark, which I think is going to be around the safe barrier. So yeah, one more decent game with the same amount of elimination points Meta Ninja had. I think they are going to be closing in, but once again, having a look at the final blow, RGB Esports, Aman, especially with this angle, was causing so much nuisance against F1 Syndicate, against Meta Ninja. Back-to-back shots which were being connected, but of course, the final finale, Fierce finding a knock, it just completely spoiled the party for RGB.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Meta Ninja, they were out of options as well, right? Like, RGB was the first team that needs to be taken down as well, and the only way they survived it was literally Aesthetics getting naded off by Meta Ninja. That was the only way, and they lost their vehicle rather early as well. So, again, it came down to a little bit of luck, but Static just held down the ground. They survived to the end. With the power of teamwork, they make the dream work, and they actually score enough points to qualify. But how exactly much did they get is going to be a question as well, because they have one more game to decide the fates of the rest of the pack, looking to be in the top 7 as of yet. But for now, Aesthetic, they're doing really good. They have been very, very consistent so far, but this chicken dinner gives them the guarantee slot in towards the top 7.
Absolutely. I think this does guarantee that slot, but needs to make sure that they don't slip up with a 0 point in the very next one, because I think there are, unlike the other group that we just saw, Group 4, I think inside of Group 3 there are multiple contenders. There's no vacuum in between the 7th and the 8th spot, or potentially even the 9th spot as well. So with multiple teams battling down, the cutoff can go high at any time. You just want to be safe and sound, especially with the amount of points. It's going to be one more Miramar. If the circle is similar, I think they have got the job done almost.
Now, let's talk about the MVP for that match as well. It comes to be from RGB, with Arman being the MVP from the match, and even then he was just popping off really, really good. In the final moments as well, he got a little bit aggressive to push down, but eventually gets taken down by Fierce. But even then, it was a necessary play. He was able to bait out a lot of reactions. And yeah, for some reason, they were still able to get to the second position here. I thought they were going to be the first team to get taken out. But with Aman's play, he was able to buy time for his teammate to actually get top 2.
Absolutely iconic, just staying there alive. RGB Esports, 17 points from that game. Team Aesthetics, brilliantly played. 8 finish points, 10 position points. They get 18 points in totality. Meta Ninja, now this is going to be another consistent game, 13 points, but we're still waiting on that big chicken. F1 Syndicate with 9 points. I was expecting a little bit of upliftment coming in from Hell Risers, especially the way they took against Meta Ninja. The fight was brilliant to watch, by the way, but it just could not give them positive results. 8 points for them. And then, of course, you've got all the teams who are still struggling. But I see, this is where the picture comes down to the overall standings before one last game. And this is where the difference all of a sudden has been amped up. Have a look at that. The 8th position team, Team INC, 23 points. Meanwhile, Team Slamming 4-man, 39, 16 points separating.
This is not good for teams at the bottom as well, because INC is the closest to top 7, and that gap between Slamming 4-man and INC at least is a 15, 17 point
16
difference.
points.
Sorry, 16 points to be exact as well. So that means in order for INC to qualify to top 7, you need to have a chicken dinner with 6 finishes, and that's provided that Slamming 4-man does not survive or get any higher than this.
Yeah. This point standing just gives me one hope, and that is only one slot will be taken away, because I'm pretty sure 3 teams with a huge performance, that is extremely unlikely. I'm not expecting 3 teams to actually do so well, but if there's anybody who can actually make it work, it has to be INC, because right now they are the closest, and I want them to just be there hanging by a thread.
I think Nice Order is also possible, but again, in order for Nice Order to actually qualify, they need the chicken dinner, they need a minimum of 10 finishes, and that's also provided that Slamming 4-man doesn't get a single point from the game. So again, closest INC is only team as well. I agree with you, 1 slot, but I think it's very apparent now top 7s are pretty much advanced here.
I think that happened. That was the case with Group 4 as well. I think the top 7, we already knew. I think by the time we were in the 3rd or the 4th circle, we knew who our top 7 is going to be. But this one, I expected it to be a little closer. I was not expecting that 16-point gap, but that happened because of this game. So now, if in one game the gap builds up, the other game the gap might close down as well. Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. One final game before round 2 comes to a close. And of course, the last map of Miramar is still going to be in play. We're going to be taking a very short break. Don't go anywhere. The last game is still getting locked and loaded. It decides the fate of all these teams who move to next round. We'll find out after a very short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the last game of round 2 inside of BGIS 2026. And to cover that game, of course, we've got Necroman back on the panel. And with the last game that just happened in front of us, that Miramar, it was slow. It was painstakingly slow. We were waiting for the teams to react. But finally, some signs of life from Meta Ninja, which just keeps them at bar, I guess, with 40 points. But I'm still not sure if they're going to be safe.
I mean, once again, this is a clear picture that we've drawn in the past as well. This group is much more slower than the previous group. But one thing that's in common for both the groups, that's going to be the point standings, the overall point standings. If you look at the top 7, it's clearly just separated from the rest of the packs. You can see that difference from the 7th till the 7th spot is till the 8th spot instantly.
Absolutely, 16 points separating these two teams. But ladies and gentlemen, if you do not want your opposition, or rather your friend's team, to have so many points difference with you, make sure you get the Royal Pass, because good skins means good skills. Isn't that common knowledge, ladies and gentlemen? With the Royal Pass, you get a beautiful Rebel Rogue Fox set, which also comes along with the DP28 skin, which is absolutely fantastic. The Rebel Rogue Fox, she's my crush, by the way. A little bit of an update is there. I'll make sure you guys know who my new crush is.
Okay.
But that will come across. Make sure you actually get the Royal Pass, because it's a one-time investment, and it just can get carried forward easily.
I know, right? That skin looks beautiful, and of course there's going to be a few more in-game cosmetics available in the Royal Pass. So all you need to do is just invest a bit of that UC. You can get all the UC back once again just by playing the game. And while playing the game, you can also stand a chance to fuel the price pool for this entire BGIS 2026 up to 4 CR. Now, that's a lot of money, and you guys stand a chance to control it. But back towards the conversation and the groups itself, right? As I mentioned, now we're seeing a clear difference between that 7th and the 8th spot. Once again, the same thing is happening with this group as well, which is Group 3. Which also means that we do have our confirmed top 7, unless we see a big performance coming through from anyone on the latter half of the board.
It's kind of like a bummer, to be honest. I was expecting a little bit of competition. Close competition, 4 or 5 teams battling for the top 8 spot. It would have been very dramatic, but then I understand where these teams come from as well. There's a very clear distinction on which are the teams who are going to be making impact in the later stages versus the teams who are yet to learn. And I think with the current overall standings, there's just one team, Team INC, I think, who can make a bounce back. I'm not really sure. Depends whether slamming 4 men get eliminated and they get a chicken dinner. But it's all very ifs and buts. And I think before the last game, I wanted a rather close competition.
Even I wanted to see a close competition. Speaking of the previous group as well, it was the same thing happening, right? We clearly saw a bit of that difference between 7th and the 8th spot, and right now as well, the same thing is happening, which is of course a little bit of a bummer, because we already have the spoiler. We already know it's going to be moving on forward. Unless, as I mentioned, if someone from the latter half of the board gets 10 finish points and a chicken dinner, then maybe that can definitely be a difference maker. We might see even Meta Ninja get kicked outside of the top 7. Anything can happen. And speaking of Meta Ninja, now since they are the experienced one, you would really love to see them assert dominance in the lobby, but instead they're playing quite suppressed.
Absolutely, and I think that is because of the fact of what Osmi mentioned during the interview as well. He mentioned that the team is not in proper form. How are they going to play the aggressive game? They want to actually build their team foundation once again, get all the players on the same page, and maybe they become a championship winning roster. But then that is a big question altogether already. Now, what they want to do is figure out the basics, which I think in the last game they quite did so, apart from that last move, I think, out in the open. That was a rather decent game, Negro. What are you complaining about?
I mean, look, if you think about it, though, if the coach himself is saying that the team's not in form, especially when the tournament's ongoing, isn't that concerning, though?
It is concerning. They've accepted it. What more do you want them to do?
Oh, my God. Honestly, that's really concerning. The future, it's looking pretty dark. I hope Meta Ninja, they do pretty good. But yeah, I mean, as of now, there's definitely a chance Meta Ninja's going to move on. It's not even a question. We're going to see them inside of the round 3. The only concerning fact is going to be that in the round 3, we're going to see quite a lot of those stacked lobbies. Teams are going to be extremely professional. Teams are going to be extremely known as well. And that will be something that might just catch a lot of these newer names off guard as well. And of course, there will be a few new faces as well amongst that mix. So even the professional teams, even the known names will be a little bit confused.
Absolutely. Confusion is going to be there. And, you know, you mentioned the right thing. I think it's a trademark for Shadow and Osmium as well, because the last time they went on a championship winning run inside of 2024, they were qualifying rounds not through sheer dominance. They were going past, getting better, going past a round, getting better as well. This is just round 2. I'm hoping that Meta Ninja along the way, while crossing all the hurdles, they might become a better outfit. In my opinion, if they get better, I think this is a lineup which easily qualifies to the LAN finals. Nothing short of that.
Look, it's common sense, right? As the rounds keep on progressing, even the competition's going to amp up slowly and steadily. You're going to see a lot more known faces as you keep on moving up the tournament. And that's what's going to happen with Meta Ninja. And maybe that can work in their own favor. As I mentioned, these known names, they're really used to relying on statistical data. And as you keep on moving up, you're going to be facing off against those known names, which means you will be having the data. You know exactly how they like to play. You know exactly where they drop. You know exactly what sort of rotation pathway they're going to be taking.
I think these unknown names have definitely daunted all our Tier 1 players. I'm pretty sure that a Tier 1 player would not come up on stage and say that I'm actually one of the best players in the country right now, because these undergods, they've actually showcased in front of us that the skill sets have gone up so high.
I know.
But speaking of what has gone up so high, the lead inside of the 7th spot and the 8th spot has gone up very high as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out who qualifies to round 3 after this particular matchup. It is going to be the map of Miramar coming to your screens right now.
The plays in the skies once again for the Deserty Lands, this time starting all the way from the southern side of Los Leones. Now this plane fly path, it does seem quite balanced for the map of Miramar. If the teams do want to move on all the way towards the extremities though, still it will be a tough stretch. But at the end of the day, I would love to see an aggressive start to this Miramar. The previous one was too passive. Let's have an aggressive start, please.
You know, we had a little bit of cluster and we had a little bit of a similar flight path as well. We had 4 teams in Los Leones. We had 4 teams in Chumacer. Of course, majority of them drifted apart. They went on their merry ways. But in this one, especially since it is going to be your potentially last game inside of your official tournament, why not make a mark? All the teams, you are getting a spotlight. You're playing on broadcast. Try and make an impact, in my opinion. And I think Team INC have a perfect platform to do that. Yeah. If they do get that 20 bomber, imagine this, Necro, slamming 4 men, getting taken down early on in a clash, and Team INC went on to get the chicken dinner with 20 points. What a comeback it will be.
Without a doubt. And you already do have a drop clash around Puerto Paraíso. Look at North Stars against the Boys of Marvelous. There's a big chance these two teams are also going to collide. And I would love to see that clash. Rosemary as well in the close proximity. You will see that man gliding a little bit towards the late Puerto Paraíso, which is going to be a little bit of a deep contention. And already those Uzis going off as well. Even inside of Picado, we do have a drop clash as well coming through. That's going to be Cygnus. And for Cygnus, yeah, the days haven't really been that great. They have been struggling. Hasan and Del Patron as well, heavily contested by foes. This time it's going to be the Boys of Speed getting actually caught off guard. In my opinion, Slamming 4 men, this team really needs to pop off. And Slamming 4 men, as of now, they do have all the 4 men standing, and actually they have converted a frag as well.
They have converted 1 frag, but there's a triple threat lying in wait for them. Harsha and the Patron, the boss, the house of the boss, the mafia. Well, it seems like there's going to be a lot of gang wars right now going on. Speed Trail Esports, Sheeta. He understands where the players are coming from. They've taken early casualty, and you mentioned it perfectly. Slamming 4 men, they are one of those teams who need this fight heavily, desperately in their favor. And I'm not really seeing that happen, especially with the kind of positions that they hold. That they are waiting for the fight to come to them, and they might actually stand in the crossfire. Look at that Molotov. Wow. Could have actually been deadly. Slamming 4 men, they're going in for those finishes.
Oh my god.
Really, really banking on their firepower. They get 3 elimination points right at the get-go. This is a good start for them.
Such a clean conversion coming through from Slamming 4 men. But I'm loving this aggressive start as well to the map of Miramar, because now teams have realized making the comeback is going to be impossible anyways. So a lot of these teams have just given up, and they just want to play a little bit aggressive, hope for the best. As you mentioned, leave a mark. If they do get away, they can get away with a nuclear performance. If they don't, well, better luck next time. Anyways, you are not going to make it. So Slamming 4 men as of now definitely seems like it's a day with destiny. Claiming the elimination points in a clean manner. Molotov as well, tossed to perfection. Things looking pretty good. Magnus, he's going to be the man to lead the pack, the spearhead. And yeah, for Speed Trails once again, just to let you guys know, they have been eliminated from the BGIS 2026. And I guess the trend continues. The team that performs the best in the round 1 is never able to move on to the next round.
Yeah, that is a heartbreaking fact, by the way. But nonetheless, we'll find out what happens next, because there's still another fight in hand. As Team Cygnus, if I'm not mistaken, they're the ones who are extremely close. Is it?
No, Cygnus is all the way towards Picado. So the team that's around Hasan and Del Patron, that's going to be Slamming 4 men against Sinisters.
Ooh, Sinisters. Can they make the Slamming 4 men sin in front of them? That is going to be a big ask, a big question for sure. Elsewhere, of course, we do have team head held high. They're going up against Team Mina Esports. Now, this is going to be a fight which doesn't really change a lot. The bottom two on the overall standings. Of course, they're playing for pride. They're playing for that big impact on the official stage. I think it's been a learning effort from all of these teams as well. Coming in from the in-game qualifiers, playing in through round 1, qualifying for round 2 as well. If I would have been an aspiring pro player, I would have loved the journey by itself.
Of course. But let's not forget, still keep on grinding, keep on improving. And as of now, TM, they found themselves in a real pickly spot. There's a man close by as well. The nade was tossed, and the nade does not do anything. Chipping away damage on himself, actually. Team Mina Esports, concerns definitely there. Mikey on the opposite side of the spectrum, constantly tossing out the nades. And what a nade that was! Ricochets off the frame and finds knock. Perfect rebound. And now looking at the boys of Team Mikey. Oh, at this point, Mikey really does want to press up on the trigger. He just wants to move up.
I feel for the last man. I really feel for the last man. He has got no support from that third player. Friday Lord, what are you doing over there? You are going to be of no use. Kirmada, he needs to fall back, but look at his comrade over there. He's been left to die. Now, this is painful. Team heads held high. I mean, there's so much time. There's so much opportunity to actually go in for a reset. If not get Golan up, they can at least get Shadow back up on his feet, but they're not even trying, it seems like, in Team Mina as well. They're not pressing in the triggers just yet.
There we go. Finally, the man's backing off to get that revival. Triple H might just be saved. Oh my god, he tried to cross on. Friday Lord. He tried. Did not even have smokes to work with. Just try to make it. And unfortunately failed. For Mina Esports, that's going to be free elimination point just gobbled up. 2 players knocked out still for Triple H. 1 revival being stuck. Actually, 3 players are going to be back up on the feet, so that's a really good thing. Zynox spotting out that man in the front. Shadow's position compromised, and Shadow just wants to back away. Mina Esports on the opposite side of the spectrum. Do they want to let the foes back away? That's the question.
I think
Mina?
they want to.
Oh, there we go. The knockdown player spotted. Death blow handed. The elimination point secured. Triple H now finally taking damage.
Yeah.
As now they've lost out on a crucial member.
That was an extremely unwanted knock, by the way. If you look at it from Team Head Held High's opinion, I think they had no reason to reposition from a position where Friday Lord was. Could have just held that angle and waited for Team Mina to try and take the fight to them. But nonetheless, he was trying to be a little too greedy. But again, Necro, I'm so opinionated at this point because we've seen teams get a couple of knocks and charge against the opposition so many times that now Team Mina and their stance, it seems like they are playing a much more passive game.
Indeed they are. HHH, they realized one thing. Backing away from the fight's never an option. Especially when you know the opponents have got their hands on the high ground. You just can't even back away. The moment you try to run back, there's going to be a lot of shots taken against you from the top. No way to escape, especially when the blue's on the move, you're going to be trapped. And you're also going to be taking a lot of damage at the same time. So Team Mina, they're going to be forced to move up a little bit more. Cygnus against the boys of SF, still fighting. This fight's going to be a little bit awkward. Prime IGL baiting out that peak, but he was not able to get anything done yet.
Still fighting. Just 2 players up on the line. Cygnus, they are looking to invade the compound. And I think they have an understanding, they have an idea of the numbers advantage that they have in this fight. Of course, they do not want to end up losing more men inside of this. Still taking caution, still taking all those precautions. Nades locked up, it's a knock. Trades coming in from either side, still fighting. They are actually successful in confirming one of those finish points. But Cygnus, are they in position to close this fight out? That's a brilliant nade!
He could have actually blown his own teammate up, but luckily enough, his teammate was behind a cover.
Yeah,
so he's going to be fine. Well-placed nade's actually going to find the confirmation as well. Yeah, and completely relying on the foot cues too. Perfectly played. Triple H now inflicting a bit of that pain and hurt back on the boys. Team Mina really finding themselves on the receiving end. The blue as well, constantly chipping away damage. And if you look at the utility count, it seems like heads held high. They're looking better. Nade's also finding the connection. Shadow now looking a little bit more dominant. Team Mina starting to fall back. Med count not looking too good for them either. Popping those first aids as of now. Heads held high. They really do have good replenishments. They really do have better utilities and even better equipment. And that's why you can see them just dominating this fight. Sticky nades, everything being utilized, even the med situation. It's looking better for HHH. And now just want to push up and eliminate the remnants off the opponent. Krimada tosses another nade. Opponent spot it. It's going to be pre-fire around the corner. Krimada is not able to find the connection. Just make that pounce, and eventually he does as well. That's going to be the confirmation against the foes, and just like that, Team Mina, they've been eliminated from the game. What a way to turn the tables.
Absolutely. Team Triple H, they're coming out strong, especially in these close quarter battles. I'm not really sure what really went wrong, especially in those mid-range engagements against Team Mina. They were losing their bodies, but have a look at it. One reset, and this team looks like a completely different roster altogether. Yes, for sure, if they actually want to make it inside of the top 7, then a big climb awaits in front of them, which is rather impossible. But still, in spite of all of that, I think this was a great fight. It just showcases what kind of potential that they have, and it's not the end of the road for them.
And look at INC. They're down to a 3-man squad.
Oh, wait,
Gets even
already?
worse. Yep.
My goodness.
Now to make the comeback, you can't say they will need to put a little bit more of that effort. Already, the effort was too much for them. And now, with 3-man squad getting the chicken dinner, that too a big one, gets next to impossible. But still, there is a possibility. And as long as it's possible, it's doable.
In my opinion, a 16-point gap between the 7th and the 8th spot, it's
Massive.
It's not that massive. It can be covered up, especially in these earlier rounds. But again, depends on if these teams do have the firepower, and also depends if they do have the intent on going on an aggressive route.
It can be covered up if you've got a few more games lined up.
Yeah.
It cannot be covered up when you've only got one game with all that pressure on top of you, you actually getting eliminated as well. That's got to fiddle with your emotions.
That's a solid point.
So yeah, they're already dealing with a lot of emotions at the same time, a lot of pressure as well.
I feel like Meta Ninja and Phoenix Esports, look at the way they came back, right? Their big games did not come in the very last game. It came in around that second last game or the third last game. And that is the ideal time you want to come back and make those big plays.
But to be honest, if you're really a good team or exceptionally good team, these chances, you won't have to latch onto it because you are going to be performing better in every game. Doing good in every game.
That is, of course, what the people expect of you, but then being an athlete is a completely different ball game altogether. Only they might know what it feels, but for now, Meta Ninja, they certainly are looking strong. They've got a good position inside of the circle. The circle, ladies and gentlemen, meanwhile, is on top of Chumacera. It's a repeat telecast of what we just witnessed in the last map, and this one. Have a look at this Triple H. They are under fire. Team Marvelous. They are looking to invade the compound. They've already done that. Outnumbered. Kirmada has no way to dodge those bullets. One man falls. One man left behind. Team Triple H, they want to survive this fight.
Triple H, Golan's in the back. And there we go. Even that man gets caught. What is Rosemary doing over here? Honestly, that's so unexpected. But that's well played for Marvelous. Keeping one man on the flank all the way in the back lines, actually doing a fantastic job cutting off the pipelines. That's perfectly done. The breathing routes as well, just completely cut off. Now the man's suffocating to death. Looking at Hellraisers Esports, Pyro spotting that man out of the open. He could not do anything. Hellraisers Esports easily claiming that elimination point as well. Things looking good and dandy.
This is also one of those teams alongside that one team from Group 4 who actually played really well. I'm talking about Alive again. I think Hellraisers is going to be one of those teams who does have enormous firepower in their arsenal. Just needs to channelize it, do a lot of research back at home, do their homework when they before coming to play their matches, and execute their plans to perfection. I think this team can certainly go at least till the quarterfinals. But of course, the team of the hour, somebody we've been talking about for a while now, slamming 4 men. We were talking about if they do drop a bomb in this game, then doors of opportunities open up for the teams in the second half. But have a look at them. 7 eliminations, all 3 players still alive, just Magnus being lost. This team already past that 46-point marker. They're doing so well.
Metanidza spotting out the foes. They're right in front. Little pixel spotted as well, and Metaninja, they know their head's on the swivel as of now. As long as they don't cross that 45 points marker, their head will be on the swivel. 45 is going to be pretty much the goal for these teams, to be around that safety cushion. I know still there's a lot of points separating that 7th and the 8th spot, but just to be on the safer side of the spectrum, to be extremely safe, crossing that 45 points marker is going to be really a good thing for you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, inside of the game, you wouldn't really know if Team INC, they are on a roll or not. If they are getting finishes or not, you'll only get to see the point standings once the game is done and dusted. We can see through our radar that Team INC is not on that run that we expected them. So, understandably, Meta Ninja teams like F1 Syndicate, they are going to breathe easy at least for now. But inside of the game, you're always palpitating. You are expecting, you are anxious of whether or not have you made the cut, have you gotten those points that are needed. But I think Meta Ninja, they don't really have any risks. 4 man alive, they've got a beautiful spot inside the circle, and with no threats around their vicinity, I guess they are gonna make it till the top 3, in my opinion.
Meta Ninja looking at that position. Definitely seems like they can't dominate. They do control a big piece of that zone. And yeah, of course, even the production crew just showcasing that vehicle. The Dragon Ball Z Goku.
Who's your favorite Dragon Ball character?
So, if you want me to be honest, I haven't really watched a lot of Dragon Ball Z.
I can give you a reference.
I mean, I know the basic characters like Vegeta.
Yeah.
I know Goku.
Yeah.
Then I also know Jiren. I know Frieza. A few of those characters I know.
Have you heard of Majin Buu?
Yeah. Okay, I know where you're going. I know where you're going. All right, buddy.
Well, he was actually one of my favorite villains, by the way. I mean, imagine this. You can absorb the opposition, and you also get their powers along with it.
Yes.
What a crazy hack, isn't it?
It is. Definitely is a solid superpower. But what if the opponent's weak?
You still can engulf them.
Okay. North Stars. This is one of those teams that we had a lot of expectations from, to be honest. It's a returning name. We have been looking at North Stars even in 2024, even in 2025. They were doing quite decent in the early phases of BGIS. But now in 2026, it feels like North Stars, something's missing.
Yeah.
And because of that, they're also going to be missing from the tournament in the future.
The competition level has risen up quite a lot, especially in these earlier stages. You get to see these undergods full of skill sets, something which we only could witness inside of the quarterfinals or from round 4 onwards. But now inside of round 2 as well, those things are so prevalent. You see those ricocheted nades, you see those beautiful utility usages as well. I think they've done a phenomenal job in learning from the pros. And now Northstar, you were talking about them, they did find Knock. Looking to confirm it, F1 Syndicate. Not really the best of days for them, I would say. I think they've just been lucky. Just barely scraped past that 8th position mark. 40 points, 7th position for F1 Syndicate. But had it been a few more teams chasing them on their tails, F1 Syndicate could have easily fallen, Necro.
What's the next zone going to shift? That's the question. And actually, it's going to center on up right on top of Hellrisers. Yeah, finding themselves on the lucky side of the spectrum, I guess. Hellraiser Esports really going to be feeling good. Then you've also got another banner like RGB around the spectrum. For RGB, it's already been looking pretty good and dandy in the overall standings. 55 points, they've made it. It's not even a question. RGB Esports now just pulling off weird shenanigans. That's it. The man's got his hands on the explosive bow, and he just wants to find a connection. RGB knows they've already qualified. They can afford to experiment stuff. There's one man just pushing out in the open.
Aman always does that. He loves pushing out in the open. He loves to go to enemy territories and try and challenge them on duel. And majority of the times he's actually been successful with it as well. Have a look at this. Finally gets information. Gets the first confirmation. The second knock is there as well. Aman just brilliantly done over there. RGB Esports, not a single ounce of cover fire from the backlines, but still Aman survives. Still gives them that knockout blow.
The man's backing away now. Luckily enough, there is that cavalry available, and look at Rama. He's done significant amount of damage, but still the cover fire from the back is available. That's going to be fast, constantly spamming through. Waiting for the man to actually showcase himself, and look at this knock! Brilliant stuff, RGB covering the flank angles as well, shutting down the foes who really wanted a little bit of that piece of the pie. And that's going to be Northstars messing things up big. They wanted a few elimination points to themselves, wanted third party that. But from RGB, that was really well played. Fast from the top, he's doing a lot of damage. Northstars, now they want to find a bit of that return damage against the boys of RGB. Inflict some pain and hurt back, but that's going to be impossible. RGB, a smooth rotation from them.
You know, I hate the fact that Northstars, they're actually caught out in the open like this. They're at the edge of the circle right now. They've got enormous ground to cover. Of course, if they do want to chase the center of the circle, but that place is completely barren. No covers, no dips for you. Only a couple of trees, a couple of rocks here and there. Northstars, they are almost done for. Elsewhere, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like slamming 4 men. They are also not quite healthy because Meta Ninja decided to chase against them. The nades come through as well. PS, of course, always in the front lines. They're so brilliant of a job up there. This time slamming 4 men. It seems like they have no chance. But Necro bringing back the conversation of RGB once again. I mean, this is a team that has got majority of their bases covered. I love their team fights.
RGB is definitely really good when it comes to positioning yourself in good spots in the fights.
Yeah.
And as of now as well, they've got a really solid spot to play with. The only high ground in the circle is contested by them, which also means they're going to be getting away with a lot of intel, and that's going to help them position better in fights too. So yeah, it's really linking together. KO on the screen, Night Order. That was my pick for the day. I thought maybe they can make the comeback. It was a shot in the dark. KO, the first game, was definitely there. You can't say the intentions were there to make the comeback. They tried their best to initiate it, but they messed up.
Yeah.
And now look at them on the 10th spot. Comeback seems impossible. Unless they get a 25-pointer, then maybe there's still a possibility. But that too, they will be tied up with the team on the 7th spot, I think.
It's going to be a tough call. Not just who's going to qualify, but also who's going to win this fight. Slamming 4 men for Beast, I think it's going to be 3 monsters chasing him down. Meta Ninja almost looking to pounce on him. And of course, it wasn't even bullets. It was a run-over coming in from Meta Ninja. 4 eliminations, all shared between all 4 players. Now, this is what Dream Team teamwork looks like.
Easy conversion for Meta Ninja. Once again, they've realized one thing. In early stages, teams don't really have a lot of experience. That also means that team plays well. It's not going to be that good from these teams.
Yeah.
And Meta Ninja, they're just trying to stick to each other. That's it. To showcase the team gameplay in the fights as well, be well coordinated. And as long as you're going to be doing that, the basics are covered, you will be winning those fights, you will be winning proper games as well, or at least you are going to be staying consistent in the overall standings. You don't really need a complicated thing. And I guess that's what Phoenix Esports realized as well when they made that comeback.
Pretty much. Simplify your basics, try and work on your fundamentals, and get it right every time. Of course, you've also got to give it to Viper over there, I think, who was an absolute madman.
Yeah, to be honest, if he wasn't there, it was not possible.
Yeah, I think Phoenix Esports would have been eliminated way back. But then, of course, it's done and dusted, so it's down in the grave. But talking about this team, Team INC, they had a massive opportunity in hand. They're still holding on.
Even INC has a Viper. Phoenix Esports pulled off a big game because of Viper, and INC has Viper as well. Maybe.
Yeah.
This is all destined.
Potentially. Genesis also has a Viper.
Yeah, it's all God's plan. Maybe we're going to see them pull off a big comeback now. Maybe it's going to be a big game from INC.
Alright, so you're basically saying that out of the 21 players that remain, INC are going to get at least 10.
Look, to be honest, there's not much to talk about. I'm just making stuff up at this point. I mean, teams are not taking fight. Nothing's really much happening on the board. We got to keep the audience entertained, right? Give them some sort of hope that maybe still the teams on the latter half of the board stand a chance. Yeah. So I'm just trying to relate some weird stuff.
Understandably so. I think you're right up there, especially in terms of mathematics. INC, they can qualify.
They can qualify.
But again, I mean, I was expecting a little bit of intent. I mean, nonetheless, Team INC, they are doing a good job keeping themselves alive. But if you're not really taking fights, I'm pretty sure they've checked the scoreboard before stepping inside of this game. They knew the points difference. They understood that they've got to cover 16 or more points. Why wouldn't you take those fights?
I know, right? All the players just grouped up in that same building, so I'd see. But to be honest, even if they do try to spread themselves out, it's going to be filled up with a lot of risk. Imagine if you try to take a fight against that one last man left over of F1 Syndicate, the moment you do that, there's also going to be Hellraisers taking a fight against you.
So the point always is you try and take fights early so that you can isolate those 4v4s.
True.
Whenever these final moments come into the picture, the urban warfares, you cannot really spread yourself up, get yourself thinned out, and then get taken down. That is, of course, not going to be the case. But at least by the time you reach the 7th stage of the circle, you have at least 7 to 8 finishes in your kitty, which gives you a little bit of momentum. But this INC, it does not seem like that is going to be the case.
Look at Metaninja. As long as that team is alive, for anyone to secure a good game is impossible. Metaninja literally controls a major terrain. They've got so much visual, they've got so much control, that teams inside of the city, they feel like they're suffocating. RGB, the players are dying to the blue zone.
Yeah.
Even they're starting to suffocate. It's all because of Metaninja. They weren't taking shots against him. RGB now just alive with a 2-man squad, and to convert the game just gets even impossible. But once again for RGB, they don't need to do it. The pressure's not on top of them.
I think for RGB, the win condition was to keep their high ground of Chumacera under control, but they lost it tremendously because of Metaninja and their presence. Have a look at this. Yet another team being wiped off. This time it is going to be the lads of Night Order who has been finished off. Metaninja, they certainly are on a finish frenzy right now. 6 eliminations on board, 48 points. Need to get their fallen player back up. And as soon as the IGL steps up, I'm pretty sure the rest of the game is going to be free-flowing. And you also mentioned RGB. They had one of the best positions, but the circle kind of ditched them. Metaninja's position took away their superiority, and now they are struggling.
Yep. Night Order eliminated from this tournament. KO'd out. Yep, these are their death crates, by the way. It's unfortunate that a team which had the potential to qualify is now out. Metaninja, from the top, as I mentioned, they just control a lot of that terrain. I'd see on the opposite side, they do have the Viper, but not the same guts. I mean,
maybe he has got the same guts, but not just inside of this game right now. How do you know? That is just a straight-up call-out, isn't that?
I mean, this is the last game, though. After this, there's no coming back. So maybe it's time to showcase what you've got right now instead of just keeping it in stack. Just bring it out. I know aggressing on is going to be a lot of risk, but you need to do it right now. Metaninja. Oh no, Hellraisers. They found themselves in a real bad spot. Metaninja with the man advantage now. There's a man knocked out as well. Starboy's put out of commission. And Metaninja with all the 4 players left standing. They're actually landing the utilities as well. The nade's doing a lot of damage. 3 players knocked out. Somehow Metaninja is landing every single nade to perfection. And now they know the fight's done as well. No one's going to be stopping them from coming out on top. And just like that, they knew exactly where Hellraisers were positioned.
You know, this is back-to-back when Hellraisers have been beaten down to a pulp by Metaninja. The last game on the map of Miramar is where Hellraisers charged up against Metaninja. This time it was vice versa, but still they managed to actually break down the fortress. It's brilliant how Metaninja have been utilizing with their throwables, their nades, the precision on those things. It's beautiful. But with 8 finishes on the block, there does not seem to be a lot of likable threats against Metaninja. Majority of them have been brought down to much lower numbers. Team INC, by the way, they're still retaining the 3 players. I'm not really sure what they are planning to do. Maybe go for a big chicken, but then they're running out of players to beat down, and that just hampers their consistency. I don't know what they're thinking.
My random superstitious theory says that INC can still make it.
Superstitious theory. Now, how do you come to that theory?
Wiper's life. Wipe everyone out from this lobby, and then you make it. F1 Syndicate, they're currently the gatekeepers. 43 point, that's the cutoff. If you wipe every single player that's currently in this lobby, you make it.
Wow. What should we name it? Necro's Law?
No, Necro Superstition.
No, it can't really be a superstition. We've got to name a law. Necro's Law of Comebacks.
I guess. Actually,
It's not that bad.
yeah, that sounds pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
But this is going to be the second law.
What is the first law?
I forgot. We'll talk about it later. RGB. Fast. I'm not even sure how Fast is going to be doing anything in this game. I mean, he knows he's done the job. He knows his team has already moved on. Fast is over here to ruin dreams. There's Not Stars just constantly tossing nades around Fast in the hopes of finding at least some sort of connections, but those nades are completely random. They're not going to find anything. F1 Syndicate, Aki-OP. The man spotted, position compromised. He's the only person standing for F1 Syndicate, and he's the only glimmer of hope as well. That Molotov, it's placed to perfection. Medanitza, they lose out on the player, and the confirmation as well follows up. This is solid stuff from Aki. Gets away with murder. Gets away with a point as well. The utilities are more than enough to at least keep a bit of that halt on the boys of Medanitza. So they're going to be paused up in that push. But if you look at the opposite side of the spectrum, INC, even they start a strike. Pradhani's going to find that knock. Medanitza, they're dropping down in bodies. First man gets knocked out. INC as well, they lose out on Viper. There's Fast on the opposite side of the spectrum. And slowly and steadily, INC, they're really closing things up. Closing the grip, coming out on top as well in the fight. Fast is out in the open. The Blues actually just funneling in the elimination points as well. And Terminator, he's going to be the only person standing for INC next to Pradhan. And Pradhan has taken a lot of damage already. Now the man from Medanitza is going to move out in the open. INC does get the chicken dinner, but the amount of points they accumulated, it's not going to be enough.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Because in my opinion, I think in the end, they get themselves just enough points to make through. I think they had about 8 or 9 eliminations over there. 7 eliminations, I'm 100% sure. Add another one to the list. And then, of course, it's chicken dinner. 18 points. 18 points, Necro. The last time I checked down on the team sitting in the 7th spot, they had somewhere about 40 to 41. So this is going to get extremely close from a position where I least expected.
Oh my god, wait, if that does happen, my law is going to be written down in the books of history.
Yeah, technically, yes.
I know, right? I mean, it is something that I predicted. And if it does happen, I was hopeful to the end, actually.
Before it actually gets printed, you still need to figure out what was the first law.
We'll figure that out later. We've still got a lot of broadcast days in the future. But to be honest, let's have a look at the final blow. Maybe we can get a rough idea how many points were vacuumed up by INC in the final few moments. I mean, Pradhan was able to secure that frag as well. So 6 points on the board in total. Even Fast was shut down, if I'm not wrong, from the side of INC. So that's going to be another point on the block. Actually, yes. So 7 points, and that's going to be the 8th. So yes, 18 points in total secured by INC. Have they made it? That's the question mark. Chat, start typing it right now. Do let us know.
Wow, we just switched between commentator Necro to streamer Necro within a flash, but nonetheless, chicken in his stats, ladies and gentlemen. 4 frags on Terminator, 3 on Pradhan, and 1 on Viper. Now, this is something which we love to see. Nobody expected INC to actually group up at the ending stages, and all the finishes that were existing inside of the final circle would just come into their bag. I mean, that was just hellfire breaking loose. Medanitza, they were all of a sudden dominating. Out of nowhere, they start losing bodies. And it is Team INC who is pressed on the trigger, right on the money. I was criticizing them for showing lack of intent and, not having enough aggression. If they qualify right now after this, I'd have no face outside, man.
I mean, look, I was the only person that was really hopeful. I was the only person that was constantly saying they could make it. And now looking at the MVP of that previous game, it's also going to be Fast, getting 6 frags on the board and 1,075 damage dished out. But jokes apart, right? Speaking for INC, the circle really favored them big time. It's like even the gods wanted them to qualify, but have they qualified or not? It's still a question mark because F1 Syndicate, we saw that man at least secure 1 frag on the board. I'm not sure how many placement points he got as well. And how many points in total did F1 Syndicate have in the overall standings? It's still a big question. Have INC made it or not? I do not know. But looking at these top players, one thing is for sure, yes, the previous game was definitely quite entertaining. INC getting 18 points in total, Medanitza getting 16 points, RGB getting 13 points. Then you've also got Slamming 4 Man getting 8 points in total. F1 Syndicate get away with 5 points.
Yeah. Necro, can I make a guess?
What?
I think F1 Syndicate, they stand at 41, and INC, they stand at 42 points.
Oh my god.
Now, this is a wild guess, alright? Please, chat, don't quote me on this, but this is just me thinking, doing math in my head. Of course, performance is coming in from Team Marvelous Sinisters. Team Aesthetics could not really capitalize on this one, but ladies and gentlemen, here we go!
Oh my god!
The overall standings in front of us.
I told you they didn't make it.
Now that's sad. Team INC, that was a close comeback for sure. They almost covered up the gap, but in the 8th spot, 41 points. Team F1 Syndicate, 45 points. They are through to round 3.
That's gonna sting them like a pin. I'm pretty sure INC, in the end, gave it all they had. If they would have started initiating the fights a little bit earlier, create a bit more of that vacuum of elimination points, secure a few more points, all they needed was 4 more eliminations to tie up with that team on the 7th, and they could have actually qualified because they have got the chicken dinner as well.
But still, I mean, it's a big congratulations to Hellraiser Esports, RGB Esports still fighting, Meta Ninja, of course, just, coming back from the blues. Team Aesthetics, one of the teams to watch out for, and Slamming for Men. I'm certainly going to be watching out for this one, especially on the ways they slam against the opposition. But ladies and gentlemen, let's find out the top 5 players of this group, Group 3 inside of round 2. Who are the ones to lead the charge? In fact, it is going to be fast from Team RGB, 19 frags, not bad. You've also got Hell Rising Esports' Spyro with 17 frags. You've got Fierce back there as well, Apollo and Flux. I'm quite happy to see that players from Meta Ninja, they're coming back up on the overall standings as well.
Yeah, Flux is actually popping off as well. 13 frags on the board. Then even Apollo's now starting to wake up slowly and steadily. Meta Ninja now getting in the groove. I like the fact that, yes, we're seeing that systematic, methodical gameplay from them, but knowing the fact that you've got players like Fierce and Apollo, you really do want them to step the line a little bit and go aggressive and start taking those frags, right?
Absolutely. And I think Meta Ninja, knowing their characteristic, knowing their coach, knowing what they've achieved in the past, I think they will do that. But before that, I think it's very important they find the groove. And right now, they are about to find their groove. They are playing like a unit, and I'm actually very happy to see that happen as well.
It's pretty much just about finding a proper sync with each other, know exactly what needs to be done, know exactly what's required. And since we know this roster was just formed before this tournament as well, so one thing is for sure, getting used to Shadow's callouts as well, that's going to be a little bit tough to adapt on too. And especially Fierce and Apollo, these guys have been switching up constantly, right? The rosters have been switched up over and over again, but now in Meta Ninja, I really do want them to be a little bit more stable. And of course, they have to be stable, right? I mean, the shuffle period, it's going to be there for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be there, but I think today's day has to be highlighted by how Phoenix Esports and Meta Ninja mounted their comeback. I think it was phenomenal. I can't wait to find out what happens in round 3, man.
I know, right? Round 3 is definitely going to be stacked up with a lot of known faces and also mixed up with a few new faces. But what exactly is going to happen in round 3? Well, that's it for the future. But for now, it's time for me and Salty to end the day. We'll see you guys in round 3 itself.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.